Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Valeria, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Promotion of Financial Transparency, Improved Accountability, and Long-Term Economic Sustainability through the public reporting of payments made by mining, oil and gas corporations to foreign governments. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for reading out the very extended name of that bill. We are calling it, for want of a better term, the Sunshine Bill, because it is intended to shine a light on the whole business of murky payments that go on in some transactions with respect to the obtaining and retaining of mining licenses. This bill needs to be situated in a worldwide effort to deal with some of these more odious practices that mining companies find themselves in. In particular, the U.S. Has passed legislation called the Cardin-Lugar Amendment, which is based upon the Dodd-Frank bill. And it essentially, what it says is that these payments need to be disclosed to the Securities Exchange Commission, and if they're not disclosed, then that company would be delisted from U.S. stock exchanges. The UK, the EU, Australia, and others are trying to engage in this international effort, and so this bill is to be situated in that entire international effort to close these loopholes and to deal with these kinds of practices, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to the debate, and I look forward to the support from my colleagues.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Valeria, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Borg.
Ms. Borg, seconded by Mr. Cash, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. Order-making power. This is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
The Conservative privacy agenda has to offer online snooping bills and an action on data breaches.
Today, I am presenting the NDP vision of protection of privacy. I'm introducing a bill that will encourage the respect of our Canadian legislation and guarantee that when there is a privacy breach, those at risk will be notified.
No longer wait for this government to modernize our outdated privacy laws. Inaction means greater risk to the security of the personal information of millions of children, senior, and all other Canadians online.
Canadians and Quebecers should feel safe when they use new digital technologies. It is time to encourage a full participation in the digital economy by giving confidence to internauts who put their data online.
And balanced privacy protections that are needed in the digital age.
I hope that all of the members of this House will vote in favor of this essential bill so that the privacy of their constituents, children, and relatives will be adequately protected. Thank you.
Ms. Borg, seconded by Mr. Cash, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply. Débat sur une motion d'opposition au nom de Mme Chow.
Debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Chow. Federal Infrastructure Plan.
I'm trying to memorize that. Ms. Chow, seconded by Monsieur Obey, moves that this House call on the government to commit in Budget 2013 to a long-term, predictable, and accountable federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government, as recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, in order to améliorer le faible.
A. Improve Canada's lagging productivity. B. Shorten commute times. And C. Fix Canada's crumbling infrastructure.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Thank you, Monsieur President. Across the country, getting to work on time is becoming a luxury. Congestion and overcrowded public transit make it harder and harder to get to work on time. From coast to coast, frustrated commuters tell the same stories. In Toronto, angry office workers stand in the cold while jam-packed streetcars rush by and they feel like, even if they get on, sardines being packed in. In Vancouver suburbs, impatient mothers that need to drop off their kids at school wait forever for a bus to arrive. In Montreal, frustrated college students are late for their classes and jobs because of delays and breakdowns in the aging metro system. The average commute time in the Toronto area has reached 82 minutes per day. That's far worse than New York City and Los Angeles. And Vancouver and Montreal are not doing much better either. 82 minutes, Mr. Speaker. That's more than most parents get to spend with their kids playing and reading. 82 minutes. That means a missed dinner with a partner for hardworking couples. 82 minutes, that means less time to study and to prepare for a class for college students. Traffic gridlock is costing our economy $10 billion a year. $6 billion in the Greater Toronto Area alone. Now, $10 billion is more than the GDP of all three territories and PEI combined. It is, in fact, bigger than the budget for 6 provinces. That's huge. That's the $10 billion that we lose every year because of gridlock and traffic jams. For companies, that means less productivity, less competitiveness against their American counterparts, and ultimately less jobs. 26,000 less jobs in the GTA alone. For parents, that means less time seeing their kids grow up. For all levels of government, it means less tax revenues. So gridlock is a problem we can no longer afford. Canada's infrastructure problems go beyond the lack of proper transit and rising commute times. 1 out of 5 roads is in poor or very poor conditions. That means potholes and car-sized sinkholes in Ottawa. It means damaged car suspensions. It also means that overpasses and bridges in Montreal and Toronto are becoming unsafe. So watch the Garner. It has been raining concrete 6 or 7 times this year alone on the traffic and the pedestrians alone below. 200 communities are also struggling with bad water. Water that looks cloudy or that tastes and smells funny. And in half of these communities, you can't even drink the water without boiling them or you get sick. How sad is this, given that clean water is a human right in a country where the world's largest freshwater supply. That's what we have, the world's largest freshwater supply. We have unsafe water systems. Roads and bridges are a problem we can no longer afford. Now, those are not isolated cases. Communities from coast to coast are struggling with lack of transit, pothole roads, and unsafe drinking water. They are calling for federal help. They want a long-term federal plan for infrastructure. And they are not alone. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, representing over 2,000 municipal leaders, are calling for a long-term infrastructure plan. To be included in the 2013 federal budget. And so is the Canada West Foundation, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, Engineer Canada, construction association, from coast to coast to coast. Business groups, union groups, organizations, municipal leaders, they're all calling for the same thing, which is a long-term, predictable, and accountable infrastructure plan. So why is it that the Minister of Transport doesn't want to listen to mayors and city councillors? Why are commuters and working families ignored by the Conservatives? Why doesn't the minister want to ride the Toronto subway with me at rush hour so that he can experience the crowded trains, so he can experience the commuters left behind on the platform, so he can experience the frustration, the anger over lost time? Curious that even before today's debate, the minister last night said that he will vote against my motion. Before he even listened to the motion. A no without debate, a no without listening to Canadians, a no without listening to parliamentarians. Frankly, that's a bit of a contempt for this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. But maybe I can guess what is the reason. Perhaps because Conservatives prefer the on and off funding that frustrates cities that needs predictable funding. Perhaps because they want a photo op every few days rather than a 20-year plan so cities can plan long-term. Maybe because they want to hand out these gigantic big checks to the insider friends, they want to reward them. Or maybe because that they are afraid that if we have fair distribution, using objective criteria for funding and measuring successes, then they can't make decisions based on partisan consideration. That could be the reason. Build Canada Fund has been too unpredictable and too beholden to partisan interests to really help municipalities. And we do know that municipalities now have a deficit, an infrastructure deficit amounts to $171 billion. That is a huge amount of money on the shoulder of property tax payers. Someone has to pay. The question is whom? Well, it's the people that are going to be paying, it's those that pay property tax, those with fixed income, seniors, those that really can't afford much more. They are the ones that will shoulder this huge deficit of $171 billion. So that's why municipalities are saying that they want an accountable and predictable long-term funding plan. They are tired of a grant system that feels like a lottery. They want a merit base. They want a predictable transfer. So all the federal government has to do is to listen to cities and communities across Canada. For years, they've been calling for the same thing. They want a federal plan with secure support for at least 20 years, not a 2-year funding cycle. That's how long it takes to develop and maintain and build a long-term infrastructure program, whether they are transit or roads or drinking water. Our cities need funding that is predictable and allocated in a nonpartisan way, like the existing gas tax on a per capita basis. Our cities need a plan where funding grows with non-political measures such as economic, population, and ridership growth forecast. Our cities need a plan that has a clear criteria and set clear targets like cutting specific commute times, because we know that what gets measured gets managed, gets results, and it gets built. Our cities need a plan based on partnership among jurisdictions, so funding can lever provincial, municipal levels of government and the private sector. Our cities and companies need a plan that encourages innovation, efficiency, and sustainability so we can make our transport system greener and unleash Canada's creative potential. So we hope that members of Parliament across the way would be able to stand up for a better quality of life and a stronger economy and support a long-term federal infrastructure plan so that we can get Canada moving again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague from Trinity Spadina for her unbelievable leadership on this file. Together, in the past few months, we have met with dozens of municipal representatives across Canada, and not one of them is opposed to the motion that has been introduced today by my colleague. It's as if there is very broad consensus. In fact, it's broader than consensus. It's really unanimity. There are maybe 150 and between 150 and 200 people are going to vote against this motion, and that's the Conservatives. So did my colleague find any organization who disagrees with this motion at all, or do I interpret this as being a consensus and unanimity around what we have to do for infrastructure in Canada?
I know.
That's a very good question.
Such a good question. No, there is not one organization or one municipality from coast to coast to coast. No levels of government have said that they prefer a grant lottery system. They want long-term predictable funding. They want a transfer that would help cut commute times. They need to know that 3 or 5 years down the road, or even 10 years down the road, once they start building one subway, that other subway stations will also be built. If not, what has happened in the past is, I'll give Toronto's example, they dug a hole in Eglinton to build a subway station, and they ran out of money, so they filled up the hole, wasted millions of dollars, and now they thought that maybe they would have some money. They're digging the hole again. I'm not kidding. It is true. Come and watch it happening at Eglinton Avenue in Toronto. So millions of dollars are wasted. At least 15 years have been wasted. In the meantime, the commuters are waiting and waiting and waiting and packed like sardines. And that's not just big cities alone. Small rural municipalities where, for example, Ontario rural municipalities are just meeting today and tomorrow and yesterday. They were talking about infrastructure. They're talking about roads. They're talking about drinking waters. So every organization, whether it's business organization, Chamber of Commerce, Board of Trades, foundations, construction companies, Engineers Canada, they all said the same thing. They want a long-term, predictable, and accountable infrastructure plan from the federal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we recognize that there is a huge infrastructure deficit from coast to coast to coast, as municipalities have a huge demand for whether it's repairing roads to talking about mass or rapid forms of transit. It's absolutely critical that these municipalities throughout the country have the resources in order to be able to get some of this work done. The federal government, on the other hand, has a great deal more access to a larger pool of revenue that ultimately could assist in facilitating this infrastructure that needs to be dealt with. My question to the member is in regards to how important it is for the Government of Canada to recognize that whether they like it or not, they have a role to play in terms of infrastructure and the building of our country through our infrastructure, especially nowadays when there's a lot of concern in regards to that infrastructure deficit and how the economy itself is performing. So the government can do two things here, Mr. Speaker. One is to improve the economic climate, and the other is to build upon our infrastructure, which is in dire need.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
There's really one taxpayer, and this taxpayer, for every dollar this person pays in taxes, 8 cents goes to the municipality. And yet the municipality has to take care of 60%, 6 out of 10 infrastructures across Canada. They just can't do it. This same taxpayer, same dollar, 45 cents, almost half of his money goes to the federal government. So you can't have the federal government walk away and say that's not our responsibility. Federal government collected the taxes. The least they could do is transfer a portion of it back to the municipalities so that it can take care of the 60% of the infrastructure that is right now crumbling, and it demands a $171 billion deficit. That's how much is the deficit of infrastructure that managed by municipalities.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise today to speak to this motion because through my remarks, I will be speaking for citizens in my riding, Quebec and Canada, who are directly affected by infrastructure. This is something we live on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. It's affected for better or for worse, and for years now the situation has been quite difficult. For years, the number of studies and reports have been on the rise. Results all go in the same direction, point in the same direction, and analysts have reached the same conclusions. It's time to invest in infrastructure and to put in place programs to enable municipalities to plan investments for the long term. And this is precisely what the NDP motion is calling for, as was clearly explained by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina. Our 3 requests are A, improve Canada's lagging productivity, B, shorten commute times, and C, fix Canada's crumbling infrastructure. Because it goes from bad to worse to truly mediocre. Now, I listed these requests as 3 separate ones. However, they go together and must be worked on at the same time. As you can see, we raise very serious economic concerns and issues that are very much a part of Canadians' daily lives, especially when we talk about the time it takes for commuter time. Each and every one of us is concerned by funding for our municipal infrastructure. This is a matter of water quality, access and use of airports and energy facilities. Canada and Canadians expect meaningful action by the Conservative government for their infrastructure. And I say their infrastructure because roads, water mains, bridges, and public transit are subjects that concern all Canadians. It's the government's responsibility to respond quickly. Canadians have understood now that it's high time to invest in long-term infrastructure planning for the country. Now, what can the federal government, or rather, what should the government doing but is not doing? As a recent article in The Devoir said, Canada's infrastructure deficit is getting deeper. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, it's undeniable that the responsibility of the federal government in infrastructure is important. However, it's on the decline. Underinvestment is nothing new. It's something that has affected us for some time, and we're lagging behind other countries. If nothing is done, costs will rise as our bridges, roads, and water main systems fall to pieces. In 1980, public infrastructure represented 30% of GDP. Today, the value is at 22%. So that means that our infrastructure is aging, that it's aging poorly, that the value is on the decline, but at the same time, populations are on the rise and communities have more and more needs in this area. A modern competitive country can simply not allow its infrastructure to fall into such a state of disrepair. To maintain it at an acceptable level, investments would have to be 3% of GDP annually. the government must take urgent action. The federal government has reduced its share of investments. It's currently under 15%. It's not that the infrastructure is less expensive today than in the past. On the contrary, it seems to me that just saying it is clear. But the federal government has offloaded this responsibility on the municipalities. They're responsible for 52% of infrastructure. The provinces approximately 35%. And it's not simply a matter of transferring the federal debt from the federal government to municipal level. The problem is much more complex than that. Municipalities simply don't have the means nor the fiscal levers to bear this huge burden. Without involvement by the federal government, our infrastructure will not be upgraded, and few municipalities will have the means to invest in the Canada of the future. For many long months, the federal government has been holding consultations with more than 200 municipal representatives, the provinces and the territories. For several months, the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Municipalities has been announcing a sustainable plan. When he spoke to the Canadian Federation of Municipalities Board of Directors in November 2012, he said, and I quote, "We all agree that Canada needs a sustainable investment plan for public infrastructure. The plan will cover many years to come." End of quote. Now, there hasn't been a cabinet shuffle since. The same minister is there, and he's prepared to vote against my colleague's motion here this morning. I was, however, happy at the time to hear that statement, but I'd like to now see the minister turn those words into some concrete action. A long-term plan is precisely what the NDP and the municipalities are calling for. But the minister never wanted to even clarify what he meant by long-term. What does that mean? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? That could be considered long-term. Maybe he was thinking more along the lines of 10 or 15 years. In the NDP, we have a clear position. We believe that a 20-year plan would give municipalities the means they need to foresee investments and ensure citizens and future generations will have the services they need operating in their communities. If, as Clemenceau, if I'm not mistaken, said, if governing means forecasting, then let's start doing that now. If the Conservative government really wants to govern, for all Canadians, of course. Now, it's always easy to reduce budgets earmarked for infrastructure in order to balance a budget more quickly. But economic studies show that the impact of cuts like that, or the impact of temporary underfunding, has a dramatic impact on future generations. Our children will have to pay the cost for this short-term conservative vision. And they're already bearing the brunt of what will be left in terms of the environment, where the record is a disaster. It will be difficult for future generations to overcome that. Now that the government is preparing to do the same thing as regards infrastructure. Studies clearly show that government programs for municipal infrastructure have had a significant impact on slowing down growth in the deficit beginning in 2008. The programs are effective. Those efforts must be continued and pursued over a longer period of time. The federal government must commit to putting in place a predictable, stable, long-term infrastructure funding plan. An ad hoc budgetary financial approach makes public transit projects ineligible for funding. Periodic examinations are required to ensure that targets are met. In Quebec, municipalities are already bearing the majority, or picking up the majority, of the financial costs for municipal infrastructure at 76%. However, the federal government is recovering more than 30% in tax returns. That gives them an important federal lever, and in a context like that, it's clear that the federal government must play an active role and ensure that existing programs are sustainable. For 5 years now, the NDP has been calling for a permanent infrastructure plan in order to eliminate the deficit, instead of offloading the responsibility of the problem on local governments. Time is passing very quickly, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I will wrap up my remarks by saying that the federal government must take immediate action, given that Building Canada will end in 2014 and the envelopes are already empty. Canadian municipalities need to know now what they need to do in order to plan. Some 11,000 jobs are created for each $1 billion amount invested in infrastructure. As a result, employment growth and economic productivity are based on federal government funding in this area. Canada cannot allow itself to neglect this opportunity for growth. In the NDP, and we've heard, in fact, from representatives of the UMQ, the FQM, the Toronto Board of Trade, the Canadian Urban Transport Association, among others, and they have all said that the time has come to make up for the delays that we've accumulated and to take care of our infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and again, what I'd like to do is just to emphasize the importance of the infrastructure dollars. And in order for municipalities to be able to make long-term plans, they need to have a sense in terms of how much money they can anticipate. So when you take a look at, let's say, a municipality, and I'll use Winnipeg as an example, they will have often 5-year capital type of projects. And through those type of plans that they make, they have to take into consideration what they can anticipate coming from different levels of government. And that's one of the reasons why we believe that it's important that there be a tangible dollar figure that allows for municipal governments to be able to plan on their infrastructures and the type of programs that they would like to ultimately develop or put into place. And this whole concept of multi-year budgeting, if we can put it that way. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in regards to the benefits of that multiple-year planning or budgets that allow for municipalities from across Canada to be able to say, okay, we know we can count on this kind of money going forward, so that they're able to plan in the long run for these larger, more expensive capital infrastructure programs.
Good question.
L'honorable député de Trois.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The answer is very simple. It makes it possible to make smart choices, intelligent choices. If we had an infrastructure funding program which was stable, a long-term recurring funding mechanisms, we could make choices based on the entire envelope. Now, if I knew that I had a certain amount of funding available for the next 20 years, for example, I would be in a position to set up projects that might be more costly. However, if I do need to manage everything on a short-term basis, then I have to choose projects based on a 2 or 3 or 4 year funding period, and maybe I wouldn't commit my community to expenditures that are more costly but equally as necessary as I could have if I had a longer period of time to plan the spending. The essential aspect that we need to change in this approach, in the Conservative government's approach, is that we can't look at infrastructure repairs as an expenditure. No, it needs to be considered an investment. And once they've agreed to look at the issue from that perspective, then the angle changes completely.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, as well as my colleague, the member for Trinity-Spadina, because I think that this motion is of the utmost importance for Canadians. I'm happy to hear that not happy, in fact, to hear that the members opposite will be voting against this motion, Mr. Speaker, because over the past 3 weeks, 2 main roads in Gatineau were closed to traffic completely. Boulevard de la Vérendrye and Avenue Gatineau. Why? because there was a major problem. There were such big holes, they were like craters. And we know, in fact, that there are very urgent repairs required, and Gatineau is no different from other municipalities in this country. For more than 10 years now, I've heard the Engineering Association of Canada and others said that it's necessary, absolutely necessary to do something, because otherwise we will have major infrastructure problems. They will be very costly in Canada. So I'm not doing a good job of explaining myself, but I would like to ask a question of the member for Trois-Rivières. Why is the government closing the door on Canadian municipalities on this issue? I don't understand their position.
Honourable député de Trois-Rivières, vous avez...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières, you have 30 seconds. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's in fact clear. We know that the minister is preparing to vote against this motion. Maybe his party will do the opposite. That would be quite interesting to see. But if he votes against it, it's because he's adopting a partisan approach. I've talked to the minister on several occasions, and I think that fundamentally he can't disagree with the content of this motion, fundamentally. So once and for all, could we set aside political games and serve our constituents together?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Essex. And again, I thank the member across the way for the opportunity to discuss this important issue, and I think to put on the record many of the things that the government has done already on behalf of Canadians. I think it's easy to say that all governments in Canada recognize the link between infrastructure investments and a strong economy. We've made investments for the short term through the Economic Action Plan, which were timely in infrastructure at the time when the Canadian economy needed it the most. And we've made investments through our longer-term programs like the Building Canada Plan, a plan which has seen government invest in public infrastructure at unprecedented levels. These investments are helping to support productivity and innovation, facilitate trade activities, and promote local and regional development. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting and protecting our trade routes. We are making investments in our highways and roads to help goods and people move freely and efficiently. Canada is a nation of exports. We need an integrated and efficient transportation system to ensure that our economy remains strong. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in solutions that ensure seamless connections between all forms of transportation, including rail and shipping facilities, and our transportation system isn't exclusively for business use. Connecting smaller communities to larger hubs helps stimulate local economies and provide citizens with improved access to health services, jobs, education, and training. While we do that, Mr. Speaker, we continue to protect our environment through investments in wastewater treatment, energy district systems, solid waste management, to name a few, and all with the idea of helping reducing Canada's footprint on the environment. We will make it a greener infrastructure for our cities more livable and contribute to improving the health of our ecosystems. And to support our communities and our economy, we are making investments in efficient public transportation systems. These improved systems help move commuters to and from work, home and play, and help our cities attract and retain businesses and talented people. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has made unprecedented investments in Canada's infrastructure. In 2007, we launched the 7-year, $33 billion Building Canada Plan, which provided long-term support for infrastructure priorities across the country. The Building Canada Plan supports projects that contribute to a stronger economy, cleaner air and water, safer roads, shorter commutes, and stronger communities. This includes large-scale projects such as the Summerside Wind Farm in Prince Edward Island or the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road in the Northwest Territories, right down to projects in small communities such as the renovations to the Austin Community Centre in Manitoba or the upgrades to the Well House in Bath, New Brunswick. The NDP, with its doctrine approach, was systematically opposed to any help from our government to those communities. Included under the Building Canada Plan is the Gas Tax Fund, which provides predictable, long-term funding for Canadian municipalities to help them build and revitalize public infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I know that this is one of the most important decisions this government has made, and I hear that continuously from the communities that I represent. Making it a permanent fixture allows for predictability and enables them to work into the future. The gas tax fund is stable, it's reliable, and municipalities can pool, bank, or borrow against the fund for long-term infrastructure priorities. And I do know that the 3,600 municipalities have benefited from the financial support and flexibility the program offers. I'll give you an example. The community is Brackley, a rural farming community north of Charlottetown, which has used gas tax funds to build a multi-use trail along Route 15. This trail promotes physical activity, provides walkers, runners, cyclists, and rollerbladers with a safe place to enjoy more active forms of transportation. Mr. Speaker, in the times of crisis, when the need was immediate, we showed that we were able to act quickly and deliver on our promises. In 2009, the world was facing the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, and Canadians were facing the most severe economic challenge in a generation. In response, we launched the Economic Action Plan. The plan, in my opinion, was an unqualified success that is still generating jobs, stimulating the economy, and providing benefits to Canadians this day. We have done that, Mr. Speaker, in the signs of opposition members on the other side voting against it. The plan accelerated existing infrastructure funding and delivered $14.5 billion in new funding for public infrastructure through programs such as the Infrastructure Stimulus Fund. The program provided funding in the short term when it was needed most for projects that were shovel-ready and could begin construction immediately. Mr. Speaker, after listing all those investments made by our government, I admit that I am confused with the NDP's position. If infrastructure is important for them, how is it that they have voted against every single one of our attempts to support the provinces, territories, and municipalities with their infrastructure priorities? I can't explain it, and I would ask them how they could vote against every attempt to support these communities. I will, Mr. Speaker, refresh the opposition's member. In 2007, the NDP voted against a $33 billion Building Canada Fund. In 2009, they voted against thousands of Economic Action Plan infrastructure programs that went all across Canada. In 2011, the NDP voted against legislation making the gas tax fund transfer permanent. Not once, Mr. Speaker, but twice. Infrastructure, if it was important to them, they should have woken up and supported the government's position, and never in the history of Canada has the federal government done so much in support of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the Government of Canada is concerned that this country's public infrastructure and has done more than any federal government in recent history to advance and improve the infrastructure programming for all of Canada. At the same time, we remain sensitive to the ongoing deficit and the need to balance the budget. As we work with our partners to shape the future of infrastructure and infrastructure funding in Canada, we will be ever conscious of the needs of the taxpayers, the economy, and the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, every time a car driver go and pay for gasoline, each liter that he or she pays, 10 cents of it goes to the federal government. After the Federation of Canadian Municipalities pitched and pushed and lobbied for many years, at one time under the leadership of their former president, the late Jack Layton, finally the Liberal and then the Conservative government agreed to send some of the gas tax back to municipalities that manage the roads and pay for streetcars, buses, and subways. However, there's only 5 cents per liter. My question is to my colleagues across the way, what is the federal government doing with the rest of the 5 cents per liter that they take from car drivers every time they pump gas. The extra 5 cents goes to a general revenue, rather than coming back to fix the roads, rather than coming back to help with the transit. What do they do with this money? Is it to pay for senators' trips? Is it to pay for some kind of expense account? I don't know. I think the taxpayers deserve to know what happens to the 5 cents of gas tax that they pay each time they pump gasoline.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Where I live, we pump our own gas. It's just something that we've all been accustomed to doing. You know, Mr. Speaker, where does the gas tax money go? Well, as the member has correctly stated, half of it goes to the municipalities. We reached out, we listened to them
Permanently.
and it's permanent. And that's something that they said to us, and it's actually part of the statement that has been made here earlier this morning. Municipalities, provinces want stability. They want to know going forward what they can count on year after year after year. We propose that we make it through legislation, a law that they receive, and regrettably the members opposite voted against it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I've talked about the infrastructure deficit that's across Canada, and what I want to focus some attention on in terms of that infrastructure is our roads and highways, but in particular our municipality roads. And if you take a drive through many streets in Winnipeg as an example, you will find that there's an enormous number of potholes, a huge demand for improving the quality of our streets, and I don't think Winnipeg is unique in that sense, that the same need is there across Canada. The question that I have for the member is, would he acknowledge that the cities and municipalities do not have the capability financially to be able to deal with the huge infrastructure deficit that is out there? And if you take a look in terms of just the economic climate that we're in today, that there is even a greater need for Ottawa to play a stronger leadership role in building and restructuring our infrastructure.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if you ask any community or any municipality across Canada, they would suggest that they do need more investment in infrastructure. I think that's only natural to be. But what I will say, you know, we all have needs and we all have desires that we would like. A lot of communities have to make decisions based on the revenues that they can generate and they can create within their own system. We continue to meet, continue to negotiate, continue to listen to our counterparts at the provincial and municipal levels. I'm assured that we will continue to do that, to do what's in the best interests of Canadians.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take this opportunity to discuss our government record investment in infrastructure that benefit our country literally from sea to sea, from northern coast all the way down, Mr. Speaker, as I think you'd appreciate, to our southern coast in Canada. Now, since 2006, our government has made record levels of investments in infrastructure through initiatives like the $33 billion Building Canada plan and infrastructure investments made under Canada's Economic Action Plan. Now, on the one hand, the 7-year Build Canada plan is providing long-term funding for small and large-scale projects across the country. Just this past Friday, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that I was in Lakeshore making an announcement that the federal government will be committing up to $17.3 million from the Build Canada Fund, a major infrastructure component for a new multi-use recreation facility in that community. On the other hand, Canada's Economic Action Plan was designed to provide targeted, timely, temporary funding during the recession for shovel-ready construction projects in the short term. In Windsor-Essex, for example, we had the highest per capita infrastructure stimulus in the country, combating the highest unemployment in Canada, leading to projects like investments in the new Centre for Engineering Innovation at the University of Windsor, a new Mediaplex and a Centre for Applied Health Sciences at St. Clair College, and new modernizations and improvements at York Gateway, YQG, our airport, new MRF in Amherstburg, projects that were needed in that short-term period that are making a difference for the long term. But more than 50% of the Build Canada plan, some $17.6 billion, goes to municipalities to fund their priorities through the gas tax fund and through the 100% GST rebate. Through these two initiatives, every municipality in the country is receiving stable and predictable funding. I'd like to remind my colleagues opposite, though they may want to forget, the NDP voted against this support for Canadian municipalities. By way of fact, Mr. Speaker, the gas tax fund doubled on April 1st, 2009 from $1 billion to $2 billion per year. The NDP was opposed to that. On December 15th of 2011, Bill C-13, which was entitled Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act, received royal assent. This delivered on our government's Budget 2011 commitment to legislate the gas tax fund permanent at $2 billion a year. Now, municipalities can count on this stable funding for their infrastructure needs now and in the future, but they can't count on the NDP, who voted against this at every single occasion. To date, Mr. Speaker, more than 3,600 municipalities across Canada have benefited from the financial support and the flexibility the gas tax fund program offers. Municipalities can choose to pool their funds, bank, or borrow against them, meaning municipalities can spend their funding when they choose to do so, not having to spend it as soon as it comes in. They can save their funds to fund a select few larger projects or use them on many smaller ones. As a result of this flexibility, in a period from 2005 to 2011, municipalities earned over $88 million in interest, which they could then use for additional local infrastructure renewal. Now, municipalities can choose to invest all or part of their funding allocations in program categories such as drinking water and wastewater systems, solid waste management, community energy systems, public transit, local roads, or even in capacity building. Since its inception, municipalities across Canada have reported that the gas tax fund has helped them fund over 13,000 individual projects. At the Association of Municipalities of Ontario website, there's a great interactive map to see where all these projects are across Essex County and Ontario, for example, Mr. Speaker. And with each of these infrastructure projects come important jobs and results that improve quality of life in our communities. And I remind, of course, that support for these 13,000 projects, the NDP voted to turn them down, Mr. Speaker. I think that bears some shame. Now, if we look at Canada's 6 largest cities, approximately 80% of the gas tax fund allocation is invested in public transit, with Toronto, Ottawa, and Edmonton devoting 100% of their gas tax fund monies to public transit. Toronto has used its gas tax funding to purchase 204 new streetcars to replace aging light rail vehicles. The City of Ottawa has used its gas tax funds to renew and modify its transit bus fleets. Other regions are also using their gas tax fund allocations to make their public transit services more accessible for their ridership. Peel Region with its TransHelp accessible transportation service, for example, Mr. Speaker. Some 2,000 new customers and an 8 to 10% annual increase in trip capacity resulted from that investment, with a record 400,000 plus trips reported in 2010. Of course, public transit is not the only focus of the gas tax fund for Canadian communities. Next largest investment priority for Canadian municipalities are local roads and bridges, followed by water and then wastewater. If we look eastward in New Brunswick, City of Bathurst, for example, upgraded its water and sanitary systems using gas tax funds. As a result of these upgrades, the process at the wastewater treatment plant has been improved to meet provincial effluent quality standards, and further efficiencies are expected to improve the quality of drinking water. If we look north, Mr. Speaker, and having a young Inuit daughter, I like to look northward. Their communities benefit from the gas tax funds as well. Now, in the north, it's a little bit different. They receive a base funding amount instead of an allocation based on their population, and that just means that less populated jurisdictions receive sufficient funds to build and revitalize their local infrastructure. The Yukon and Northwest Territories, Nunavut are each receiving $97.5 million for community infrastructure from the gas tax fund from 2005 to 2014. The City of Iqaluit was able to use gas tax funds to replace its water pipe system, which has ensured a dependable supply of safe drinking water for residents for years to come. Gas tax funds are also used to support capacity building initiatives in northern communities, including long-term community planning. With the remote location, sparse population, and difficult northern climate, local infrastructure planning is especially complex and challenging. When combined with limited access to planning resources and expertise, funding for capacity building and planning becomes even more important. The Little Salmon and Carmacks First Nation community used gas tax funds to establish sustainability goals and develop a community planning program. Through this exercise, they were able to complete 2 key community infrastructure planning projects that focused on land development and community housing needs. They were able to keep citizens informed with a newsletter and provided opportunity for input. As a result, their integrated community sustainability plan was able to include new areas of focus covering everything from public transit and walking trails to drinking water, sewage, green energy projects, and other community infrastructure needs. We have given this flexible funding to municipalities in all corners of the country, despite the NDP's systematic opposition. And I'd like to point out closer to home, Mr. Speaker, in the far south of Canada, the gas tax fund continues to modernize important local infrastructure, whether it's reconstruction of the Canard River overpass, repaving on Guesto Road, road reconstructions in the heart of Kingsville, and county roads all across Lakeshore. The gas tax fund will continue to deliver results for local infrastructure priorities for years to come, and we look forward to seeing the benefits in our communities. I'm pleased to note that at $2 billion a year, the gas tax fund is one of our government's largest and now permanent programs dedicated to infrastructure funding for our country. From British Columbia to Newfoundland and Labrador, from the Yukon and Nunavut to Essex County, Ontario, the gas tax fund plays an important role in supporting infrastructure renewal and creating jobs. Communities large and small alike benefit, and they can continue to rely on this stable, predictable funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciated the member going through a long list of investments and initiatives that have been undertaken by this government. Certainly since taking office in 2006, we've prioritized infrastructure. We've certainly brought the funding for municipalities to record levels. We brought the transfers to the provinces to record levels. We've also done something else that I think is very important. This member represents Ontario. In fact, I don't think any member in this House has done more to further the infrastructure interests of his region than this member in his fight for a new direct crossing, the new international crossing between Windsor and Detroit. But what I will say to this member is, prior to this government, is he aware that despite Ontario being 38% of the population and roughly 41% of the GDP, that we were only receiving 22% of the federal infrastructure investment dollars under the former Liberal government, whereas today we receive fair per capita transfers right across this country? And does he agree with it?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the intervention. I've been around since 2004. I think there were a number of things. I started out in opposition, looking at the Paul Martin government at the time. Infrastructure I would characterize as funding was not only unfair in terms of its distribution, but it was ad hoc in terms of lack of an overall strategic direction. I think we changed that in 2007, particularly when we launched the Building Canada Plan, with many measures under that $33 billion umbrella in a strategic, coordinated approach to improve infrastructure and deal specifically with what was a significant infrastructure debt at the time. I think we've made significant progress working with our provincial partners and our municipal partners in that direction. We are continuing that with the even the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund and many other funds, and I suspect, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work in good partnership with all of our partners in a fair way that will help meet their infrastructure needs in their communities.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for... I'm sorry, I lost it.
Longueuil.
Longueuil, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague for Essex, and it seems to me that this Conservative is wearing rose-coloured glasses insofar as he can cherry-pick as much as he wants concerning his success stories. But the reality is that most municipalities are at the end of their tether. The deficit with regard to infrastructure is regard to $171 billion. So here's my question. Will he finally tell us whether this government is going to commit to engaging in a dialogue with the municipalities, truly consulting them?
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I reject that. This government continually consults with our municipal and provincial partners, whether it's on infrastructure or any other issue. Mr. Speaker, what I find offensive when I look at the member opposite and his party, and quite frankly, this motion today is just a little too late when you look at what their real record has been on infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, at every single turn, whether it's border funding for a new direct crossing, Mr. Speaker. They voted against it when we brought that in 06 and 07. When we set $400 million aside for the new Windsor-Essex Parkway, now renamed the Right Honourable Herb Gray Parkway, to extend the 401 to a new border crossing. Who voted against it? They did. Now, that member wasn't elected at the time, so I won't blame him personally for it, but his party voted against it, Mr. Speaker, in every single way. And if we look, we are making real, tangible progress. I can't account for the fact that the Liberals left such a huge debt with respect to infrastructure and took such a scattered approach. But this government has put real money on the table in a real plan with our partners, and we are making tangible results, creating jobs from coast to coast and improving the quality of life in our communities. I wish that member opposite and his party would get on board.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Bourassa. What a lovely way to start this speech by responding to my colleague from Essex. This debate is far too serious to play my dad is stronger than your dad. The Liberals invented the infrastructure plan. We focused on it, and the question is not what we've done, but what is going to be done. My colleague's purpose in introducing this motion is about what is going to be done. We're not judging what happened in the past. We can be critical, we can partisan, but the Liberals, even in a minority government, contribute to putting this budget forward. But what I think it is important today is that we must reflect pertinently on the role of the Canadian government with regard to municipalities, not getting caught up in constitutional bickering, because people are going to say that the municipalities are creatures of the provinces, but there's a reality with regard to co-funding, pilot projects, that can improve the quality of Canadians' lives. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I would like to say that I am going to be supporting this motion, as will the Liberal Party, because We think that not only is it important to do so, but also that it is really about the focus of our party. Yes, we need effective strategies. Yes, we need to listen to our constituents. As my colleague from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, said, there's a $171 billion deficit with regard to infrastructure right now, but in addition, we've learned that even existing infrastructure, well, more than 30% of that is crumbling right now. And it is obvious that it is not only a province that will be able to remedy this situation. I think we have a serious governance problem right now. One of the most important matters will be to bring back dedicated or earmarked funds, because right now everything's in one single pot. But if we want to ensure that with regard to transportation, housing, and infrastructure, if we want to be effective, then we have to bring back this concept of dedicated funds for urban transit, for basic infrastructure. And when I'm talking about infrastructure, we're talking more and more about sustainable development, and so we need to do things differently, to do them right. And in that regard, I think that for the greater Montreal region, yes, there's a situation with the bridges, with public transit, but we also need to find a new way of investing further. And I think that in this digital age, with the new management methods, I think that the infrastructure situation is, as my colleague said, the transport critic for the official opposition. I think that all this concept of productivity has a direct link to infrastructure. So that is why we, the Prime Minister, Paul Martin at the time, talked about reinstating the gas tax. And I commend what the government, the Conservative government, has done in making it permanent. I think it's we don't have to oppose everything the government does just because we're in the opposition. And so in the wake of what the Liberals put in place, I think that making that gas tax fund was permanent. But now we need to double it and index it.
So we need to make sure that from now on, not only it's permanent, but we have to index it and we have to double it. Because this is part of the key. When my colleague from Essex was talking about the importance in municipalities, he was right. But it's not a one-shot deal. We need to find a better way with those dedicated funds to provide the right funding for the future. It is a good policy, so we have to go further in that, I would suggest.
One of the problems is that we had the impression that we have a record of all of everything the Conservatives have done since 2007, but the reality is that it is going to be renewed in 2014, and if we want to renew it, then we have to start now by establishing parameters for the future. And that means that not only must we think in terms of dedicated funds, but we also have to think in terms of long-term funding. Some people talk about a 20-year window, such as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And I think that we should start this debate on matters of governance. We can talk about a 20-year window, but we should also think of 5-year and 10-year windows as well, and we must give ourselves parameters. It doesn't have to be carved in stone, but we do need to redefine what long-term is. We can't always function with a short-term view, and in the current climate, we also need to take measures that will allow municipalities who, even if they already receive stable funding, they must be able to count on renewing it in order to give them the right tools. So the Liberal Party will be supporting a long-term financial commitment to municipal infrastructure. We have been advocating predictable and sustainable funding for a very long time, and I think we will also have to define what we mean by infrastructure, because if we talk in terms of productivity, if we talk about housing.
I was president of the Privy Council, the smart regulation. We need to bring back that notion of smart cities. Smart cities means smart citizen and smart regulation. So it's not just based on mortar. It's also based on some different digital strategy that we have to put forward. Je crois que plusieurs grandes villes, vous savez.
I believe that many large cities well, we're very proud as a country, but there are more and more people who define themselves as coming from cities. So we have to set aside the jurisdictional issue, and also we have to work across different departments, not just with the the Department of Transportation. We have to work in collaboration with the Minister of Industry and other ministers in order to get the right tools and properly define the term infrastructure. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have to hold a federal-provincial meeting. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister's only meets with the premiers individually. There hasn't been a federal-provincial meeting for much too long, so we need a specific infrastructure strategy and to determine the future of municipalities and to determine the tools they need to improve the quality of life of Canadians. We need to talk about green infrastructure, digital infrastructure, basic infrastructure. In Montreal there are major problems, and despite all the money that was invested, we are still losing 40% of our drinking water, and that is despite the investments that have been made recently. So obviously we don't only need the amount that we're getting right now, but we also need to put in place the tools we need to invest more and better on the government side. And as we know, more than 60% of infrastructures are overseen by organizations other than the federal government. So we need to work appropriately. So this government needs to have a federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government with dedicated funds, and we also need to look at funding. I think first and foremost, it is important that the government go beyond the matters of partisanship and say, well, they have invested properly, but we must recognize, and they must recognize, that there is still a lot of work to be done. Well, the Building Canada Fund, the member for Essex talked about that fund and the amounts of money invested, but instead of speaking in tangible terms for the future, he said, well, they invested more than the Liberals. But what I would like to point out is that an extraordinary minister like Herb Gray also played a role in his region. So it's not about saying that one party is stronger than another. It's about saying that in the infrastructure sector,
on what you have done in the past, and did we invest more than you? It's all about what's in it for the future. And the more we invest for the future, the most will have an impact on our own quality of life, for sustainable development, and it will have an impact for the other policy. But we have to realize that if we don't have that kind of strategy, it will have an impact on the human resources. As a former Minister of Immigration, I was always there to discuss with my counterpart to discuss about the future within the cities, because, for example, 87% of all the immigration is going through Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, and of course you need those kind of the lodging, you need the infrastructure, you need the transport, because it have a direct impact on their own quality of life. So it's not just based on an infrastructure debate. It's all about in what kind of society you want to live in, and what should be the future for our great nation, our great country. Monsieur le Président, je pense que...
Mr. Speaker, I think that this motion could be the beginning of a very interesting debate. I know that we see on the Standing Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, we have already begun this discussion on the future of infrastructure, and I think that there is therefore a causal link between the opposition motion and this debate, and that is why we will be supporting this motion. But I think we need to go even further in this debate. Obviously, it is extremely broad. We're talking about repairs. We're talking about improving productivity in Canada. We're talking about partnerships, transparent and long-term funding. But I think what is important as well is that we must ensure that.
So every policy that we are promoting, every program, it will be very important also that we realize that it's not just the major city, it's also all the communities. And if we want to make sure that we are inclusive and everybody feel like a first-class citizen, well, we will have to make sure that we are listening to them. Alors moi, Monsieur le Président, je pense que c'est un...
So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is an opportunity for me to be an antidote against cynicism. I think that all parties in this House should reach out and work together in this regard. I think that this is a motion that the government hasn't really read, but I think it could be the beginning of a very interesting debate when we go on site, when I talk to my constituents in the riding of Bourassa, when I talk to people in Montreal, in my city, and I'm talking about the greater Montreal region. Many people talk about this, and they're not wondering about the Constitution. They think that we are all part of the solution, and we have some work to do. One of the most important things, Mr. Speaker, is social development, sustainable development, but also there's the question of economic development. And if we want to be among the leaders in this world, if we want all cities to be able to play host to new companies, because we do business with the rest of the world, then it is important that we have cities that have decent infrastructure to achieve these goals. So we need to look at quality of life, economic development, and also if we want to, as we are about to sign a free trade agreement with Europe, well, obviously, when those people want to come and set up shop in Canada, then they will likely transit through Montreal, and they'll be looking at the infrastructure. And this is not just a question of the city or the province. This is a question of the Canadian government, because when people come here, they are told, welcome to Canada. So we need to welcome them with adequate infrastructure, and we need to all work together in this regard. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in the debate on this motion today, and on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, we will be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bourg-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I am very pleased to see that the Liberal Party of Canada will be supporting the opposition motion. However, I would like to ask my honourable colleague why, when the Liberals were in power, when they formed the government, why did they only make promises and spout empty rhetoric instead of making tangible gestures to support infrastructure in Quebec and Canada? And why do they have this bad habit of signaling left and then turning right? Thank you. The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it's rather sad to hear this question for two reasons. I'm right in the middle. My heart is at the left and my wallet's on the right. So that it's sad to hear that question. And we invented the infrastructure plan. I remember when I was Minister of Sport, we implemented phase 3. So when you look at the Rivière-du-Loup arena, for example, when you look at the sporting infrastructure, I'm looking at my colleague in Sherbrooke. If the Gold and Green, if the Vert et Or can play in Sherbrooke, it's because it's your humble servant who set up all this infrastructure. So it's very sad to hear this colleague play partisan games. We are for infrastructure. We set up infrastructure. We reinvested massively therein. We need to invest more, and that is why, despite this curveball he threw me, we're still going to support the motion because it's more important to invest to people than to try to score political points.
All right, commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on infrastructure. I was very pleased for him. Pleased that he that he talked about the problems in Montreal. Unfortunately, 40% of treated water is lost to groundwater, and that is why not investing in infrastructure has a cost. The cost is waste. The cost is with regard to transport of goods. The cost is for the economy and for trade. So I'd like him to talk about the cost of the Conservative government's inaction. And secondly, since we know that the municipalities are at the end of their tether and they don't have the means to raise financial resources, I would like to know what he thinks of the fact that the federal government, very ideologically and very obtusely with Canada PPP, is limiting the municipalities in their requests for assistance to the federal government, and all projects have to be done on a P3 basis, whereas they could do it on a conventional basis.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very pertinent question. Unfortunately, the Conservative government all too often does that. We can't do the same in the official opposition. We have to look at the problem with leadership. There's a problem. We've seen what's happened with the Charbonneau Commission in Quebec, but we can't simply rule out the PPP proposal. The government has to play the role as full partner. It must invest as well, but at the same time, it needs to provide the tools necessary so that solutions can be found, so that PPPs can work. Now, if the partnership, private-public partnership is a possibility, then we can't simply rule it out automatically. Having said that, I think that by earmarking funds for transportation, because what we're talking about here is sustainable development, we need to invest, but we also need to define leadership. Montreal is a metropolitan area. It needs to play a leading role. It's a major municipality. The government does need to change its sector-based approach. And yes, in fact, we need to have earmarked funds, perhaps by having a real national strategy. The government, which thinks that it's the government itself, will be able to resolve the issue single-handedly. But I'd invite my colleague not to fall in the trap on the other side of the spectrum. He needs to look at the options. PPP may work well, but it doesn't mean that it will be a miracle solution.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the answers from my colleague. And one of the things I would ask, maybe just to re-emphasize or to talk about, is the importance of infrastructure in general in the role that the federal government plays. Because at the end of the day, the municipalities all over Canada do not have the financial resources to meet the needs in terms of building their infrastructure. And if you could maybe provide comment on that issue. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Colleague, for that very, very good question. I would suggest this. We're not allowed, so it's good to cheer for each other. No, seriously, I really believe that, and I spoke in French before about when I was sports minister. I can assure you that the federal government has a major role to play. When we had the Paralympics in Manitoba in 1998, 1999, I think that it shows a very direct, concrete approach where the federal government can play. Now it's about sports and recreation and leisure. But at the same time, if we're talking about sustainable development now, if we're talking about transport, if we're talking about economy as a whole, I think that the federal government has a role to play. Of course, we can be respectful of our jurisdiction. And I know that there's a lot of people who will say, well, the municipalities are a provincial jurisdiction. But at the same time, I think that we have no choice now to talk to each other, because there is some partnership that if we're not there, if the federal government is not there, well, it will have a direct impact on our citizens. So, and that's why, the federal government did that with the gas tax, and that's why we have those infrastructure programs. But at the same time, we have to stop to say that, look what we've done in the past. We have to look ahead and send a clear message to our taxpayer that the federal government has a role to play, and it will have a direct impact on our own quality of life.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just checking the Federation of Canadian Municipalities website, and what they say is that there has been an infrastructure deficit, a backlog of delayed repairs and construction that hurts every Canadian family and business. And for 25 years, they say Canadians have watched the symptoms of the infrastructure deficit grow: rusting bridges, crumbling roads, crowded buses and subways, and thousands of drinking water warnings. They point out that municipalities own 53% of the infrastructure in this country, but receive only 8 cents of every tax dollar paid in Canada. And so, of course, 25 years is a long time to develop an infrastructure deficit that I think has been estimated at over $100 billion. Now, since 1988, of course, we've had successive Conservative and Liberal governments. I'm just wondering if my honourable friend can comment on how he thinks such an infrastructure deficit was created, if Liberal and Conservative federal governments had properly been doing their job, or is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, are they incorrect about what they're saying?
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Well, I could put the questions to the provincial NDP governments during that time as well.
It's a matter about what's for the future. We realize, and that's the reason why in 1993 we put up that infrastructure program. It's never enough, and of course we have to recuperate. And for the sake of our future, we just mentioned in Montreal that we're losing 40% of our drinkable water. So it's not about who we should blame. It's about what are we ready together to make things better. And I think that's the essence of that motion. And that's why, in a non-partisan way, I think that it's everybody's business. We have to push forward. Monsieur le Président, on parle de...
Mr. Speaker, there's talk about a new funding plan that will also be important as the funding itself. The FCM is also calling for funding to be increased as a percentage of GDP to match levels achieved between the 50s and 70s. So I think that the first thing that we need to do here is to acknowledge that there's a problem, that solutions were provided, but for 2014, we need to renew the plan with different parameters as part of the investment, but we also need to acknowledge that the federal government has a role to play and must invest in infrastructure. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Beaches East York. And I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, to rise today to speak to the motion tabled by the member for Trinity-Spadina, because on the Transport Committee, we see the Conservative government's lack of action on this issue. Building Canada is coming to an end. That is the plan for infrastructure. But as we know, infrastructure is very important. As the Conservative member said at the start of his remarks, investing in infrastructure is investing in community development. And I fully agree with that. I don't know how he can say that here today, but announce at the same time that he'll be voting against our motion, because that's what we're calling for. We're calling for a stable, long-term plan, one that is not partisan, a plan for investment in infrastructure. Now, when we talk about infrastructure, we're talking about 4 broad categories: roads, highways, the sewer system, water treatment facilities, and bridges. And what's unfortunate at present with the way that our system works is, and this is something that was clarified when we did a study on public transportation, it's because there's an approach that's based on a situation in individual communities. For example, one community will say they need to upgrade their sewer systems. Well, one single community can't deal with that plus public transit, because they create competition among the the projects. And with this kind of a piecemeal approach, with the majority government we're currently facing, it's very easy to fall into a partisan approach, into partisanship. Now, in one community where they know that they're doing well or they have good hopes, if they undertake a project, well, it's because they vote Conservative that they invest there. But in Quebec, they don't vote for us, so we won't invest much there. This is the kind of approach we're seeing. Now, I'd like to start off by saying a few words and then move on to some specific examples of problems that we're facing on a daily basis, problems that could be resolved by adopting the motion standing in my colleague's name today. We're calling for tools that will be necessary in the future for managing infrastructure funds. What we want is an effective long-term infrastructure program which would be announced in Budget 2013. It would be designed following up on ongoing consultations with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and Aboriginal communities. Now, even if the government has been boasting since this morning that it's been consulting, I think it's the government that's done the least amount of consulting. And we want that, them to take note of that. We want a 20-year plan, as the Canadian Federation of Municipalities is calling for, to allow for better long-term planning and support for a long-term project. Now, if a municipality wants to put in place a long-term project, and I heard my Liberal colleague talk about a football stadium in Sherbrooke, that represents a huge cost for the municipality. And they need guarantees that federal funds are there to provide support. The federal government increasingly is providing very little money for infrastructure. But if we did have a 20-year plan, it would be easier to plan federal assistance under this 20-year plan. We also want funding criteria and targets for the programs, which are clearly defined. And we also want funding mechanisms that are transparent, apolitical, and accountable. As I said earlier, it's too easy simply to get bogged down in partisanship. We want a plan that will help avoid that kind of situation. We also want a plan that will promote the use of innovative technology and which will focus on sustainability. We want funds for infrastructure growth in rural, isolated, and northern regions. We want to earmark funds for public transit in order to reduce commuter times. And this is something that affects Montreal a great deal, and I'll talk about public transit for a few moments. And I'd like to talk about two groups supporting us, the department in Quebec, which filed a report on the state of roads. It says in the report, and I quote, between now and 2016, there will an increase of 2 million trips per day. In other words, a 25% increase in transit. And there will be over 10 million trips per day. So when you talk about traffic congestion, well, Montreal's an example. I read in the Montreal Gazette about a survey that was conducted, and it was by Dom Tom, and it says,
found that of the 20 cities studied, Montreal ranked number 4 when it came to traffic delays. Montrealers are delayed a total of 42 hours a year because of traffic jams. 92, donc 92 heures de trafic qu'on a, 92 heures dans notre vie qu'on va...
So 92 hours per year that you waste in your car in transit time. Now in my riding, we're facing crazy problems. Notre-Dame-de-Glace-La-Chine, Montreal is in the west end of Montreal. And we don't have any metro stations in the riding because I'm in the suburbs, so we've got the train and the bus system. which are not very effective. Now, we met with the STM. Montreal members of Parliament met with the Montreal Transit System, and we asked them what was happening. From Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, when I drive, it takes 10 minutes. On foot, well, it would take probably an hour because you have to cross Highway 20, but by bus, the rare buses that show up, well, it takes an hour and a half. Now, I've got employees in my riding who live in Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, in my riding. It's not that big a riding, but it takes more than an hour to come by bus. There are people who call me and they say, Madame Morin, we'd like to come and meet you at your office, but it's a huge problem. Concordia's Loyola campus is in my riding as well, so there are a lot of students, and they find it difficult as well. They're losing 92 hours per year that they can't focus on their studies because they're sitting in traffic. Or they're wasting that time getting to a job because education is so expensive, and that's another debate in it of itself. But these are problems. And so many people have come to see me. There are families who can't spend time with their children. It takes away from family time. Couples who see less of each other, I find that very unfortunate. Then there's also a project for the train that will come west. It will go from Vaudreuil to the downtown core, but there are problems with that train, Mr. Speaker, because it's the only train that goes from my riding efficiently, in fact, downtown when there are trains, but there are only 16 per day. There's no additional funding. The rail line for the west needs to be upgraded. We don't know how much it'll cost. There are no promises on the part of the government to cover it, and we're talking about the quality of life for people in my riding. It's very unfortunate to see what the government's doing. Now, their slogan dealt with the power in the regions, and it led people to believe that if they voted Conservative, there would be money for the regions. But now we're seeing that, as the candidate Smith in Lac Saint Louis said, that's not the case. So you're saying I've only got 30 seconds. I'll use that time to mention one last project in my riding, the Métro Vendôme. It's not accessible, so handicapped people can't access it. What we want is an infrastructure plan, a long-term plan, a stable plan, a non-partisan plan to help us resolve these issues, because it's pretty discouraging at present. I hope that in Budget 2013 we'll see that, Mr. Speaker. There have been a number of cuts to Via Rail, for example, and that's very unfortunate. And I hope that we will see some investments in infrastructure and that the government will put forth something worthwhile.
Question come on time.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
It helps to look at the recent history, Mr. Speaker. 20 years ago, there was no federal funding for municipal infrastructure. Municipalities handled their infrastructure without federal programs. Throughout the last 2 decades, programs have formed that fund capital projects. And, of course, we now have the very generous gas tax transfer that our government made permanent, which has drastically increased municipal revenues. Municipal revenues have grown by over 60% in the last decade, even though inflation and population growth combined has been roughly 30%. On top of that, direct revenue to the municipalities, large capital programs like the Economic Action Plan and Building Canada fund 1/3 of the costs of individual projects. So we have seen a massive increase in federal and, frankly, provincial resources available to municipalities to fund their infrastructure, and a prodigious increase in the direct revenues that municipalities enjoy. If the NDP still believes that more money is the solution to our infrastructure problems, my question is, why did they vote against all of the previously instituted programs that have so dramatically increased the resources available to our municipalities?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Why we voted against it? Why did we vote against it? It's because we voted against an omnibus budget that brought in hundreds of things that we thought were unfair to Canadians. That's why we voted against the budget. I'm going to answer with a question. Why is Canada the only G8 country that doesn't have a long-term strategy for public transit funding? Why is Canada a country where, in my writing, I still have to tell people we don't have transit because the federal government isn't funding it? Why do we still have communities with no access to drinking water because the government won't pay for it? So yes, things were done wrong in the past, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what's happening now in 2013, 2014, when the money runs out. Are we going to tell our municipalities, yes, here's a fund to help you. It's a stable, non-partisan fund? Because currently my colleague opposite, he's not talking about that. He's saying, yes, we're helping the municipalities, but when you look at where this has been done in Canada, it was clearly political how the funds were distributed among ridings. So what we're calling for today is to put an end to that partisan funding, and my colleague did not answer that question. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very, very important intervention in this issue today. Because, Mr. Speaker, and when you listen to members on the government side, it's clear that either they've never taken a bus or a subway, or they've never ventured into a city. If the way they talk about how perfect cities operate today. Mr. Speaker, just this weekend, the United Way and McMaster University tabled a study about precarious work, and it talked about how roughly 50% of all workers in Southern Ontario work in precarious employment. They don't have their part-time jobs, their contract jobs. They're working, cobbling a living together with a variety of different employment sources. And the issue around public transit and gridlock is particularly important to this incredibly precarious group of workers. We need stable funding. We need a plan, and this motion talks about a plan. We want them on the government side to take a plan seriously so we can work through the gridlock. And I'm wondering if my colleague can make some suggestions as to why they're so afraid to sit down with municipalities and work out a plan.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, you have 40 seconds. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I know that in Toronto and Southern Ontario, they have the same problems we have in Montreal. We're talking about big cities and transit problems. This is a major factor for people. For many people, when I talk about, there's been a lot of delay when it comes to public transit. So the first thing that needs to be done is we need to sit down with the provinces, the municipalities, the Aboriginal communities, and look at what needs to be done around infrastructure, what direction we should head in. I don't really have time to get into the details, but we'd like to see some reports on a regular basis that would say where the money's going and how the spending can be improved. But it has to all start with a plan that's negotiated with the provinces, the territories, and the communities. Thank you.
The débat. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak to the NDP Opposition Day motion put forward by my colleague and champion of Canadian Municipalities, member for Trinity-Spadina. Mr. Speaker, the basis for the motion today is fundamentally economic and is succinctly captured in the Federation of Canadian Municipalities' submission to the government on this matter last November. The intro to that submission reads in part, and I quote, "Municipal infrastructure provides the foundation upon which our economy rests. Small businesses need quality roads and bridges to deliver goods and services. Workers need fast, efficient public transit to connect them with jobs. And growing companies count on high-quality community services from libraries to hockey rinks to attract skilled workers. Yet today, those foundations are buckling under the strain." In these terms, Mr. Speaker, support for today's motion seems pretty obvious. And so it is that there is a broad, near consensus outside of this House for the motion that we are discussing today.
As we'll hear throughout the day, Mr. Speaker, the call for a long-term, predictable, accountable federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government is supported by business leaders, trade unions, economists, civil society organizations, experts of all kinds, and, of course, municipal leaders. Now, I say near consensus, Mr. Speaker, because there are still those that seem to lie outside this consensus, and they are, curiously enough, the two federal parties, the Conservatives and the Liberals, that have swapped power back and forth over the last 40-plus years as they withdrew investment, indeed withdrew the federal government, and watched the foundations of our economy and municipalities crumble. In 7 years of government, these Conservatives have yet to even acknowledge the urban reality of the country we live in, Mr. Speaker, the fact that nearly 80% of Canadians live in cities. They seem entirely incapable of even imagining a Canadian economy other than resource extraction, a Canadian economy led by the necessarily social urban process of innovation. And so we get the dismantling of federal environmental framework to facilitate resource extraction in place of a modern and environmentally sustainable economic strategy that sees cities as the place to research, develop, create, and innovate, and to exploit the enormous opportunities to tackle climate change. The Liberal Party, the same, Mr. Speaker, having reduced infrastructure funding through the 1990s, having never given more than lip service and pennies when real full dollars were called for. And more than that, downloading federal fiscal challenges ultimately to other orders of government, ultimately to our cities, that order of government least able to maintain, much less build infrastructure, collecting as they do only 8 cents on the dollar in tax revenue. And so we can watch the trend line of investment in infrastructure as it goes steadily down from its high of about 3% of GDP in the late 50s and early 60s to bouncing along the bottom through the latest Liberal majority governments at about 1.5%. That difference, Mr. Speaker, represents about $24 billion in missing annual investment in public infrastructure, according to a recent study. That same study, Mr. Speaker, shows that net investment in infrastructure was actually negative for 2 years of Liberal government as existing public infrastructure stock depreciated faster than new development. Now, if all else had stayed the same, that would be one thing, Mr. Speaker. That would be trouble enough. But the technological, political, and economic context has been changing as well over the last 40 years. Broadly, we call it globalization. But the implication is that old ways of governance have to give way to new ways of governance that recognize the political and economic importance of urban regions, urban economies. As one observer put it, quote, a practical implication is that cities have become central to the study of federalism. So this motion takes place in the context of Canadian federal politics that is and has been for very many years out of step with the rest of the developed world in terms of its understanding and respect for the role of our cities in a global economy in generating wealth for our country. In most other developed countries and economies, governments have become major players in the financial, economic, and cultural life of their cities, and it is past time for ours to do the same. Instead, we are left with this enormous infrastructure deficit estimated at over $170 billion, a deficit so obvious to every citizen of my city, the City of Toronto. And so we have famed urbanist and urban economist Jane Jacobs, who could say of Toronto in 1969, quote, here is the most hopeful and healthy city in North America, still unmangled, still with options. By 2004, in her book Dark Age Ahead, she described the town that she made her home, her own, as, quote, a city in crisis, indeed multiple crises. But one needn't have the keen eye of Jacobs to take note and be frustrated and concerned. As the Conservatives and Liberals swapped power back and forth over the last 40 years, the contours of these crises, to use Jacobs' terms, became increasingly obvious. And for those who have not witnessed their emergence, as Jacobs did, the transition over 40-plus years has been amply and convincingly recorded in statistics and maps by University of Toronto Professor David Halchansky and colleagues in particular. that can take you through 40 years of growing social and spatial inequity and economic decline in a kind of tour de force of time-lapse cartography. The final image that we're left with is a Toronto that has been divided into 3 socially, economically, and spatially discrete cities within the city, with great swaths of Toronto's geography characterized by the absence of infrastructure deserts of various kinds, Mr. Speaker. And so we have in Toronto what the Toronto Board of Trade calls a conundrum, a city strong on economic fundamentals, but not world-leading in productivity, GDP, or disposable income growth. With the Toronto region providing nearly 50% of Ontario's GDP and 20% of Canada's GDP, solving this conundrum, Mr. Speaker, seems imperative. The Board of Trade itself points us to infrastructure as what needs to be addressed first and foremost. They describe it as, and I quote, the biggest threat to our continued growth and economic prosperity in the Toronto region and Ontario generally. Now, while the lack of infrastructure and the crumbling infrastructure generally poses an enormous obstacle to Toronto's growth and prosperity, it is public transit that is at the top. It is the top priority of the board's members because of, and I quote again, its outsized impact on the Toronto region's global competitiveness. This is an analysis and a priority shared by many other organizations studying Toronto's economy in the global context. As of 2006, it was estimated that the cost of congestion to the economy of Toronto, the Toronto region, was $6 billion annually. That's an old figure now, Mr. Speaker. The outlook is even more grim, however, as Toronto continues to grow with one of the fastest urban growth rates globally. Every year we add about 100,000 people to our city so that within 20 years Toronto will be 50% bigger. And absent any significant action, the productivity cost of poor public transit will skyrocket to an estimated $15 billion annually. In terms more easily to relate to, Mr. Speaker, that means that Toronto commuters already experiencing the longest commute times in North America can look forward to spending an extra 3 work weeks per year stuck in traffic. We are the only OECD and G8 country without a national transit strategy, Mr. Speaker. At our economic peril do we continue to be so. It is well past time for this government to drop its aversion to thinking ahead and put in place, in partnership with other levels of government, a long-term, predictable infrastructure plan. Join the consensus. The crises that Jane Jacobs referred to are, in her terms, the tangible consequences of tangible mistakes. They need not be so forever, Mr. Speaker. We can fix these problems and grasp the great opportunities that lie before us. To start, we should support today's motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Question et commentaires? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. I always get the middle one.
And I greatly appreciate my colleagues' comments on that. You know, we need to make sure that the federal government commit to an infrastructure funding plan on a long-term horizon. And the important piece on that is that communities can't keep going year by year by year to find out if they're going to get the infrastructure dollars. So let me read you something here from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Every day, municipal infrastructure provides the foundation that allows our residents and businesses to participate effectively in the modern economy. For example, transportation infrastructure connects people to jobs, consumers to producers, and enables businesses to bring their products to market both locally and abroad. In fact, research by Statistics Canada notes that businesses save 11 cents for every dollar invested in public infrastructure. In manufacturing, a large component of Ontario's economy, costs are reduced by 22% for each dollar that is invested. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the infrastructure dollars, it's not just about the services that are being provided to people in those communities. It's with respect to the economy. So maybe my colleague could just speak a little bit more about the important piece that's missing here, by this government. Even with the Economic Action Plan, we saw from communities to communities how some of them found the timelines too tight. So they need more flexibility, and long-term funding would be able to do that. So maybe my colleague can just elaborate on that a little bit more, please. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank my colleague for the question. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. The motion calls for long-term funding that is something that municipalities can rely on. Indeed, the investments required are so enormous, the planning horizons are so long that municipalities are understandably concerned and afraid about making investments in their own infrastructure in the absence of a long-term plan and partnership. And I think my colleague is quite correct that this is fundamentally about economics, Mr. Speaker, and I'm surprised. In fact, I've seen statistics that show that businesses benefit 17 cents on the dollar for every dollar invested in infrastructure. And, of course, there are multiplier effects from this, too, Mr. Speaker. One only needs to look at the appendices to the government's own budget documents to see that investing in infrastructure pays great economic dividends for job growth in this country. And most importantly, it's about connecting workers to jobs. And in a city like Toronto, that is a hugely difficult thing to do with the presence of public transit deserts. My colleague from Davenport referenced the United Way and McMaster's study talking about precarious work and the need for almost 50% of workers in Southern Ontario to stitch part-time jobs together that aren't next door to each other, Mr. Speaker. That means that workers have to get on buses and travel for 2 hours to a part-time job, at the end of which they get on another bus or streetcar and travel another couple of hours. And this is not good for the productivity of our city or our country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East. A short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to commend my colleague from the Beaches on his speech. He covered a lot of issues there, but I just want to outline that the Toronto Board of Trade says that gridlock is now the greatest threat to economic prosperity in the region. And we know there's 6 million people in the GTA, which is the largest urban municipality in Canada. And people in this House don't generally talk about concerns about Toronto because they think everything is hunky-dory there. But here we have a significant crisis, as the members pointed out. I wonder if you comment why members opposite who continue to talk about the mantra of jobs, growth and prosperity, why they may not support what this partnership or that's implied in the strategy is all about.
Député Beaches East York.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Colleague for that question, but I confess the answer I don't know. It kind of confounds me, Mr. Speaker, because this is a government that purports to be concerned about jobs and prosperity in this country, and yet we see that an obvious failure to invest in Canada's largest urban economy with clear economic detrimental effects. And it's interesting the Board of Trade and its members identify public transit as the biggest problem in Toronto. That is the opinion by way of survey of their membership. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the government side stop using the Liberals as the bar that they need to get over, Mr. Speaker, because that bar is very close to the ground, if not below ground, in fact, and that they start to turn some attention to fixing the economy and the real life concerns of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to stand and speak to this Opposition Day motion today. But I don't know whether I use the words ironic or humorous, Mr. Speaker, that finally after 7 years, the NDP have realized that we need infrastructure in this country, and hopefully they're going to support and recognize some of the things that we've done. The record of our government on infrastructure is very obvious and very strong, and we believe that modern world-class public infrastructure is vitally important across the country. It provides the foundation of vibrant, prosperous communities while at the same time creating jobs and strengthening our economy. Our government has made a commitment to develop a new approach to infrastructure. We developed an approach to infrastructure investments that is providing long-term, predictable funding for both large-scale and local priorities, the Building Canada Plan. Launched in 2007, the $33 billion Building Canada Plan was an unprecedented federal investment in the nation's infrastructure. The Building Canada Plan provides funding for over 7 years, and includes several programs and initiatives, including the Building Canada Fund, the Provincial Territorial Base Fund, and the Gas Tax Fund. Taken together, these and other programs represent a comprehensive suite of infrastructure investments providing funding over a 7-year time frame. This is the longest commitment of any government in recent history has made to infrastructure. The programs provide the flexibility to meet local needs while supporting national priorities. I want to highlight how these programs are playing an important role in supporting and renewing public infrastructure across the country. And it is important to underline when the global economic downturn in 2009 hit the Canadian economy, our government supplemented existing infrastructure funding programs by providing timely, targeted, and temporary funding, like topping up the Building Canada Fund communities component and launching the Infrastructure Stimulus Fund. The Building Canada Fund provides funding through a dual approach. It addresses national and regional priorities as well as community initiatives. The major infrastructure component of the fund focuses on larger strategic projects of national and regional significance that deliver economic, environmental, and social benefits. The community's component supports local initiatives through funding set aside for projects in communities with populations of less than 100,000. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to point out that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Minister of State for Transport. The community's component recognizes the unique infrastructure needs of Canada's smaller communities and focuses on projects that meet economic, environmental, and quality of life objectives. Originally established at $1 billion, the fund received a $500 million top-up in 2009 under the Economic Action Plan. To date, that program has funded more than 1,400 smaller-scale projects that improve water, wastewater, public transit, local roads, and other types of community infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I know that many of those projects were in your riding, my riding, and many other members in this House. The NDP decided to abandon smaller communities by not supporting that government action. While the major infrastructure component of the Building Canada Fund targets larger-scale projects, these projects can be found in both big cities and small communities. They are projects that not only benefit the community in which they are located, but have farther-reaching benefits that are of regional and national importance. Through this fund, we are seeing the concrete and lasting results of strategic investments in water and wastewater treatment. We are supporting the movement of people and goods through investments in public transit and our national transportation system. For example, Mr. Speaker, residents in Nipigon, Ontario, recently celebrated the completion of upgrades to their wastewater treatment centre. These upgrades mean an improvement in the quality of water released into Nipigon Bay on Lake Superior, supporting the health of local residents while helping to reduce pollution in an environmentally sensitive area. This is another example that we care about Canada. We should care about Canada. And if the NDP care about Canada, they should have supported that action plan. We are contributing funding towards the completion of ring roads around Calgary and Edmonton. These ring roads will improve traffic flows, lower collision rates, and streamline shipping routes in and around the two cities. Reducing traffic does not seem to be a priority of the NDP. In Pictou County, Nova Scotia, residents are taking advantage of opportunities to get fit and stay active thanks to the recent completion of the Pictou County Wellness Centre. Although the Building Canada Fund was established for a 7-year period, funding will continue to flow beyond 2014 as construction continues on projects. Now, I want to talk a bit about the Provincial Territorial Base Fund. Through this fund, provinces and territories receive predictable, stable, flexible funding geared towards their priorities. This funding is streamlined with simplified administrative requirements. Through the fund, each province and territory was allocated a total of $175 million, receiving $25 million each year over the 7 years of the program. Under the Economic Action Plan, jurisdictions were given the additional flexibility of accelerated access to this funding in support of economic recovery. Flexibility is not a word in the NDP dictionary, so as a dogmatic party, they also voted against this initiative. The Provincial Territorial Base Fund is supporting upgrades to Chilliwack's East Dyke that will increase flood protection to more than 40,000 people residing in the floodplain. These upgrades will help increase protection for critical infrastructure like rail lines, the Trans-Canada Highway, oil and gas infrastructure, utilities, hospital and care facilities, and a wastewater treatment plant. The funding is also supporting the widening and paving of the Trans-Labrador Highway between Red Bay and Happy Valley Goose Bay. The Trans-Labrador Highway is the region's primary public road crossing some of northeastern Canada's most remote terrain. These are significant highway improvements that will create numerous local jobs, drive economic growth, and strengthen the communities there. And just last Friday, Mr. Speaker, together with the Government of Alberta, we marked the completion of 12 important highway infrastructure initiatives that are also supporting economic growth across that province. Communities across Alberta are benefiting from safer roads and improved traffic flow, promoting growth, job creation, and economic prosperity. To meet the unique needs and circumstances in the small communities of the 3 Northern Territories, the government combined the Building Canada Fund allocation in the territories with their PT Base Fund allocations. The combined funding is delivered under the terms and conditions of the PT Base Fund, which gives the territories considerable flexibility in addressing their infrastructure needs. In Nunavut, Kugluktuk residents are benefiting from a new 2-story Hamlet office. The building brings all Hamlet employees together under one roof to increase productivity, improve service to the public, and reduce operating costs. This Hamlet office will have a positive impact on local residents and businesses for years to come. Now the gas tax fund, and this is something that I and many others in this House lobbied for while we were in local municipal politics, is the gas tax fund. We always felt that it should come back, and even though the NDP voted twice against it, Mr. Speaker, the gas tax fund allocation is now permanent, providing $2 billion per year in predictable and long-term infrastructure funding to Canada's city and towns for local priorities. The program provides considered flexibility. These funds do not have to be matched. They can be banked for future years, and they do not require upfront application processes for individual projects. Through the gas tax fund, we are providing provinces, territories, and municipalities with stable long-term funding geared towards their priorities. This funding is streamlined and flexible with simplified administrative requirements. Our government has a proven track record of providing infrastructure investments that are tailored and targeted to meet specific infrastructure needs. We are providing targeted investments that focus on both community and large-scale infrastructure, supporting priorities such as clean drinking water and transportation infrastructure. Our government continues to deliver infrastructure funding that is supporting strong communities and strengthening our economy. And the last thing this government will do, Mr. Speaker, is implement a huge, costly, job-losing carbon tax. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't believe that the member actually believes his party's rhetoric with respect to whether the NDP support infrastructure or not. He knows full well that in 2005, under pressure by the NDP, the gas tax fund set a new bar with predictable funding for 5 years. 5 years. And let's not forget that his government in 2011 this was in 2011 they had made a promise, and it's still unfulfilled with respect to working with the provinces, territories, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and other stakeholders. Will his government commit to doing that? And may I ask him as well, will they commit because I have a letter here from the Township of Tekaba, which I'm sure the member here is fully well aware that that's on Manitoulin Island. They're having a problem with low water levels of the channel of South Bay Mouth, the importance of the economy for those communities without the Chichimin, so the immediate participation of the federal government to ensure the channel is dredged for safe passage of the Chichimin ferry is required to ensure the continued economic viability of the entire Manitoulin Island. Will he advocate for that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable member across the way. And but you know, some of her comments just kind of highlight how the NDP like to live in the past. They talk about, and I think it's she recollects a dream that she had back in 2005 that about their involvement in something, you know, a coalition with another party. I mean, let's get with the future here, Mr. Speaker. The infrastructure that's been provided, that I pointed it out in the last 7 years, is unprecedented in Canadian history. And I'm quite aware of the, she talked about the Chichimon, which is a ferry that connects the north end of my riding with the south end of her riding. I'm quite familiar with that. And I'm quite, since I live on Georgian Bay, I know what the depths of water are. And all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that a good member of Parliament will see to it that her harbour is dredged up there.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague here, who sits right behind me, for a great speech on what the government has accomplished, for what we've done. On behalf of Alberta, I think we can say thank you to this government for those highway projects that were named last week. I know a number of these highways are going into my constituency, and some of them into the community of Camrose, and it's all very positive spending. And he also talked about the gas tax rebate, and that was another issue that our municipalities brought to members of Parliament and said, listen, if we could have it a little earlier, and if we could have it as long-term funding so that we know that it will be stable. This government responded to that. Also this past week, as a member of Parliament, I was able to get out and talk to councillors, as I'm sure my colleague has, and they thanked me for the infrastructure money that they had never received in the past, but they're receiving now from this government. Does this colleague have some examples from his riding where the infrastructure funding that we've provided, stable, long-term funding for projects that are going to have long-term ramifications, does he have some that he'd like to share with our House?
Honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend and colleague for his questions. And I know my friend quite well, and I know that the people of Crowfoot are very lucky. They have a very hard-working MP. I think the second hardest in the country, behind my riding, of course. But to some of those projects, Mr. Speaker, yes, I've had a very fortunate to get a number of projects that meant a lot to my riding, not just for the municipalities that they're based in, but for the region. And Owen Sound and Hanover, both at the south end and north end of my riding, both built fantastic structures. Just for two examples, City of Owen Sound got money for expansion to their wastewater. It was one of the last municipalities, big municipalities on Georgian Bay, that was still the odd time raw sewage would go in on a severe rainstorm, stuff like that. And we are working, we're helping the City of Owen Sound and other projects to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore.
Hear, hear. Resuming debates, the Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to highlight the action our government has taken to support Canadian communities and create jobs. Our government has played an important role in strengthening Canadian communities and helped drive economic development well before 2009, when the world's economy took a turn for the worst. Because of our quick and decisive action, today Canada boasts the strongest rate of employment growth among the G7 countries. The timely support of the Canadian Action Plan and Canada's solid economic fundamentals have enabled our country and our economy to weather a period of continuing global uncertainty. And our government will continue to focus on creating jobs and growth for Canadians across our great nation. And thanks, in part, to our strategic community and economic development programs, we have seen the creation of 900,000 net new jobs since the end of the recession. To continue to encourage economic growth, as part of the Economic Action Plan 2012, our government announced the creation of the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund, more commonly known as CIF. CIF builds on our commitment to further modernize Canada's infrastructure by committing $150 million over 2 years to support repairs and improvements to existing community facilities. The program supports the beating hearts of Canadian communities, such as community centers, libraries, parks, museums, and sports fields, from coast to coast to coast, the places where families, friends, and neighbors gather together. It's also an important part of our plan to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians right across the country. In Saskatchewan, my colleague, the Minister of State for Economic Diversification, announced significant funding for the Kingston swimming pool. And that was made possible thanks to funding from this federal government. And in total, the minister announced $46 million of funding across Western Canada. I am delighted to see the fund is being met with the same enthusiasm right across the country. We are going to be working on approximately 300 projects that have already been announced, and all throughout the West. As of today in British Columbia, we have already announced 80 of these projects, which are underway and benefiting communities across the province. For example, Castlegar and District's Public Library will lead to improve energy efficiency through the replacement of the library heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. In addition, our government has helped the District of North Vancouver rehabilitate Maplewood Farms to increase visitor use and improve accessibility. Opening in 1975, Maplewood Farm has become a hub of community activity and one of North Vancouver's district's most popular visitor attractions, receiving over 90,000 visitors per year. In Alberta, nearly 90 projects are helping revitalize the community infrastructure. For example, upgrades to the Walsh and District Community Association Hall will improve the accessibility of the kitchen for mobility impaired individuals. The renovations will ensure that members of the community can easily and affordably access the hall. Federal fund under CIF also supports the establishment of soccer turf at the Calgary Foothills Indoor Soccer Center, as well as the installation of protective boards and netting. In Saskatchewan, there's over 60 jobs, including extensive renovations to the Learning Disabilities Association of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. In addition to mechanical and electrical upgrades, when completed, clients and staff will have a new kitchen, automatic doors to the foyer, and 3 new washrooms that meet accessibility standards. In the village of Paradise Hill, our government is supporting upgrades that will enhance public safety. Renovations to the arena include the installation of new posts and tempered safety glass on the boards surrounding the ice surface. In Manitoba, my home province, there's over 70 projects that have already been announced. A CIF investment is helping the Royal Canadian Legion in Winnipeg to become more efficient, energy efficient, by replacing the roof, 2 rooftops, heating and air conditioning units, new lighting systems. That's the Charleswood Legion. We have also invested in the Army, Navy, Air Force facility to improve their parking lot. We're investing in the St. James Civic pool to help with renovations there. We've provided monies for the Assiniboia Curling Club and the Charleswood Curling Club. These are all community-based, these are all community-run organizations that wouldn't have been able to make the changes necessary if it weren't for the grants from the federal government. Moreover, while we're in Manitoba, I also think that I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Plessis Underpass. The federal government, through Building Canada, has put in a very substantial amount of money, fulfilling a local campaign promise, and making transit much better for the people of that area, Transcona and Elmwood. So I really would like to thank the member from Elmwood Transcona for all the hard work he has done on that project. We could go on and on. There's $146 million in recreational infrastructure projects in the 4 western provinces. Over the last 7 years, $33 billion in the Building Canada plan, introduced in 2007, was Canada's first long-term infrastructure plan and will continue to deliver results until 2014 and beyond. We also, as my colleague mentioned, we've made the gas tax permanent. We have ensured that that projects can be accelerated. We've cut down on the red tape. We've done many things to ensure that the quality of life of Canadians is improved through infrastructure. The RINC investments, you'll recall, the Recreational Infrastructure Canada program, the communities component, RINC had invested $500 million in recreational facilities across Canada over 2 years. And this was a temporary economic stimulus that helped create jobs while renewing, upgrading, and expanding recreational infrastructure in Canadian communities. This was hugely well received, as was the other portions of the Building Canada Fund and the other infrastructure programs that this government's brought forward. We brought them forward at a time when Canada needed. It's been what we've done has been well received. People appreciate it. Lives are better. And the NDP voted against it all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar.
Listen attentively to the member's speech here, and I was noting a lot of different projects here and there. A little bit what Jeffrey Simpson called in the Globe and Mail slice and dice conservative style, meaning that we give money here and there. What we are asking for is the government having a long-term strategic plan for infrastructure. I mean long-term, not a slice and dice approach, but a long-term infrastructure plan that will address the infrastructure deficit that we currently have in Canada. Not a short-term plan till 2015, till the next election, but beyond that for the 10, 20 years to go. That's what the municipality asks. They ask for strong financing, predictable financing, and a long-term strategic plan. So that's what I would like to ask the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one government that has demonstrated an ability to implement a long-term infrastructure plan, and that is this government. We had a $33 billion plan at a time when things were very scary in the world economy, and things still are fragile in the world economy. Now, this member wants to project way out into the distant future, that's irresponsible. You need to be cognizant that the world dynamic changes. Like if heaven forbid, things go south in Europe because of the results of the Italian election, or the Middle East, there's a lot of uncertainty. In Southeast Asia, there's a lot of uncertainty. The world is not a certain place. So but we're dealing with it, and we're creating economic growth in spite of all these difficulties.
Some comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the minister. And one of the things that I challenge members to give some thought to or provide comment on is the whole issue of the deficit of infrastructure that's there today, well into the billions of dollars. And that infrastructure that we're talking about is primarily found more so in roads and bridges, whether it's highways, many of our municipalities, sewer lines, and things of this nature. That's the type of infrastructure that there seems to be a never increasing or never end in terms of the amount of increasing of demand for resources. My question to the minister is, does he believe that municipalities have the capability, the fiscal capability, to be able to deal with the demands of today and tomorrow in regards to making the type of repairs that are critically important for our city infrastructures, municipality infrastructures?
Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an interesting question. As the member knows, municipalities are creatures of the provinces and vary in size dramatically from Toronto to Portage of the Prairie, and different size cities, communities have different capacities as far as being able to apply for programs and receive the funding that they require. So that is of concern. And also there needs to be responsibility at the provincial level. I think the member, we're both from the same province. We can think of at least one transmission line that could be probably better placed and the money better used. So it's incumbent on all of us to make wise infrastructure choices and be extra careful with taxpayers' money, because that's.
We have time for one short question and response. The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the minister for his comments. It's not just, however, a question of providing stable, predictable funding for municipalities, which we've done through our Building Canada Fund with the gas tax rebate. It's also about getting out of the way of municipalities and reducing the costs and red tape burdens that some of them have. And one of the most important things I hear representing counties in the rural area of Alberta is the changes that were needed to be made to the Navigation Protection Act and getting rid of some of those burdens that cost our municipalities millions of dollars that they could be spending on more valuable infrastructure than red tape. Can the minister comment on that?
Great. The Honourable Minister of State, a short response, please.
I've met with the Alberta Association of Municipalities, the Saskatchewan Association of Municipalities, the Ontario Association of Municipalities, Manitoba Association of Municipalities, and on. And by far, that is the amendments we have made to the Navigable Waters Act has been hugely popular. People appreciate it. We don't have the red tape, but we still have the same environmental protection. It's been a huge success, and I'd like to thank the member for bringing it to the floor. It's been just a stellar, uber successful program. Thank you.
Before we resume debate, I just noticed that there is a great interest today in participating in the period allocated for questions and comments. As is normally the case, I see with most speakers, we only have 5 minutes for these questions and comments, and with a greater amount of interest in participating, we'll be asking members and those responding to questions to keep their comments as concise as possible so that more members will have the opportunity to participate. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Chambly-Borduas. That's a good decision, isn't it? Yeah, well, I'm happy to rise in the House to support the motion calling for the establishment of a federal infrastructure plan, a predictable, transparent, long-term partnership with government, provincial, municipal governments, and Aboriginal communities. In the fall of 2011, I put forward the motion of this nature to urge the government to take action, strategic and well-thought-out action, to respond to the requirements of cities, municipalities, and all communities in Canada. I'd like to focus specifically on my riding, La Salle-et-Mar, which is part of the Greater Montreal area. In the 1960s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, the area flourished. There were road building sites, public buildings, water processing plants, but unfortunately over the years, the infrastructure was neglected due to a lack of investment for ad hoc maintenance of these facilities or through increased use. We continue to build our cities on outdated models, and today, as a result, we're focusing too much on automobiles. In the suburbs, people are farther and farther away from their workplace and services that should be closer by. So that's why we absolutely need a federal long-term infrastructure plan. It must be an innovative plan and make our cities areas where active transportation is possible and safe. We must also ensure that public transit is efficient, affordable, green, while at the same time maximizing the number of people that can be carried with the fewest number of vehicles necessary. Collective transportation must be part of this plan, and it must be linked to other transportation systems in the greater metropolitan area. That's why we need a national transit strategy as proposed by my colleague, the member for Trinity-Spadina. In his most recent report on 10 obstacles to competitiveness, the Chamber of Commerce of Canada deplored the inadequate infrastructure planning and the lack of government commitment to infrastructure. They have been intermittent and criteria have been unstable. This is what led the Honourable Perrin Beatty, President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, during his speech on February 12th to say this.
Essential element for Canada's long-term economy growth and prosperity is high-quality, modern public infrastructure. How Canada renews and invests in its aging infrastructure will help determine our quality of life, but it will also directly serve the competitiveness of our businesses. Leadership entails pursuing a vision through innovative and forward thinking in order to achieve progress and ultimately success. Making tough but necessary choices along the way is not easy, but it is necessary. Governing requires the same attributes, and we cannot focus exclusively on short-term, temporary solutions for the sake of pointing to progress and claiming victory at glitzy public announcements. Et je pourrais ajouter,
and I could add, like the ones we had and saw last week during our constituency week. That's why it's so necessary to have a strategic infrastructure plan, a plan that is predictable, transparent, and long-term. Gridlock in the Greater Montreal area is very costly in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and in time. Montreal, according to a report published in La Presse last fall, ranks 4th in terms of cities where gridlock is the worst among the main 26 metropolitan areas in North America. According to the same report, travel in the Greater Montreal region takes 40 minutes longer than it should for each hour during peak periods. According to the Montreal Chamber of Commerce, the overall cost of gridlock in the metropolitan area alone was over $1.4 billion in 2008, or 1% of GDP. The report continued by talking about an increase of 3% in use of public transit would make it possible to reduce those costs by $63.8 million on an annual basis. The report went on to say, and I quote, "The development of efficient transportation systems will generate positive economic factors which will significantly contribute to generating rich wealth and to improving productivity." And they're talking here about public transit, Mr. Speaker. The quote goes on to say, "The benefits of public transit are many. More purchasing power for homes, ease of transit, a reduction in cost and gridlock, and an increase in property values for neighboring properties." During a visit to some companies and institutions in my riding, I met with the business leaders who have lost employees because of difficulties relating to problems traveling to work due to gridlock. Some employees have to spend up to 3 hours a day in transit using public transportation to get around in my riding. Moreover, many work sites that are currently underway and that will start up again in the spring have done nothing to improve the situation in the short term. For example, the Mercier Bridge, which links La Salle to the South Shore, was closed in the southern lane during all of the weekend last weekend, and that will be the same next week. The situation is urgent, and it's now high time to show that the three levels of government can work together actively for the well-being of all Canadian communities. We need a strategic, long-term plan to ensure that infrastructure that we build or that we update today will meet the requirements of the 21st century in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that they will be in place for future generations. Like the economic boom of the golden years from 1945 to 1975. Well, in fact, the boom was thanks to infrastructure that was built at the time and thanks to federal public undertakings. Canada was built that way, and we've needed to leave an infrastructure and allow for development in an economy that will remain for future generations. This is a golden opportunity for Canada to use its know-how and to be innovative. This motion calls for a predictable infrastructure plan to allow for strategic planning, well-guided planning that will meet the urgent needs of all communities. We must also ensure that there is a funding plan in place. It, too, must be long-term and predictable.
Given that the Building Canada Fund is to come to an end in 2014, Canadian municipalities need financial assistance today so they don't miss the next construction season. Job growth and the growth of economic productivity are based on federal funding. Given that 11,000 jobs are created for each $1 billion invested in infrastructure, Canada cannot miss this opportunity for growth. By way of conclusion, let me just remind everyone that our current infrastructure contributed to Canada's economic growth and recovery. The federal infrastructure plan that's proposed today would be predictable, accountable, and long-term. It's an investment in the future in order to build greener and more prosperous communities where no one is left out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to remind members to keep questions and comments concise and brief so that as many members as possible can participate in the time set aside for questions and comments. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Spoke about the need for more money for the municipalities. I'm looking at the facts. 2001, local government revenue was $87.3 billion. 2011, 10 years later, local government revenue was $149 billion, according to Statistics Canada. That is a 71% increase in revenues for our municipalities over the decade. In exactly the same period of time, there was a 30% increase in the combined inflation and population growth. Let me review that. A 70% increase in revenues for municipalities in the same time as there was a 30% increase in inflation and population growth. If financial resources were the solution to the problem, why is it that the member across the way voted against them in the past, but yet proposes them for the future?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, ce que j'aimerais mentionner dans la motion, ce qu'on veut, c'est un financement prévisible. Si on regarde ce que le fédéral a accompli, c'est un financement toujours le même. En fait, c'est de faire en sorte que nous ayons un financement prévisible pour faire en sorte qu'on puisse régler le problème sérieux du déficit en infrastructure.
So that what we need is predictable funding.
Member for Langley is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, translation is not functioning.
Okay.
Is the interpreting working now? It's okay? Perhaps, unfortunately, the interpretation wasn't working. Perhaps you could repeat your answer? You'll be given more time. Okay, well, all we're asking for is predictable funding, long-term funding, a strategic plan that would make it possible to make up for the current deficit in infrastructure funding. It would be something very positive, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I think the question from the Conservative member misses the point. The fact is that for municipalities, only 8% of all tax revenue from all levels of government stays with cities and towns. With only 8% of taxes, it's impossible to meet the huge challenge of the infrastructure deficit, which is billions of dollars. So what other answers does the member have for the member opposite? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. I'd like to thank my colleague for her wise comments and her question. In fact, what has happened is over the years and even decades, the federal government has neglected a number of its responsibilities and transferred them instead of being an active partner on infrastructure. So what the governments have done, the federal governments over the years, is that they've left these things up to the provinces. They've gotten out of the field, and there's been no long-term strategic planning and no funding to go with it. So that's the whole point of this motion. And the issue is an urgent one. There's a major infrastructure deficit that needs to be dealt with, but of course this has to be done in partnership with provinces and communities. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on this important motion today. Mr. Speaker, in my city in Toronto, the Conference Board of Canada has pegged the loss in business output and GDP as $6 billion a year due to gridlock. It seems we need a plan, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask my honourable colleague why she thinks this government would block a motion like this that really calls for the government to sit down with major stakeholders, with municipalities, with the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, and work out a plan. This is the prudent thing to do, and I would like her to respond to this question.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the comments on the gridlock problem and how costly that is to the economy of Canada. So what's important here is to work in partnership with the various levels of government in order to come up with a long-term plan that will enable Canada to go forward to address the problems of competitiveness that are due to aging infrastructure. We also need a plan to make it easier for commuters. This is a huge country, Mr. Speaker, and apparently people are forgetting that we actually have some skill, some expertise on public transit that we're not really using. So we need to work together to meet those challenges and also to address the issues of climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to take the floor on this motion. This motion coming from my colleague from Trinity Spadina on infrastructure. I think all members here in the House have something to say about this because this is one of the rare issues that we can all see the local and regional repercussions of. So I'd like to talk a bit about the problems that we're experiencing in my riding. These are the problems that will lead me to support this motion, and I'm very pleased with the work we're currently doing on my political team to see to it that there's predictable, reliable, long-term, accountable funding. So to start, I'd just like to say that we often talk about the fact that the transport minister says that this comes under provincial jurisdiction and so on, and people don't always seem to have their priorities right. But the experts know full well what the problems are. We're talking about our municipal councillors, our chambers of commerce, and various organizations in my riding. For example, there are 2 chambers of commerce, and I meet with them regularly. So I'm aware of their concerns, and I'll share those with you. Their first concern is when you talk about productivity loss, this has an impact on the economic viability of an entire region. For example, there was a working dinner in Chambly hosted by the mayor, and he mentioned the fact that public transit system has to be efficient. It's important to the local residents because that brings business and local producers. It encourages them to stay in the region because they can achieve a certain amount of success in business. If people have very difficult commutes, they're more likely to go move somewhere else and live somewhere else, and then businesses will follow. So it's not just in the interests of elected officials. It's to encourage people to move to our region and start up businesses there, and to provide services and products to the local population. The chambers of commerce really want to see a vibrant local economy. And infrastructure is part and parcel of that. Along the same lines of productivity loss and public transit, I think it's important because if you look at the suburbs, I think it's very true for Greater Montreal and the municipalities that are part of the suburbs of Montreal. This involves parts of my riding, and I think you'll see that. Same thing for the GTA, Greater Toronto, and the Vancouver suburbs or the Winnipeg suburbs, what have you. All the major urban centers have these issues. I'll stick to what I know, which is my riding. And what we're seeing in my riding is something that people often talk, or I often talk about here in the House, is the phenomenon of urban sprawl. So people who leave the downtown inner cores of cities, they move out to the suburbs to raise a family and so on. So maybe a quieter area, no offense to people who live in the downtowns, but a lot of people move out, and so the population is growing. I'm relatively young myself, but I know that there are municipalities in my riding that used to be rural, and they've become much more urbanized. They're truly suburbs now. So you can see the demographic change and the development that comes with it. You see a lot of businesses like Rona cropping up in my riding to provide services to people who've moved out from the city. But those people very often still work downtown in Montreal, for example. So their situation is such that they may have high expectations when it comes to infrastructure and transit. But unfortunately, the attitude, the Minister of Transport's attitude, seems to be to pass the buck constantly to the provinces and municipalities. And as a result, the pressure coming from the public is felt by municipal and provincial politicians, but it really requires teamwork to solve these problems. Of course, the federal government has to be respectful of provincial jurisdiction, for example, when it comes to public transit, but I think the federal government does have a major responsibility, a major role to play in funding and in setting certain standards when it comes to issues within its own jurisdiction. So coming back to urban sprawl, when you take the highway or transit, that's an issue, but urban sprawl also has a role to play. For example, when we talk about the Champlain Bridge and what's problematic for us, those of us who live on the South Shore, in Chambly, Richelieu, Saint-Mathias, Carignan, and so on, people who take the 30 or the 10 in order to cross the Champlain Bridge, the viability of that bridge, if it's adapted for public transit, for example, this is going to be essential for commuters. It's essential, of course, public transit, we want it to be good for the environment, we want it to be green as much as possible, but when it comes to urban sprawl, we're talking about people traveling greater distances. For example, if you take Highway 10 to the Champlain Bridge, these are people who have to travel. It might take 35, 40 minutes if there's no traffic, but when there's traffic, and traffic is just only increasing because the suburban population is growing. So when the new bridge is built, hopefully that will help solve some of these problems, and hopefully that bridge will be viable long term. But what we're seeing from this government is very little information, very little, as the minister said, if it's not a toll bridge, there won't be a new bridge at all. So they're talking about charging people from the South Shore, but there's no other details. My colleague from La Petite Prairie asked for a more detailed report, wanted an update on the financial planning for the new bridge and so on, wanted to know what kind of projects would be involved, what kind of cooperation with the provincial government. This is information we're still waiting for, very important information. And I'd like to raise another point that comes back to this motion. We're talking about predictable long-term funding. That's very important, and this is something that municipal mayors often raise with me. This is a concern, not just when it comes to infrastructure, but across the board. Community organizations say the same thing. When it comes to funding, when it's unpredictable ad hoc, it becomes very hard to make long-term commitments and to implement long-term planning. So if you put yourself in the shoes of a municipal official, it's very hard when a resident comes to see you and says, we need something done about our roads or our highways or our bridges. When you're a municipal official, if you have no information or very little information about the funding, where it's going to come from, it makes it quite hard to do your job. So this reminds us why that kind of cooperation is important. Mr. Speaker, you've indicated that my time's unfortunately almost up, and that's a pity because I could go on with more examples from my writing, but I'll finish up with just by saying that the internet is another issue, another infrastructure issue, the digital infrastructure. This is something that's important in my writing, so hopefully I'll have an opportunity to elaborate on that during questions and comments. But really what I've said so far just represents the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot of problems connected with this issue, and that's why I'm so happy with my colleague from Trinity Spadina's work and my colleague from Trois-Rivières aussi. This gives us cause for some hope for perhaps NDP government in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my member Cross for his comments. And he was talking about the Champlain Bridge and talking about the need for that type of infrastructure spending. Quite honestly, we've stepped up to the plate on that, and you voted against it. I find it really, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that across the way they voted against the $33 billion that we put out back at the Build Canada Fund. They didn't support the gas transfer or the GST rebate of $3 billion a year. That's funding that goes directly to the municipalities. And quite honestly, it isn't all about dollars, as my colleague had mentioned about the excess and revenue that has gone out in comparison to the expenses that have been over the last 10 years. That is significant. But what is really important is that through our budget, for example, in the navigable waterways, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities came alongside and supported us. Why? Because we talked to them. And I'm wondering if he would stand up now and say this was good in the budget, even though they stood up and voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Beaudoin. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of points in the question, and I'd like to thank my colleague for it, by the way. The first point, obviously, is, well, when there's a bill, an omnibus bill, it is very difficult to say that you support one element and not another, especially when the government refuses to split the bill. And in addition, with the majority that the government has, these measures were put in place in any case, and our constituents tell us that it's not working. And, well, sure, it's not just a question of money, and that we agree with them, and that's why I took the time to specify that we need stable and long-term predictable funding. And that is why the municipal elected officials want this, so they can plan properly. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that debate on this was clear. We are seeing with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that they support our motion, and that's because we're on the right track.
And the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think it's fair to say that the Liberal Party is actually, in supporting this particular motion, has been consistent over the years. Whether one could talk about Pierre Trudeau and the investments in infrastructure that led to the development of mild things such as the Forks development, the Portage Place development, many roads, the Chrétien government and investment investment into infrastructure. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in which we have recognized, not only in the past but also today, that the federal government has a leading role to play in terms of the infrastructure and building the infrastructure of our nation. And that means working with our cities. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that when we talk about this infrastructure, yes, the financial commitment is absolutely essential, but we need to see the different levels of government recognizing what Canadians know is important, and that is that our infrastructure is important, and we need to have long-term commitment from the different levels of government, including Ottawa, the provinces, and in the cities, in working together so that Canadians have a first-class infrastructure. Would you not agree that that consultation is very important?
Well,
the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I do agree with him, indeed, that collaboration and leadership is important in this matter. There are a great many areas of shared jurisdiction when you talk about transport and infrastructure, so that's essential. With regard to what he said concerning past governments, well, Mr. Speaker, the Champlain Bridge wasn't built just yesterday, to take an example. And yes, the Conservatives have been in power since 2006, but before that, more work could have been done so that we didn't come to this point with this degree of infrastructure deficit. But we are still pleased with the Liberal support, and I agree with the point he raised. We have time just for a brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague about a question in rural communities. I'll give him the example of my riding, but I know that there are other rural regions in his riding as well. I have a municipality that is going to have about some 10 bridges to repair over the next few years, and there are about 400 people in this municipality, so about 200 people who pay taxes. In another municipality, there hasn't been any drinking water for 3 years. Are these kinds of situations acceptable, and how can a long-term plan help such communities? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bolduc. I would like to thank my colleague for her question, and I'm pleased that she talked about rural communities because I live in a rather odd riding, which is a sort of bridge between the big city and rural regions. We have some rural sectors, not as many as Abitibi-Témiscamingue, my colleague's riding, for example. But I do think that that is the point she's trying to make, is that we need to unite our different regions by making transit between them more easy. That would be good not only for the citizens who want to commute, but also for producers. For example, when we talk about a railway bill, well, it is very important to have contracts that are good between CN and people who export and ship different products. And that is why our motion today is so important.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to address my honourable colleague's motion about infrastructure. Quite frankly, this motion is too little, too late. I appreciate the concern of my colleague on the matter, but if the NDP really cared about the state of the infrastructure in Canada, they would have voted for the numerous initiatives to help the provinces, territories and municipalities. They should have supported our $33 billion Building Canada Fund in 2007. They did not. They should have voted for the thousands of Economic Action Plan infrastructure projects across Canada in 2009, but they did not. They should have voted for the increase of the Gas Tax Fund transfer payments. They did not. They should have voted not once but twice for the legislation making the Gas Tax Fund permanent. Not once but twice they voted against it. For 7 years, the NDP voted against every one of our infrastructure initiatives. Now they're asking to do what we have already done. They're asking to do something they don't believe in. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that they have repeatedly voted down our entire proposal to support the infrastructure spending, while Canadians know that our Conservative government had delivered big for them over the last 7 years. That being said, building on the comments already made by my honourable colleagues, I would like to focus on 3 key issues. First, the significant value that P3 generates. Second, what our government is doing to move P3 agenda forward. And finally, some of the key successes we've achieved so far. But before I begin to talk about infrastructure, I would like to inform my colleagues that strengthening Canada's economic and fiscal health has to be the top priority for our government. Has been the top priority for our government for the last 7 years. With uncertain global economy, we remain focused on ensuring Canada offers the right environment to attract the business investment necessary to create more and better paying jobs, thereby improving the living standards of all Canadians. In fact, as we have a strong economic record, one that Canadians can look at to trust as we once again face economic headwinds emanating from abroad. And contrary to what official opposition may believe, our economic policies to date, epitomised through Canada's Economic Action Plan, have worked and placed Canada on the right track. They have provided Canada's a competitive advantage for today, an advantage on which we can capitalise to ensure our prosperity for tomorrow. The facts speak for themselves. For instance, Canada has more than recovered both all of the output and all of the jobs lost during the recession. In fact, since July 2009, employment has increased by 900,000 jobs and is more than 470,000 above the pre-recession peak. The strongest job growth among G7 countries over the recovery. Real GDP is significantly above pre-recession levels, also the best performance in the G7. In short, Canada has weathered the global economic storm well, and the world has noticed. Mr. Speaker, it's gratifying to highlight Canada's economic strengths. We all know we cannot afford to be complacent. Today's advantage will not carry into tomorrow simply by sheer luck or good intentions. This is especially true in an all-too-volatile global economy. Though coming from beyond our borders, a number of external threats could have severe consequences on the Canadian economy. Rest assured, our government is cognizant of these challenges, and we will remain focused, disciplined on the things that we can control. For example, we continue to control the growth in government spending by implementing the savings measures identified in the Economic Action Plan of 2012. And we continue to implement the commitments made in the Economic Action Plan of 2012 to encourage jobs, economic growth and long-term prosperity. And that brings me to the key point, the importance of P3s for infrastructure projects. Canadians count on good, reliable and lasting infrastructure. It is important to our quality of life and the strength of our communities. Today, in this uncertain economic environment, we must also view infrastructure through another lens, its contribution to economic growth and improved competitiveness. During the global economic recession, our government responded with an unprecedented action plan that provided federal funding to help build much-needed infrastructure in cities, towns and villages across the country. And I stress that this was done in partnership with other levels of government. We may sometimes hold different viewpoints, but there are fundamental priorities on which we can all agree. The importance of infrastructure investment is one of these. Since 2006, our government has significantly increased its direct support for provincial, territorial and municipal infrastructure. We have done so as a result of two key initiatives: Canada's 7-year infrastructure plan, launched in 2007, the Building Canada Plan, the infrastructure measures found in the 2009 Economic Action Plan. These included $8.8 billion under the Building Canada Fund, of which an estimated $5 billion will continue to flow this year and over future years to municipalities, provinces and territories to reflect project timelines. Predictable long-term funding for municipalities under the Gas Tax Fund and the Goods and Services Tax Rebate for municipalities. Our government has made a $2 billion annual allocation under the Gas Tax Fund, a permanently legislated measure municipalities can count on year in and year out. and investments to strengthen the trade-related infrastructure through the Gateway and Border Crossing Fund and the Asia-Pacific Gateway and Corridor Initiative. In total, on the most recent reports received, more than 30,000 projects have been completed with support from Canada's Economic Action Plan since January 2009, creating tens of thousands of jobs in communities across Canada at a time when they are most needed. As you can see, our government's infrastructure plan is comprehensive and brings our partners on board, including the private sector, for an even greater infrastructure impact. Of all the components of our plan, the focus on P3s is what I would like to speak to in greater detail in the time allocated to me today. Governments throughout the world have been increasingly turning towards P3 to deliver much-needed public infrastructure investments. Public investments in infrastructure have grown significantly, of course, but we need creativity and vision when it comes to finance, delivering and maintaining infrastructure. P3s can and should be used to make sure when they make sense, which is when they provide better value for taxpayers' money than traditional procurement can. As you know, this happens through sharing risk with the private sector, such as design, construction, operating and maintenance. Through P3s, governments can access private sector expertise, technology, capital to build public infrastructure faster and at a lower cost to the taxpayer. It was an approach we encouraged in the beginning of our mandate, when in 2006 the government introduced Advantage Canada, a strategic long-term economic plan designed to improve our country's economic prosperity into the future. A key element of it was a greater use of P3s in Canadian infrastructure projects. In 2008, our government announced the creation of PPP Canada to deliver $1.2 billion P3 funding, one important component of the Building Canada plan. PPP Canada became operational in 2009. 4 years later, the corporation is making a difference in the Canadian P3 industry. PPP Canada works with provincial and territorial governments, municipalities and First Nations to promote the increased adoption of public-private partnership in infrastructure procurements. As someone who's a strong supporter of the benefits of P3, it's heartening to know that I have many examples to choose from. For example, in the last year alone, PPP Canada has been acting as an advisor to Transport Canada on both the new bridge in Montreal over the St. Lawrence and the Detroit River International Crossing, two of the largest potential P3 projects under construction in Canada. The new Detroit Bridge will attract investments and business opportunities to boost local and national economies and will result in much-needed jobs for Ontario and Michigan communities. A new crossing will increase border capacity to handle future trade and travel growth and will be built with the security of both our countries in mind. With the cooperation of the Michigan government and with the help of PPP Canada, we will get this important project built. PPP Canada has also successfully launched 4 annual rounds calling for applications to the P3 Canada Fund from provinces, territories, municipalities and First Nations. Their outreach and awareness strategy combined with their expert advice has resulted in the announcement of 14 P3 projects across Canada, totaling close to $1.9 billion in eligible construction costs alone. Through these interactions, it works with federal departments and agencies. PPP Canada is gaining hands-on experience and has developed the knowledge and the expertise to provide high-quality advice to its clients at all levels of government. In addition, PPP Canada has created a suite of tools and products aimed at sharing this knowledge with other organizations considering the PPP P3 option. In Budget 2011, our government went further, instituting a requirement that the federal governments evaluate the potential of using a P3 to deliver large federal capital projects. As a result, all federal infrastructure projects creating an asset with a lifespan of at least 20 years and having a capital cost of $100 million or more must be assessed to determine whether a P3 may be a suitable procurement option. Should the assessment conclude that there is a P3 potential, the procurement department is required to develop a P3 proposal. among possible procurement options. Departments are also encouraged to explore the potential of P3 approach for other types of projects and procurements of services. All of these initiatives will be getting the P3 approach, considering more often for more projects across the country. And that brings me to my final point of some of the highlights of the continuing success of the P3s. Recent projects supported by P3 Canada funding include the construction of a transit facility and a permanent snow storage decontamination facility in the city of Saskatoon, the Inuit International Airport Improvement Project, which will improve existing infrastructure and build a new airport terminal building, a new train maintenance facility for La Chaîne, Quebec, that will provide a long-term solution to public transit development in the Greater Montreal area, the construction of North Saskatchewan River Crossing in Alberta to alleviate traffic congestion, and the construction of new organic biofuels facility in the city of Surrey, BC. With projects such as these, it is no secret that Canada has become a global leader in P3s. While still new for some Canadian provinces, territories and municipalities, Canada can and should celebrate this success. Federal departments and agencies such as the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Export Development Canada, and the Canadian Commercial Corporation, along with PPP Canada and the Canadian Council for Public-Private Partnerships, are sharing their knowledge and experience to help transform the global P3 market in the process. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, even amidst the volatile global economy, we have achieved a great deal in working together in innovative new ways to get infrastructure off the blueprints and into the communities across Canada. P3 plays no small part in making that possible happen. We know that the P3s can save taxpayers money and allows more projects to be built across the country. Quite simply, we need P3s, and we can't afford to overlook their potential as we deal with persistent global uncertainty. I expect P3s will continue to play a significant role in infrastructure investment, helping to connect and strengthen this great country. The reality is, whether it is building better roads to reduce congestion and keeping people and goods moving, or public buildings that serve the need of the community, or bridges that link us to each other, infrastructure is key to our success. We believe that the ingenuity and creativity of individual Canadians will create a lasting economic growth and jobs through investment and innovation. In working towards a better Canada, infrastructure will play a key role in connecting Canadians to the world and to each other. Mr. Speaker, based on the decisive measures our government has already taken to support infrastructure projects in our great country, I feel there is no need to support this motion today, and we will not be lectured on by a party that stood in the way of the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my honourable colleague had a moment of just forgetfulness. He forgot the fact that when the economic meltdown of 2008 began, it was this government that said, hey, there's no problem and we're not going to do anything. It was only because of the opposition, the pressure from the opposition, that they acted in the first place. And I just wanted to remind him of that fact because, of course, Canadians haven't forgotten that, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to get to the issue of crumbling infrastructure, because I'm listening to my honourable colleague extol the virtues of 3Ps, and I wonder if he wants to go and take a ride on the Finch bus with me and talk to those overcrowded buses about how successful P3s are in building the kind of public transit that we need to move people in the 21st century. Good question.
Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for the question. Our government has been putting infrastructure money in for a very long time, and I can clearly say that for the last 7 years the NDP has voted against every federal infrastructure initiative, while our government has delivered unprecedented investments to improve infrastructure and reduce the gridlock and create jobs. We delivered timely, targeted stimulus when Canadians most needed it. As we continue to deliver $2 billion per year in permanent, stable infrastructure funding, municipalities through the gas tax fund and transfer and the GST rebate. Our government supports infrastructure through these actions, and I'm sure things will improve.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Don Valley for his great talk. And actually, of all of it, talking about the sustainable funding that this government has brought forward, and now talking about the P3 funding, I want to thank him for that, because it forms an integral part of long-term funding for municipalities in which they support our government on. But he made a comment, and that comment is that I think they're bringing forward a motion that they don't believe in. And quite honestly, that's likely one of the most renowned comments I've heard, because what we see day in and day out is that they continually talk, but when it talks about getting up off their seats and voting, they never do. They vote for no against every initiative that comes forward. I wonder if you have a comment about that.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, this resolution is pointless. Our government has delivered unprecedented investments to improve infrastructure and reduce gridlock and create jobs. And we continue to deliver $2 billion per year for permanent infrastructure. Municipalities know they can count on our government for support. So the resolution is nothing but political grandstanding. They have continued to vote against every infrastructure vote that we've actually put forward in the last 7 years. So they have nothing to offer, really.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from Don Valley East for his comments. Let me just set aside for anyone puzzled by the notion that members of the opposition would support infrastructure funding but find themselves unable to vote for it when it's bundled together with measures that slash employment insurance, accessibility, remove environmental regulations, and make other moves in one total budget. But let me say I'm grateful and I'm glad that the current Conservative Privy Council made the gas tax money permanent. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities recognizes that. But the Federation of Canadian Municipalities also recognizes that the infrastructure deficit is in the tens of billions, and the amount of money currently put to use for that purpose is wholly inadequate to protect lives, keep bridges up, and deal with the increasing threat of climate events that will wash out our culverts, wash out our roadways, and create new threats to our infrastructure, particularly our waterworks. And would my colleague reconsider his opposition to this motion?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
The simple answer is no. I'm not going to be changing my mind on this resolution, but it'd be interesting to find out my colleague over the way actually voted against the green proposals that have been out there and not supported some of these infrastructure issues as well. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Honourable député de Abitibi.
Questions and comments, honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I'd like to talk about a case in my riding, Anglier. They don't have drinking water and haven't had drinking water for 3 years. It's a shame. I'd like to know, because those people are fed up, the people in that riding. Can the member opposite tell me when his government will take steps? Will people have water in these communities? It's an essential question, because this is a village with 300 people in it. They don't have drinking water. Will they have water one day? Why won't the government support the motion to put in place a long-term plan that might help that village have safe drinking water? Since the Conservative government has been in power, there hasn't been drinking water, safe drinking water in the community. Will they have safe drinking water one of these days? Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if they had voted more for supporting some of these infrastructure developments that we have put forward over the last 7 years, they may well have got that earlier. And I'm sure that, given the circumstances, local facilities could be put together for that, and will come eventually, I'm sure.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised that my honourable colleague from Don Valley East would call this motion irrelevant and unnecessary. I mean, he's from the city of Toronto. Surely he's experienced gridlock. Surely he understands that we're losing over $6 billion a year due to lost productivity due to gridlock. How can he make a statement like that in the House, and how can he claim to be representing the people of his riding when he makes a claim like this, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a list of some of the projects that we're already doing in Toronto as part of this infrastructure program. Toronto Spadina Subway, $622 million. Toronto Union Station Revitalization, $133 million. And so it goes on and on. We have some dozens of projects that are being completed by this infrastructure project. Thank you.
Order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Yep. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to ask a question. Now, there's talk about the gas tax, which was established. We supported that at 5%. My colleague for Trinity Spadina asked a question earlier. She didn't get an answer, so we'll try to put the question to this Member of Parliament. When we know that the tax is, total tax is 10%, that 5% goes to the municipalities, what does the government do with the remaining 5% of the gas tax? And could the entire 10% be devoted to municipalities? That's my question. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've invested in major projects all over the country, and some of the tax money, some of that money goes to all those projects. Projects such as in St. John's Harbour cleanup, $26 million for that. As I've said, in Durham, Duffin, Creek water pollution control, $46 million has gone to that. There are many, many projects like that that we've continued to invest in right across this country. So providing $2 billion to the municipalities from the gas tax is a significant amount of money for infrastructures that they can work with.
Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if this government had done all the gloried things that the member is saying that they've done, then we wouldn't have a $170 billion backlog in infrastructure. Exactly. This motion calls for a plan. This government has no plan. It's time they got on board and treated this issue seriously, treated the issues of cities seriously, and voted with us on this motion. It's sound, it's prudent, and it gets the job done. Will they vote for this?
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
I repeat myself, Mr. Speaker. Answer is no. We won't, because we have done so many projects right across this country. We've invested heavily on this, and the opposition themselves have not voted once over the last 7 years for any infrastructure development. I don't think we need to take any lessons from them.
I have time for a very short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but I have to ask my honourable colleague, does he not recognize the fact that cities are where a majority of people live, and many of the projects that he previously quoted on the Union Station and so on in Toronto were commitments made by the Liberal government that are coming to fruition now, and were already money that was put into place, i.e. the gas tax, which was introduced by the previous Liberal government?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to invest in Canada, regardless of what happened prior. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on this timely and appropriate motion from the member for Trinity Spadina, and I should be sharing my time with the member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl. First, I need to take umbrage with the comments from the member opposite just prior to mine, and that he suggested somehow that the NDP was voting against the gas tax, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Jack Layton was the champion of the gas tax, was the one who thought of the idea in the first place, and was the member of Parliament who brought it to fruition. And without Jack Layton, we would not have a gas tax for the other side to now crow about. It's part of what goes on over there is that things get done by members on this side and then get adopted by members on that side as things that they thought of when they didn't. The other issue is that the $2 billion that he pointed out as being the government's ongoing contribution to the infrastructure deficit in this country, it will take 80 years for that money to actually deal with the infrastructure deficit that this country now faces. And if anybody thinks that the bridges and roadways and water systems and sewer systems are going to last 80 years, they got another thing coming. It's not possible. That is way too little money, and it's not the cities of this country that are going to suffer. It's the people who live in those cities. The other part of the member opposite's speech talked about how we voted against stuff. Well, it's very interesting that none of the issues that they put forward as things they've done were ever separated out, were ever something that we could have voted for, because they were always buried with things we could not stand, like the reductions in environmental protections that were in Bill C-38, like the removal of the navigable waters from many of the waters in Canada in C-45. Those are the kinds of things that we are forced to vote against. Yep. And if they throw a few crumbs in with that and then later say we voted against it, it's very erroneous thinking. It's not fair, Mr. Speaker, for the government to suggest that the NDP is not in favor of infrastructure when, in fact, we are pushing infrastructure everywhere we can. With regards to the biggest infrastructure deficit facing this country will be the infrastructure deficit that is caused by our commitments to reduce greenhouse gases across this country and to our commitment to deal finally with the problem of global warming and climate change. And that infrastructure deficit is something that we all should pay attention to. We are in a situation where the previous government signed on to Kyoto and then didn't really do anything about it. This government abandoned Kyoto and still hasn't really done anything about it. There have been some vague promises from the Prime Minister that we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in this country by 2020 by 17%. And right now, by my best guess, we are actually going to increase our level of greenhouse gases by 2020 if we don't start doing things about it. The other thing he promised was that we would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 65% by 2050. 65% is a lot. That means that 2/3 of the activity in this country that is currently using fossil fuels must stop using fossil fuels. Does that mean that there are basically 5 things that go on in this country? We heat and cool our buildings. We have industry that requires energy. We have agriculture that requires energy. We have goods transportation, and we have personal transportation. Each of those 5 is roughly 20% of the use of energy in this country. Are we going to stop doing 3 of those 5 things? Are we going to stop moving people? Are we going to stop moving goods? Are we going to stop having industry? Are we going to stop having agriculture? Are we going to stop heating and cooling our houses? No, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to stop doing all those things. But if we are to attain the goal of reducing our emissions of greenhouse gases, we have to stop using fossil fuels for all of those things. How do you do that? With electricity. That's currently the only way. And the only way we can actually have enough electricity to do those kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, is if we start building the generating capacity of clean electric power now, through infrastructure programs that will allow it to be delivered across this country. Through, and in my riding, right now, there is a giant infrastructure program going on to build new rail lines. Rail is good. Rail moves people more efficiently than cars, and goods more efficiently than trucks. Trouble is that this government has not signed on to making that rail system electric. That would be a first huge step for this government to show its commitment to actually reducing greenhouse gases by electrifying our transportation networks across this country, by first building the transportation systems, but by building them electric. The member for Davenport has suggested that we have $6 billion worth of gridlock in the city of Toronto every year. That means we're losing $6 billion, and these guys are throwing $2 billion at the problem. We need to build public transit infrastructure, and we need to build it quickly if we're to meet that 2050 target that the Prime Minister has set for himself of reducing it by 65%. We need to have electric transportation across this country to deliver our goods and our people safely, quickly, and without using fossil fuels. It's the only way we're ever going to achieve that target. We are not going to achieve that target by regulation. Think about it. How are you going to regulate an industry like agriculture into not using fossil fuels. That's not going to happen. How are you going to regulate the movement of goods and people without providing a system where the movement of goods and people can be done without using greenhouse gases? That's not something that a P3 is going to solve. That's going to take actual leadership, and actual leadership from this government across Canada to take the bull by the horns and to actually deliver on the reduction in greenhouse gases that are being promised. And the way to do that is through the generation of clean electricity, through the use of turbines, through the use of photocells, through the use of other forms of clean electric generation like tidal generation in the north and in the east, and provide that electricity across Canada, and provide it to heat homes, to cool homes, to provide it to provide goods transportation and personal transportation in such a way that we stop using fossil fuels for those activities. We can't meet that target any other way. And if we don't start now with real commitments to infrastructure in this country, with real commitments to transportation infrastructure, with real commitments to public transit, with real commitments to the kind of money that is necessary to do this, we are never going to meet 2050. This government used to have a green infrastructure fund. But what did they do last budget, the budget we voted against? They slashed the green infrastructure fund. This government used to have a home renovation credit, a home renovation payment plan, so that individuals could actually make their homes use less greenhouse gas energy. But what did this government do? They gutted it, and before they gutted it, they actually cut it off before it spent all the money they budgeted. So there was money in the budget that was not spent to try and reduce greenhouse gases, but through infrastructure spending. That was infrastructure money from the minister, and that money was never spent. This government talks a big talk, but they don't actually deliver. And that's what's needed. That's what this motion is all about, is saying to the government, we need to have a strategy to do this. Not just because the cities need it, not just because the country needs it, not just because we say so, but because it's absolutely and an absolute priority necessary to create the kind of Canada that will allow our children and our grandchildren to be able to breathe, that will allow our children and our grandchildren to be able to live in the kind of comfort that we now live in. And that's not going to happen without a significant new input in financial resources from this government. $2 billion a year just to cover repairs of existing infrastructure is never going to do the kind of work that's necessary to build the kind of infrastructure that this country needs to move forward into this century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, one of the things, I'm sure he's heard it as well, and that is that many of the municipalities around this country, certainly in my own area as well as his, have talked about the fact that they can avail of 8 cents of every tax dollar as to create the programs and help sustain the programs within their own communities. And obviously they're relying on more of that, not just the gas tax, not as operating grants. So I was wondering if he could respond to how certain measures are being put forward by the FCM and other groups about how they would like to have more tax leverage into raising money, their own revenues, so that they can leverage bigger government programs. Thank you.
Member for York South Weston.
That's an excellent question. The system as we now have it has municipalities getting 8 cents of every dollar and the federal government getting the lion's share of every dollar of revenue. But over time, municipalities have seen their share of infrastructure grow to the point where the municipalities now have something like 58% of the responsibility for infrastructure with 8% of the revenue. There's something wrong with that math. You cannot do it, and you can't do it on property taxes. So is the answer to say to the federal government, you must transfer more money over to the cities? That's one answer. But perhaps the cities have a better answer, and that is to transfer tax points directly over to the cities so that the cities can share in the income growth that goes on in Canada all the time. that's another way of doing it. Whatever the issue is, whatever the solution is, it's something that has to be acted on now. We can't wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Who we got? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. It was a very compelling speech, and it brought us onto some other issues. He really focused on the environment. And we need to think about that as parliamentarians. We need to think about future generations at the same time as we're talking about infrastructure and transit. We need to think about the legacy we leave our young people. But unfortunately, this asking for a long-term vision is too much to ask from the short-sighted members opposite, apparently.
That's so true. It's so obvious. We in the Transportation Committee studied public transit. And in fact, the title of the study until the very end was the study of a strategy for public transit. The members opposite didn't like having a strategy, so they deleted the word strategy from the study. And the same is true here. We're asking them to have a strategy on infrastructure, and the members opposite have said they're going to vote against it. I think they don't want to have a strategy. They want to just bumble along, and with their eyes closed, that's not going to save Canada.
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we recognize that there is literally hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure that is necessary in order to be able to invest in our communities. And that's every region of Canada that's in desperate need of infrastructure dollars. Now, at the end of the day, what these municipalities and so forth need is a commitment from Ottawa, a commitment from provinces to recognize that cities or municipalities do not have the financial means or resources to be able to meet the demand that's currently there. So as a result, the federal government has to play a role in dealing with infrastructure dollars, or the cities will not be able to do the things that they have to do. My question to the member is, does he not agree that in order to be able to deal with infrastructure in a very real and tangible way, not only should Ottawa play a leadership role, but there's an obligation for all three levels of government to, in essence, come to the table and try to come to grips with how we're going to be able to deal with that huge infrastructure deficit that's in Canada today.
Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, that's what the motion's all about. And thank you for getting it. I remind the member that these problems didn't exist just for the last year or the last 6 years. They've been in existence for the last 15 or 20 years, that municipalities have discovered that they don't have enough money to deal with the infrastructure that they've got. And the previous government actually handed over a bunch of infrastructure without money to repair it to the municipalities. And I'm talking about the housing infrastructure that the federal government was responsible for. That is not a way to run a society, Mr. Speaker, and for the federal government to hand over infrastructure without handing over the money is not sustainable.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with some infrastructure realities in Newfoundland and Labrador. In Newfoundland and Labrador, we don't have superhighways. Most of the Trans-Canada across my province is two-lane. That's one lane going east, and that's the other lane going west. We don't even have trains, not in Newfoundland. We don't. They were taken out beginning in 1988. Labrador has trains to ship iron ore, but not passenger trains. But then much of Labrador, in the year of our Lord 2013, doesn't even have paved roads. How is that for an infrastructure problem? I was in Labrador West before Christmas, and the parking lot of the local high school is filled with snowmobiles. The rural way of life is a different way of life, a more rugged way of life. Rural infrastructure needs are different than urban infrastructure needs. Both are just as important. Here's a stark reality of Newfoundland and Labrador life. There are towns in my province, Mr. Speaker, with chlorine water treatment systems that do not operate. They are not turned on because the towns can't afford to run them. Here's another stark reality of Newfoundland and Labrador life, Mr. Speaker. There are towns that have had boil water orders, boil water advisories for 10, 15, and 20 years. Not months, Mr. Speaker, 10, 15, and 20 years, because the towns can't afford to fix the problems. On any given day in Newfoundland and Labrador, there could be 100 to 150 towns with boil water advisories. 100 to 150 towns with boil water advisories because the towns don't have the money to fix the water problems. The opposition motion before this House today by the tireless Member of Parliament for Trinity Spadina calls on the Conservative government to commit in the upcoming federal budget to a long-term, predictable federal infrastructure plan. Long-term, predictable infrastructure plan to fix crumbling infrastructure, to shorten commute times, and to improve Canada's lagging productivity. We've got traffic gridlock. We've got failing water systems. We've got potholed roads. We've got an infrastructure deficit calculated as the total amount of investments needed to maintain and replace decaying municipal infrastructure of $171 billion, Mr. Speaker. $171 billion. These facts aren't debatable. They're stark realities of Canadian life. We need a long-term, predictable infrastructure plan. That's what municipalities are calling for. We don't need, Mr. Speaker, we don't need an ad hoc, budget-to-budget funding model favored by this Prime Minister that's better suited to photo ops rather than building strong communities. We need strong communities. We're trying to build those communities, those strong communities and towns, with 8-cent tax dollars, Mr. Speaker. By 8 cents, I mean that municipalities receive only 8 cents of Canada's tax revenue, 8%. And the work of municipalities is critical to your day-to-day life. Here's a quote that puts that in perspective, Mr. Speaker. The quote is from Randy Sims. He's the mayor of Mount Pearl in my riding of St. John's South Mount Pearl. Quote, "You can invest in what you want. You can put millions into the fishery, millions into the universities, put millions into education, millions into business. You can do whatever you want, but remember this. If you don't invest in communities, in healthy communities, you can't have a healthy province. And if you don't have a healthy province, you can't build a healthy nation." The guys that get the 8 cents, they're like the hand that rocks the cradle. Now that brings the point home, Mr. Speaker. We can argue in this House about new jets. We can argue in this House about pipelines. We can argue about international trade deals. Those are important arguments to have, but they don't mean a thing, Mr. Speaker. They don't mean a thing if your road isn't fit to drive on, if your water isn't fit to drink, and if your bridge isn't safe to drive on. This country has got to take care of the basics. This country has got to get back to the basics. Healthy communities, healthy provinces, a healthy nation, simple math, policy 101. I had a conversation, Mr. Speaker, last evening with the President of Municipalities, Newfoundland and Labrador, a man by the name of Church Rogers. I asked Church what he wanted me to say, what message he wanted me to bring to the floor of the House of Commons. His message is exactly what's in this motion today, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about long-term, predictable funding. There are those words again. With more flexibility on how municipalities, especially, Mr. Speaker, small municipalities, spend the funding. Less restrictions, more dedicated infrastructure funding, as opposed to application-based infrastructure funding, which is where the politics seep into the system, which is where the rot begins. One of the biggest problems in Newfoundland today, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to transportation, is the Gulf of St. Lawrence ferry link. I recently took the ferry from Port aux Basques on the west coast of Newfoundland to North Sydney, Nova Scotia, and it cost me it cost me, including an overnight berth, round trip, a total of $561.75. $561.75 round trip to travel about 360 kilometers. Now, if I travel that far by road, it would cost me about a tank of gas, less than $100. That's our highway, Mr. Speaker. And the cost of taking the ferry, the cost of shipping passengers and commercial freight on the Gulf Ferry run is destined to increase on April the 1st by 4%, another 4%. When we talk infrastructure, when we talk transportation, we're talking, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about business, and the cost of business in Newfoundland and Labrador is continually going up. It's continually rising. The ferry link is our highway, and this poor infrastructure is affecting the cost of food, the cost of clothes, the cost, Mr. Speaker, of everything. So, Mr. Speaker, what do we want from this motion, from this infrastructure plan? What should Canadians, what should Newfoundlanders and Labradorians take away from this? We want a plan that's developed through continuous talks with provinces, with territories, with municipalities, with Aboriginal communities. We want a long-term plan, Mr. Speaker, that spans 20 years. Clear funding, that's what we want, Mr. Speaker. Clear program targets and transparency. Take the politics out of it, if the Conservatives know how to do that. What have the Conservatives said about a long-term, predictable infrastructure plan, Mr. Speaker? What have they said? The Conservatives made a promise in 2011 for just such a plan, but it was nowhere, Mr. Speaker, it was nowhere to be seen in the 2012 budget. We can only assume that they didn't change the existing budget-to-budget approach because they like, Mr. Speaker, they like the partisan politics, because they like, Mr. Speaker, the photo ops, because they like to put Conservative Party logos on government checks and parade them before the media, Mr. Speaker. I'll end with a quote for the MP for Trinity Spadina, Mr. Speaker. Quote, Canadians are tired of boil water advisories and dodging potholes. They're tired of being stuck in traffic jams and packed buses. I proposed a practical plan for long-term infrastructure, and I'm hopeful the Conservatives will work with me. I'm hopeful too, Mr. Speaker. Healthy communities make for healthy provinces, make for a healthy nation. Policy 101. Canadian policy, Mr. Speaker, 101. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to ask this member a question. This member would know full well, of course, that our government has made record investments into Newfoundland and Labrador in terms of infrastructure. We've recently assisted them with new hydroelectric power aspirations that they have in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I know that that's very important to that province. We bought new ferries to provide for people that need to navigate between Newfoundland and the mainland. I know we're certainly proud of that. You know, Mr. Speaker, this member seemed quite outraged at points in his speech. I know I was outraged and disappointed when I heard his comments about how he thought his pension should be enriched for being a member of Parliament here in this place. I think that's out of touch with most Canadians. But I also think he's out of touch, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to infrastructure investment. No party has pledged more in infrastructure dollars than this government under this Prime Minister, and that member's party has voted against it every single time.
Mr. Speaker. Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member across the floor for the question. He brought up a number of different points. The first point was about Muskrat Falls, the hydro development in Labrador, which we voted for because that's a good deal. It's a good, clean energy deal that's good for Newfoundland and Labrador, that's good for the Maritimes, and it's good for this country. When the honourable member across the way talks about infrastructure spending by this government is failing miserably at infrastructure investment. I mentioned in my speech about boil water advisories In Newfoundland and Labrador, at any one time, we have between 100 and 150 communities in Newfoundland and Labrador that have boil water advisories because they can't afford to fix the problems that we have. When he talks about infrastructure, he mentioned new ferries. He didn't mention the fact that a round trip, myself, my car, an overnight berth on one of those ferries cost $560 round trip, and it's going up by 4%, Mr. Speaker, on April the 1st. He doesn't mention any of that because that would point out the fact that the Conservatives are failing miserably on infrastructure.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this question fairly quick. We don't have a lot of time. Being from Newfoundland and Labrador as well, one of the most common complaints about the system that we have is the lack of flexibility for the smallest of communities to invest. Not only do they have to contend with the fact that they only get 8 cents of the dollar in revenues, but also the fact that their municipal grants have been going down. But when it comes to the gas tax itself, what happens is a lot of it is it's very stringent in the way it's being spent, so therefore they don't have that flexibility in cases of need. So would the honourable member comment on the need for flexibility within smaller communities? Thank you.
For St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. He makes a very good point. Again, I had a conversation last night with the president of municipalities Newfoundland and Labrador, and I asked him for advice again on points that he wanted me to bring up in this speech. And one of his points was the fact that towns want to get away from application-based funding, and they want to have more flexibility in the funding that they do receive. So that's a very good point, and they need the especially small towns. They need more flexibility, not so many terms and conditions tied to the money that they receive.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if I could ask my colleague from St. John's, Mount Pearl, whether you see any kind of opportunity for a green, sustainable economy that piggybacks on the emphasis on healthy communities and economic infrastructure. Could it be that while focusing on infrastructure, we also have an opportunity in front of us, crumbling inadequate systems that have to be replaced? A country where we're in the dark ages when it comes to railway, where our energy grids need to be upgraded, but we have to do it in a green way. An opportunity for green procurement, where we kickstart technology, construction, and technology sectors all at the same time. Is there a huge opportunity here as well as a need? Thank you.
I'm a member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank the honourable member for the question. I like to believe, Mr. Speaker, that Newfoundland and Labrador is leading the way in this country in terms of green energy, in terms of green technology. I mentioned in one of my answers a moment ago about Muskrat Falls, the Lower Churchill development, half of the Lower Churchill development, and basically the green energy that's going to be brought on stream. That is one way that we're leading the country, Mr. Speaker, and I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much.
There'll be 5 minutes for questions and comments after question period, but now we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, a well-known community leader, Ted Brooks, passed away on December 4th, leaving a huge void in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie. Ted was the proud owner and founder of Easy Express, a company that grew to be the largest contractor for Canada Post in Canada. Ted was fondly recognized in the community through his numerous philanthropic involvements, including sponsorship of Team Easy Express, who will be representing Northern Ontario for the 4th consecutive year at this year's Brier. Last week, I had the pleasure to host community volunteers from Habitat for Humanity and St. Vincent Place at a local Sioux Greyhound game in the Easy Express suite, courtesy of Ted's wife, Joanne. Recipient of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal and the local Chamber of Commerce President's Award for going above and beyond the call of duty in business and community development, Ted was never someone to seek recognition. He was content to work quietly behind the scenes. I was honored to enjoy a close friendship with Ted, who was also my campaign manager. I'm indebted to Ted. He will be deeply missed.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new Champlain Bridge will be by far the biggest construction site in my community over the coming years. Recently, the mayors of Brossard, Longueuil, Poucherville, Saint-Bruno, Saint-Lambert, and Montreal are all in agreement, and the people support them.
Is of provincial jurisdiction, but the federal government has a key role to play. Quebec and municipalities must have the necessary funds. Le ministre répète souvent pas de péage.
The minister often says no toll, no bridge, but the people in my riding are asking themselves a number of questions. Where will the profits go? Will the toll be used to fund public transit? Will there be a toll on all bridges over the South Shore? The new Champlain Bridge is an opportunity to build two new bridges at the same time. The first, a road link between the South Shore and the island of Montreal, and the second between the federal government and the people in the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lot-Binière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk to you about a video created by committed individuals working with the Scouts in Saint-Étienne de Lauzon in my riding, and this video is available on the Scout Canada website. Each year, over 125 young people in my riding, along with all those in Canada, who have the opportunity to grow in an environment of sharing, respect, adventure, teamwork, and family. This is a testimony to these wonderful values. Being part of Scouts means developing leadership, sense of community, and igniting interests and passions. Mr. Speaker, the Scout movement has existed for the past 45 years in Canada, and each year it celebrates its great success thanks to its founder, Baden Powell, and his spouse, Olive, with the Scouting Week. I am proud today to pay tribute to the exceptional contribution of all those who are involved with these young people in Lot-Binière, Chute de la Chaudière. And we can never say it often enough, the youth are our greatest resource.
Georges. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Catherine Price from Fortune in my riding of Random-Buren St. George's. When Catherine was 10 years old, her grandmother passed away from a long battle with Huntington's disease, a neurodegenerative genetic disorder. 10 years later, and a student at Memorial University, she actively fundraises and promotes awareness of the disease as a member of the organization Young People Affected by Huntington's Disease. After volunteering with the national organization for a year, Catherine created a provincial wing. In June 2011, she put her leadership skills to work as one of 5 members of YPAHD representing Canada at the Huntington's Disease Society of America's National Convention in Minnesota. While there, Catherine attended the first international youth meeting with 21 other young people from 10 countries. Catherine has received the Dean Gray Memorial Award for her unique and lasting contributions to the development of the Huntington Society of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing the tremendous advocacy work by Catherine Price.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate our Prime Minister for keeping our Conservative government's promise to create the Office of Religious Freedom. This office will stand up to the terrible cruelty of religious persecution. Around the world, violation of religious freedom are widespread and they are increasing. In Iran, Baha'is and Christians face harassment, imprisonment, and in some cases death. In Pakistan, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus are vulnerable to persecution and violence. In China, Christians who worship outside government-approved boundaries are driven underground and their leaders are arrested and detained. Their churches burned down. Shia Muslims in Iraq, Coptic Christians in Egypt, Christians in worship in Nigeria. The list appallingly goes on and on. Elsewhere we watch in horror as sanctuaries are destroyed and believers are attacked and in some cases slaughtered. In the face of these injustices, Canada has not been silent. We wish Canada's first ambassador of religious freedom, Dr. Andrew Bennett, success monitoring and promoting religious freedom around the world.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, no one should leave their home in the morning wondering whether today is the day that they die at work. But in our country, 3 people are killed on the job every working day. And tragically left behind are families and friends who are devastated by the loss of their loved one. Thankfully, since 2003, they've been able to turn to Threads of Life, a national charity that is dedicated to helping Canadians who have been affected by a workplace fatality, life-altering injury, or occupational disease. Threads of Life provides a network of hope and healing to more than 1,200 families and champions workplace health and safety. On May 5th, in more than 30 communities across Canada, people will walk in Steps for Life to support Threads of Life families. I'm thrilled to be the honorary chair of the 2013 Steps for Life walk in Hamilton. My hope is that soon such walks won't be necessary. We all know that there's no such thing as a workplace accident. Every single occupational fatality and disease is preventable. What we need is labour legislation with teeth. I urge the Conservatives to act on that now. And I hope all MPs will visit stepsforlife.ca to see how they can help. It's a matter of life and death.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured today to stand and mark Scouts Day on the Hill. Scouts Canada is the country's leading youth organisation offering exciting programs for boys, girls and young adults from age 5 to 26. The Scouts' mission is to contribute to the education of young people through a value system based on the Scout Promise and Law to build a better world where people are self-fulfilled and play a constructive, meaningful role in society. Scouts Canada is also developing Canada's leaders of tomorrow. They empower youth by providing opportunities to take on leadership roles starting as young as 8 years old. Scouts also volunteer to build their communities. Whether it is a food drive, painting a community centre, or helping out at a shelter, a Scout is there to help. Today, Scouts Canada is a highly diverse co-ed organisation with over 100,000 members nationwide representing every religion and culture. L'Association de Scouts de Canada,
The Canada Scouting Association,
1,000 Francophone youth from coast to coast to coast. On behalf of Scouts Canada, I remind all members of the reception being hosted today by the Honourable Speaker of
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview,
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has taken strong steps to ensure that dangerous individuals are kept behind bars where they belong. Canadians agree with our common sense reforms like ending the misguided practice of giving 2-for-1 credit for time served before trial. However, not content to simply oppose these measures, the NDP made wild allegations that one bill alone would cost $19 billion because of the new prisons that would need to be built. De toute évidence,
clearly nothing could be further from the truth. So we announced the closure of 2 prisons in order to save taxpayers' money.
In estimates, there were significant reductions in the cost of prisons due to the influx of new prisoners not materializing. The thrust of our tough on crime agenda is to ensure that dangerous and repeat offenders are kept behind bars where they belong. We are not creating new criminals, Mr. Speaker. We're simply stopping the revolving door of the justice system.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday, 20 students from Malvern Collegiate are headed to Japan, courtesy of the Japanese government. The Kizuna project is intended to promote a better understanding of Japan's post-quake recovery efforts and seal the bonds of friendship between our two countries. To the kids, my respect for embracing this opportunity to see and understand not just the devastation, but importantly, the triumph of the Japanese people over that disaster. And my thanks, too, because what you learn from the Japanese people about their spiritual and political resilience in the face of adversity will be invaluable to all of us when it's your turn to lead here at home. My thanks to Principal Pinard, Vice Principal Santos, and Mr. Jonathan Jones for your obvious love of teaching, education, kids, and adventure. I reserve my deepest thanks for the Government of Japan and the people of the Miyagi Prefecture for providing this invaluable opportunity to these young Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our economy continues to rebound from the global economic downturn, it's important to note that nearly 65% of Canada's economy depends on trade, and 1 in 5 Canadian jobs are generated through exports. And that's why our government is advancing the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canadian history to help create jobs in Canada and grow the Canadian economy. This includes looking at alternative markets for our energy products, making sure that our energy products are developed in an environmentally responsible way, but understanding that Canada's economy benefits from trade, benefits from increased markets for our products. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's so important, and I employ my colleagues opposite, while their staffer unions talk about how trade agreements might not be in the best interests of our country, that they seriously consider supporting our trade agreements. This is so important and vital for Canada's economy. Rather than opposing agreements such as the Canada-Jordan Free Trade Agreement, I encourage my colleagues opposite to support free trade in this country.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, when lives are at stake, Others people distinguish themselves by their bravery and actions. The acts of bravery by 4 of my constituents in Abitibi were recognized yesterday by the Quebec Justice Minister during a ceremony at the National Assembly. Madame Marie-Ève Paquin from Amos, Robert Brown, and Lucien Flamard from La Sarre received the medal for helping a young 12-year-old girl. The young girl was being attacked by pit bulls, and the young girl and the 2 gentlemen were seriously injured. Then Marjorie Caron threw herself into the water to save a teenager from drowning. She didn't even think about what she was doing or her own safety. These acts of courage under difficult circumstances and at the risk of their own lives deserve recognition, and on behalf of the people of my riding and myself, I want to congratulate them and thank them.
The honourable member for Calgary North East.
Mr. Speaker, no government in history has provided investments to improve infrastructure, reduce gridlock, and create jobs than our government.
Absolutely. That's true.
It was us who delivered timely, targeted stimulus when Canadians most needed work. It was us who rolled out the historic $33 billion Building Canada plan. It was us who doubled the gas tax fund from $1 billion to $2 billion and made it a permanent annual transfer to our provinces and cities. It was us who invested over $5 billion in transit infrastructure in cities and communities from coast to coast to coast. Our unprecedented action is absolutely no thanks to the NDP. In fact, the NDP has voted against every infrastructure investment in Canada over the last 7 years. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, their motion today is a little too late, and we refuse to be lectured by a party that stood in the way of the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
It is with great sadness that I attended the funeral mass for an ally in the Francophonie and liberalism, my friend Claudette Boyer. She left us on February 16th. She started as a teacher in education, and she continued. Then she was the first Francophone woman elected to the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. She was a tireless worker and a committed volunteer. She headed many associations within the community, as well as the Francophone Community Association in Ottawa from 2007 until the day she died. It was only 4 days before the ACFO's 13th annual Prix Grand Maître Gala in Ottawa that she left us. This annual event seeks to recognize Francophones and Francophiles who have made a difference. But tribute was paid at this gala to Claudette. On behalf of the people of Ottawa-Vanier, I want to offer my sincere condolences to her children and the children of the late Jean-Robert Boyer, her grandchildren, and all her relatives.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, while the NDP is scheming to ruin our economy by implementing a $20 billion job-killing carbon tax on Canadian families, our government is focusing on what matters to Canadians: jobs and economic growth. Thanks to our Conservative government, Canada has the lowest debt burden by far, and we have the strongest job creation record in the G7 with over 900,000 net new jobs since July 2009. No wonder the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association recently said that the government policies with respect to taxes, technology, trade, training, and transformation are extremely important in setting the stage for growth of advanced manufacturing industries in Canada. While we are working on making our economy stronger, the NDP's job-killing carbon tax would raise the price of gas, food, electricity, and everything else. Our government will continue to protect Canadians from the NDP's reckless economic policies.
That's right. Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are cutting furiously in public services. Aboriginal affairs cut by $480 million, CETA by $471 million. Via Rail lost 61% of its budget. In the same time, the budget of that relic called the Senate continues to increase. Ask any Canadian, no matter what their age or their province, if it's better to invest in services and job creation or in an outdated institution like the Senate. No one will choose to dilapidate public funds for people who cannot fill out forms and who only approve Conservative policies without reading them. No one. In fact, there's just the Liberals and the Conservatives who continue to defend these entitlements. the right to pay these party fundraisers on the backs of the taxpayers. The spending scandal is increasing. Senator Wallin has done nothing in the eyes of the Prime Minister and had to pay back thousands of dollars. The NDP, we have had enough of these types of senators, and in 2015 we'll put an end to this.
The honourable member for Desmonte, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, as the days grow longer and temperatures slowly get warmer, you can feel the optimism from Canadians around you that spring is finally on its way.
Hopefully.
However, despite the warming of the spirits in the air around them, Canadians are still cold as ever to the idea of a $20 billion carbon tax of the NDP. And who can blame them? A new tax that literally raised the price on everything, cutting into the budget of Canadian families from coast to coast to coast. Families that are already feeling the financial pressure. A new tax that would diminish disposable income, limiting the choices of Canadians on what they can afford. A new tax that would place significant burden on our seniors, veterans who are living on fixed incomes. That being said, there's one idea my constituents and Canadians across the country are warm to. That is the government's low tax plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity.
Oral questions. Questions are the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when a Conservative minister in the Mulroney government phoned a judge about a case he was considering, he was dropped from cabinet. When a Liberal minister wrote to the CRTC about a case before it, he was dropped from cabinet. Recently, when the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs wrote to the Tax Court about a case before it, he was dropped from cabinet. The Ethics Commissioner has made a determination that the Finance Minister used his title as Finance Minister to write to the CRTC about a case before it. What excuse has the Prime Minister come up with to not apply that strong tradition of this Parliament to the Finance Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the NDP knows well, there was an administrative error in that case. The Ethics Commissioner has required a compliance agreement from the Minister of Finance, which he has agreed to, and in the meantime, he continues to be the best Minister of Finance in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On February 1st last, the Human Resources Minister said in this House, and I quote, "Department employees do not have individual quotas." She said that the allegations that there was a quota system was absolute nonsense. The problem is that it was absolutely true. It's not because she is pulling out her thesaurus to call a quota something else, that a quota is not a quota. When she said that it was a target and that it'll affect your career if you don't hit your $500,000 target, that's a quota. What excuse has the Prime Minister found for his minister who has not told the truth? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers pay into the EI fund to ensure that employment insurance is there when they need it. It is clear that the actions of the department are carried out to ensure that workers who have paid into the fund have access to it. And, Mr. Speaker, the only losers when people abuse the system are the unemployed who actually need the fund.
Allegations of corruption in the Senate continue unabated. We have 2 more senators under investigation as of today. Now, what's interesting is that last week, the Prime Minister told this House that he had personally reviewed the cases of Duffy and Wallin and that there was nothing wrong, which is all the more interesting given the fact that they've decided to reimburse hundreds of thousands of dollars they weren't entitled to receive. So there hasn't been one word yet formally from him on how much money has been repaid or on which senators are currently under investigation. So instead of just talking about taxpayers' money, will the Prime Minister finally stand up and say that he's going to defend Canadian taxpayers and hold the unelected Senate to account?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we've been very clear, as has the Senate and as have all senators, that they are reviewing all of their expenses. Will assure not only that expenses are appropriate, but the rules in the future for governing such expenses are appropriate, and that is a commitment that has been made on this side. As far as taxpayers' interests are concerned, Mr. Speaker, that is always our focus, which is why, of course, we reject the $21 billion carbon tax.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It seems that there is a common thread in all of these exercises. One rule for one rule for the other. The Minister is allowed to state the opposite of the truth here in the chamber. This is the non-respect of our democratic parliamentary institutions. How is it that Conservative senators who are members of his caucus can reach a decision other than what has already been announced by the Prime Minister himself? The Prime Minister has said in this chamber that he has looked at the Wyland case and that there was no problem. Does he really believe that there's going to be an objective investigation? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we have just said, our senators and our Senate are reviewing all expenses to ensure that they are appropriate. This is a commitment, a clear commitment that the government and the Senate have made. Mr. Speaker, when we refer to our democratic institutions, this is the party which has proposed reforming the Senate, which would allow for elected senators. And in fact, it is the NDP which is resisting these reforms and which is resisting a reformed and elected Senate, something which Canadians want.
The opposition. Speaker, that's rich, coming from a party that used unelected senators to overturn Jacques Layton's climate change bill, duly enacted by the Parliament of Canada. In 2009, the international community failed spectacularly to prevent atrocities committed against Tamil civilians in the final months of the Sri Lankan Civil War. The government of Sri Lanka has refused to accept accountability for these events ever since. If no investigation occurs as being asked right now in the United Nations, will the Prime Minister commit to stay away from the upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Colombo?
Excellent. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. It is this party that is trying to get the Senate elected. It is that party which is resisting Senate election. And, Mr. Speaker, we all know why. It's not because of abolition, because they've never actually seriously proposed it. It's because we know, as we knew during the 2008-2009 coalition exercise, because they want to appoint their own senators. That's why. Of the question on Sri Lanka, as you know, I have indicated that unless changes occur in Sri Lanka, I will not be attending the Commonwealth Summit there, and I am concerned with further developments since I made that statement, which are taking that country in a worse direction.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government may have Inspector Clouseau in charge in the Senate, but it's clear that they have Inspector Javert in charge when it comes to employment insurance. This two-headed monster and this double standard, Mr. Speaker, means that for the first time, inspectors are going out to talk to Canadians with respect to employment insurance, whether or not they have any reason to believe that there has been any instance of fraud or of misleading in the case of the person who they are interviewing. The first time in Canadian history that this has been done. Can the Prime Minister confirm that, in fact, managers will be receiving bonuses depending on the performance of those agents who are going?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Employment Insurance Fund is paid into by honest Canadian workers, so it's there when they lose their job and cannot find a job in their region. And 1.5 million Canadians collect from that fund every year. It's the government's legal responsibility. The Auditor General and others will insist that we take all necessary steps to ensure that those who are entitled to the money are the ones who get the money. And when people who are not entitled to the money get the money, the only losers are the unemployed and the workers who paid in, and we are determined to protect their interests.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Ça reste le cas, Monsieur le Président.
Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has not denied the fact that bonuses paid out to managers in the system will now be increased because of the work being carried out by investigators in provinces, especially in provinces where the government is there to root out problems. But the question is still there. Investigations are being carried out, but without due cause. Further, bonuses are being paid out, and this is part of the government's program, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility, our legal responsibility, to ensure that the EI fund is used by people who really need it. Unfortunately, each year there are fraudsters, there are payments, inappropriate payments being made out, and it is our responsibility to make sure that those who really need EI benefits get it. It is our responsibility to protect workers who have paid into the fund.
Speaker, at the same time that we continue to read and see in the estimates with respect to the cuts that are being made in frontline programs, in foreign aid programs and in foreign affairs budgets, we now see that the CIC is increasing its advertising budget by $4 million. The Department of Finance is increasing its advertising budget by nearly $7 million, and the Department of Natural Resources is increasing its advertising budget by $4.5 compared to the mains of last year. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, how can he justify again this double standard where frontline services are being cut but propaganda is being increased, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, those frontline services are not being cut, but what is being done is ensuring Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that the people of Canada are aware of the programs and services that are available to them. This Parliament votes billions of dollars every year of taxpayers' money for the benefit of the people of Canada. It is up to us to ensure they are aware of the services and the programs that they can use to better their own lives.
The Honourable Member for Squamish.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when I asked the Minister of Public Safety if he would meet with chiefs on the issue of First Nations police funding, he told this House that he'd already been doing so. Today, chiefs from Quebec and Labrador have confirmed that he has not met with a single one of these chiefs whose tripartite funding agreements expire March 31st. So let's try again with this Minister. Will he meet with these chiefs who are here today seeking assurance that their police services can continue to operate after March 31st? And will he agree to negotiate new arrangements for stable, long-term funding for First Nations policing? Yes or no?
Well, policing is primarily a provincial responsibility. The federal government has long invested in First Nations policing to help keep communities safe. In fact, I am having discussions with a number of chiefs this very afternoon on that very topic. A funding decision itself will be made in the near future, and I can say that spending on First Nations policing has increased substantially under this government, as opposed to the actions of that member when he was on municipal council cutting policing in his own community.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives yesterday unveiled cutbacks contained in the next budget. Via Rail will lose $290 million. Infrastructure will lose $1.8 billion. And even the Canada Revenue Agency will be subject to cutbacks at a time when basic tax services to Canadians are being drawn down. But whose budget will go up? The Senate, of course. Why are they giving more to their friends under investigation, but cutting services to honest Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The matters referred to by the member opposite are budget matters. The budget is being prepared now. We're working hard to get it ready, and I look forward to being able to announce a date for the budget in a while. Thanks for listening.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
We'll see if we get any accountability on that this year.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue with the estimates. $1.1 billion cut from infrastructure. Transport Canada cut almost 30%, but at the same time, the unaccountable, unelected Senate actually increased. Mr. Speaker, the senior bureaucrat to the President of the Treasury Board is now saying she should have the right to vet PBO reports. Why are Conservatives trying to seize power over the PBO? Why are they hiding from real fiscal accountability?
Here.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House look forward to the process that is in train right now to get a nonpartisan, credible person as the parliamentary budget officer, Mr. Speaker, and I would only say that the Deputy Minister, the Secretary of the Treasury Board that the Honourable Member refers to, was doing her job to correct some inaccurate information that the parliamentary budget officer was in fact purveying. That's her job, is to correct the record, to give the PBO the facts that he requires, and I think that that's a good exchange of information and points of view.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have decided to diminish again the influence of Canada in the world. The main estimates have revealed that CEDA and the Department of Foreign Affairs will be the object of cutbacks of hundreds of millions of dollars. Conservatives will, amongst other things, end a program for peace and security, which operates in places like Colombia, Haiti, and Congo. Why do the Conservatives, again, want to get rid of conflict prevention tools and peace maintenance tools, which are some of our best investments internationally?
I'm very pleased to report to the House that Canada is meeting all of its international development commitments. We're spending significant amounts of money to help pull people out of poverty. Canadians can be tremendously proud of the leadership of this government, the leadership of this Prime Minister, particularly on the newborn and child maternal health initiative, an initiative that is one of achieving some of the best results of any international development mechanism anywhere, and it all comes from Canadian leadership.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Today is the first anniversary of the deadly train crash in Burlington. An automatic braking system would have prevented that tragedy. The Transport Safety Board has been recommending this positive train control be made mandatory, just like the United States. But instead of making safety a priority, why is this Conservative government cutting Via Rail's funding by more than half?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts remain with the families of the victims who lost their lives. It's a shame that the opposition is playing politics on the anniversary of this tragic accident, Mr. Speaker. Where there is a clear safety benefit, our government will not hesitate to take action. We are monitoring the implementation of positive train control in the United States, but they are currently experiencing technical challenges that will likely delay the implementations. We're following that, Mr. Speaker.
Here. The Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister confirmed that each of her inspectors has to cut $500,000 in benefits and that her employees will be evaluated based on their ability to cut EI benefits. Therefore, the Human Resources Minister has misled Canadians and this House since Le Devoir revealed the existence of these quotas, what the Minister has called performance objectives. If an unemployed worker does not tell the truth, his benefits are cut. What are the consequences going to be on the Minister? Mr. Speaker, the Employment Insurance Fund is there for workers who respect the rules and who pay their premiums. Unfortunately, the NDP only cares about fraudsters and cheaters, whom they call victims. Mr. Speaker, the only people who will lose if the opposition prevents us from finding these cheaters are Canadians who respect the rules.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives accept no ministerial accountability, no Senate accountability, and have no respect for the unemployed.
Here.
Yesterday, the Minister wouldn't even use the word unemployed. She called it, quote, transitioning to another job. She didn't call them quotas, she called them performance objectives. And all this from the same minister who called the EI program lucrative. Playing semantic games doesn't answer the legitimate concerns of Canadians. When will she take accountability for her department's quotas, targets, and objectives, and finally admit that she misled this House?
The The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're working to make sure that EI is there for individuals who play by the rules and who pay into the system. Mr. Speaker, sadly, the NDP is only worried about people who are trying to cheat the system, people that they call victims. Mr. Speaker, the only people who will lose if the opposition prevents us from rooting out those who would cheat the EI system are Canadians who play by the rules.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, it's completely wrong to claim that the EI reform will not impact workers and regional economies. As Martin Prescott from Saint-Barthélemy said, this reform will worsen the situation of Lanaudière, and many people will have to move to find work elsewhere. This reform directly attacks qualified seasonal workers. Consequences on productivity will be awful because businesses in the regions will lose their competitive advantage. Mr. Speaker, why is the minister attacking the productivity of seasonal businesses and regional economies? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've already said several times, if there are no jobs for seasonal workers in their regions, in areas of their specialty, EI will be there for them as always. But to help them find work, we offer a job alert system which has been widened. We assist workers in finding work. Mr. Speaker, the EI system will be there for the unemployed if they cannot find work. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have imposed quotas because they believe the unemployed are all fraudsters, and that's why the minister has called them bad guys. HRSDC employees have to invent ways to make honest job seekers look like cheaters. The minister has even sent her employees to knock on people's doors to spy on people and intimidate them. What's the next step? Is she going to give them all electronic bracelets? Why doesn't the minister simply cancel her reform instead of putting pressure on simple folk just trying to find work? What is the next step? An electronic bracelet? The Honourable Minister for Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we want to help people find work, but if there is no work, if there are no jobs in their area of expertise, employment insurance will be there for them. But it is very important, Mr. Speaker, to protect the integrity of the EI system, which workers contribute to. We want to make sure that the EI system is there for workers who really are eligible.
Mr. Speaker, last year the finance minister blamed the deficit for cuts to vital programs like food safety. But that didn't stop him from doubling his own advertising budget. This year he's at it again. According to the main estimates, the finance ministry's increase in expenses belong to, quote, government advertising, an increase of $6.8 million. These same estimates show a cut to food safety of $30 million. Why is it a Conservative priority to waste tax dollars on Conservative propaganda instead of investing in vital programs like food safety for Canadians?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we do, of course, we do all that, Mr. Speaker. The issue, as the Prime Minister indicated earlier, is our obligation to communicate with Canadians about programs and services that are available to them. I would indicate to the Honourable Member that only 0.03% of government spending is used for advertising, communications of all sorts. Our last year, our advertising budget was $83.3 million, well below the last full year under the former Liberal government, $111 million.
Wow.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, while it claims to be the world champion in public protection, the government has chosen today to cut funding for public safety on native reserves. These cuts will result in fewer police officers in some communities, which are dealing with dangerous situations given their isolation and their endemic crime rate, which has been reported. Has the government calculated in its main estimates the social costs of these measures? The Honourable Minister.
Policing is primarily a provincial responsibility. The federal government has long invested in First Nations policing to help keep communities safe. A funding decision will be made in the near future regarding this matter. However, I can say that spending on First Nations policing has increased substantially under this government as opposed to that government when they were in power.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learned that the Conservatives are cutting $270 million from foreign affairs, including human rights programs. And that's on top of eliminating $11 million for rights and democracy, protecting human rights abroad. But it's increased $5 million to create a new bureaucracy for only religious rights. So why the shell game? What about other human rights? And what about the deadly attacks on women and the LGBTQ community? Or does this government not care about their concerns?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite regrettable the member opposite chooses to take the view of affairs that way. This government has made human rights the cornerstone of our foreign policy. Promoting Canadian values is something that is tremendously important. No country has spoken up more loudly on human rights, on religious freedoms, on the important rights that women and gays have right around the world than this government. We're very proud of our Office of Religious Freedom. It's a fundamental freedom. It promotes pluralism, a fundamental Canadian value, and we make no apologies for standing up for this important human right.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. When the NDP leader asked the Prime Minister to explain the residency and spending of Senator Wallin, he was told the money she spends is used to travel to that province and come back like any other parliamentarian. Well, that's fine, but the problem is that according to CTV News, that's false. The senator has, in fact, discreetly reimbursed part of her sumptuous spending. Since he no longer has any reason to defend her, will the Prime Minister make public all the documents concerning her recent refunds? Mr. Speaker, as I already stated, we have made a commitment to appropriate spending under the rules, and that they will be publicly reported. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Well, it's not just Wallin who's trying to hide stuff, Mr. Speaker. There's a review process in the case of Duffy and Patterson, and we found out that there are 2 new cronies among those who abuse public funds, and those are just the ones we hear about. But the problem with the Senate and its supposed transparency is that these reviews are going to take place behind closed doors, in secret. People will never know who abused their money and to what extent. Will the Prime Minister make a commitment to require that all such reviews be made public? The Honourable Government House Leader, I think I answered this question already. The Senate will report on this topic publicly, but our government has gone further to make the Senate more democratic and responsible by asking for Supreme Court clarification. And we have a bill before this House for a really democratic Senate, and the NDP is against the bill. Why is the NDP against true reform for the Senate?
Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the great Canadian ripoff continues in the Senate. We now learn that more senators are under investigation, but the Senate is keeping it secret. We know that Mike Duffy's having to pay back oodles of money, but the Senate is keeping the amount secret. Now we learn that Senator Pam Wallin is the latest senator looking for a back kitchen door to get out of because she apparently has to pay back a substantial amount of money. So when will this government come clean with taxpayers and call on the Conservative-dominated Senate to tell us how many times has she been investigated? How much money has she had to pay back? And what are the consequences to be for her ripping off the taxpayer?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we've made it quite clear that we want to see that the Senate review all these matters in terms of expenses, which they are doing, to ensure that the rules that they have applying to expenses are appropriate, and of course to report back publicly on that. But the real question is, why does the NDP continue to resist real reforms towards a democratic Senate? And why do they not put forward a plan of their own if they have a different plan? The fact is the NDP may have a plan, but they're not telling us. the member for Timmins James Bay was asked, what is the NDP going to do on the Senate? His answer is, I can't say what the NDP leader will do after the next election.
Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I reach my hand out in reconciliation. Let's put it to the Canadian people and let them decide. And stop hiding behind and making me my patriot disappointment. My God, Mr. Speaker, the glaciers are melting faster than they are being accountable to the Canadian people. And speaking of which, we now know that Mike Duffy's ripped this off for what, 40,000, 50,000, 100,000? Who knows? Because the Liberal and Conservative senators are telling taxpayers it's none of their damn business what Mike Duffy took. So simple question, how much money did he take and when are we going to...
Order. Order. I think we can avoid words like that during question period. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the question was put to Canadians in 2006 when we proposed an elected Senate, in 2008 when we proposed an elected Senate, in 2011 when we proposed a Senate. None of those times did the NDP support it, but you know what? Canadians did. They elected a government committed to delivering Senate reform. We brought forward legislation to deliver Senate reform, and they have blocked it every step of the way. What's their real agenda? Appointing their own senators. That's their agenda.
Order. The honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is developing their resource potential while ensuring the environment is protected. BC is known across Canada and the world for its vast resources in forestry, mining, and hydroelectricity.
Order. The honourable member for Prince George Peace River has the floor.
BC is now embarking on a new path by moving forward on exporting liquefied natural gas, or LNG. These new developments will create jobs and economic growth in BC and across Canada.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Mark Rail Fortin has to come to order. The honourable member for Prince George Peace River has the floor.
These new developments will create jobs and economic growth in BC and across Canada. Could the Parliamentary Secretary tell this House how our government is supporting this important industry? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources is in BC today to discuss the creation of jobs, expanded economic growth, and long-term prosperity. Canada is ideally positioned to become a major source of natural gas to the fastest-growing economies in the world. We will be working with the provincial governments and the private sector to increase markets for Canadian LNG, while at the same time introducing new and practical environmental protection. The benefits of natural resources, including liquefied natural gas, extend to all Canadians through tax revenue. Those tax revenues support our social programs, including health care and education. That's why we support this industry. That's why we support market diversification.
Honourable Deputy Gatineau.
Honourable member for Gatineau.
Propaganda jingle, if I can hear one. The more Canadians learn about this government's handling of private information, the more concerned they get. They not only lost the private financial information of more than 500,000 Canadians who had student loans, they also lost information on Canadians with disabilities. But there's more. Another department is now implicated. I'm not asking what barn doors they've closed now that the horses are gone, but what other private information has been lost floating around out there on an unencrypted USB key.
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
The loss of this information is totally unacceptable, particularly as it was unavoidable. Mr. Speaker, that's why steps have been taken to change all of the processes and the procedures that dealing with individuals' data so that their privacy and their data is protected going forward.
Honourable member for Gatineau. That's undigestible. That's not serious. We found out that the Privacy Commissioner broadened her investigation on the loss of personal information and included the Department of Justice. A department lawyer was transporting unencrypted personal information pertaining to almost 500,000 Canadians. The Conservatives' lax attitude toward privacy is unacceptable. Can the Minister of Justice tell us whether or not in his department it's allowed to walk around with personal information on USB keys? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, The loss of this information is totally unacceptable, especially since this was avoidable. That's why the department has been directed all processes and systems concerning the management of Canadians' private information to avoid such an incident in the future.
Victoria.
The problem is not just personal information of Canadians. It's a far more chronic problem that the Conservatives are unable to correct. Last October, a computer and a USB key were stolen out of a car. They contained the information of over 700 people who were under surveillance by an agency in charge of restricting the movement of capital to criminal and terrorist organizations. How can the Conservatives explain this loss of sensitive information?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the incident the member is referring to was a FinTrack incident that happened, I believe, last November. The federal agency responsible contacted the local police and the Privacy Commissioner, as well as all affected businesses and individuals. FinTrack has already, some months ago, taken corrective steps to ensure this never happens again, including changes to the ways they store information and transport information.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, protecting the private information of Canadians should be a priority, but Conservatives have repeatedly bungled these breaches. They've lost hard drives, lost USB keys, and exposed the private information of thousands of people. And now, the federal agency charged with preventing the flow of money to organized crime might have actually allowed this information into the hands of the very criminals they're trying to stop. So why did the government keep these serious privacy breaches secret? Mr. Speaker, where is the transparency?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, FinTrack is an independent arm's-length agency, and specific questions should go to FinTrack. But FinTrack did take action immediately when this occurred, which I believe was in November. They hardly kept things secret. They called the local police. They called the Privacy Commissioner. And as I already said, Mr. Speaker, they contacted all of the affected businesses and individuals.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Royal Canadian Legion launched a public campaign calling on the Conservatives to increase funding to the Last Post Fund. Yesterday, the Royal Canadian Legion got their answer. It's buried at page 382 of the estimates. It shows that the Last Post Fund will be cut next year by $1.4 million at the same time as the Conservatives will increase their advertising spend by 10 times that amount. Why have the Conservatives put self-promotion ahead of a dignified burial for our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House we won't cut like the Liberal did. In the contrary, Mr. Speaker, while we are finding some
Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs has the floor.
Yes, the Liberal cut the Last Post Fund program, Mr. Speaker, but...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs has the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals cut the Last Post Fund program, and we are maintaining this funding, Mr. Speaker, while finding administrative savings. But those 10,000 veterans who are benefiting and have benefited from this program will be, this program actually is maintained and fully funded. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals support the $130 million I will be seeking for veterans?
Good question.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of National Defence lost $4.9 billion off DND's base budget. This is the same minister who can't line up the fiscal cycle with the procurement cycle and has lapsed billions of dollars out of previous budgetary allotments. And he's the same minister who has lost military procurement to public works following the F-35 fiasco. We have a minister who can't protect his budget, who can't spend what he's given, and he can't manage his core procurement responsibility. When will this decade of debacles end?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me inject a little reality into the House. In fact,
The Conservative government has seen increases of roughly 34% in the defence budget since 2005-2006. Now let's roll the clock back when this member was a part of the government that presided over a decade of darkness that saw the Canadian forces rusted out. Now, whether we've increased funding for procurement, for infrastructure, for salaries, for programs for soldiers, this member, this party have a sad, sorry record of not supporting the Canadian forces.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Nous sommes au 21e siècle.
In the 21st century, corporations have regulatory obligations as well as social responsibilities. These apply to the Northern Gateway and Keystone XL oil pipeline projects. Rather than establishing clear and precise rules, the Conservatives have chosen inaction and improvisation. When will the government get serious about protecting our trade interests as well as our environmental interests and protecting Canadians' health? When will we get clear rules and regulations about the development of natural resources?
Mr. Speaker, he knows full well that the Northern Gateway is being reviewed at this point. But I'd like to point out a little bit about the NDP, because, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is opposed to les projets d'exploitation.
Has opposed all hydrocarbon projects, mining projects, clean energy projects. They oppose nuclear energy. There are even against forestry.
The resources that the NDP actually support.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
We support environmentally and economically sustainable development. Never heard of that. Now, these guys have been warned. They've been warned by the Environment Commissioner, saying that failing to make sure that environmental protection keeps pace with resource extraction will endanger Canada's economy. They've been warned by the American ambassador, who hinted at the huge political and economic costs of continued climate inaction. And they've been warned by Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are standing up against Conservative attacks on environmental protection. So when will the minister get the message? To stop making it up as he goes along and to start protecting our environment and our economy.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, when is the NDP going to join with us in trying to create good, skilled, well-paying jobs in communities across Canada? We want to do that while maintaining science-based environmental reviews. We've made that clear. And our economic action plan has made Canada a leader in a troubled global economy. The NDP has opposed that at every turn. We have the lowest debt burden by far. We have the strongest job creation in the G7 with over 920,000 new jobs created since July 2009. Why does the NDP oppose all of that?
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on what matters to Canadians: jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. That's why our government made the strategic and historic decision to support the Canadian marine industry, to revitalize Canadian shipyards, and to build ships for the Navy and Coast Guards right here in Canada. It's been estimated the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy will contribute 15,000 jobs from coast to coast to coast and over $2 billion in annual economic benefits over the next 30 years. Can the Minister provide the House an update on this key job-creating strategy?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his support for the Vancouver shipyard workers. Our government is very proud of our historic decision to build our ships for our Navy and Coast Guard right here in Canada, in Halifax and Vancouver. And great progress is being made. Both shipyards are investing hundreds of millions of dollars to upgrade their yards. And this Friday, I announced a series of contracts for our joint support ships, our polar icebreaker, and our offshore fisheries science vessels with the workers at Vancouver shipyards. Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Strategy means stability for the industry, it means good jobs and vital equipment for the Navy and Coast Guard.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago I asked the same question twice about shipbuilding costs, and each time I got the same non-answer from the minister. So I'll give it another try. Does she accept the 7 to 11% industry estimate of military shipbuilding inflation? If so, what's it going to be? Will she increase her shipbuilding budget by $14 billion, or will she build 10 large combat ships instead of 15? It's a very simple question, Mr. Speaker, and it deserves a serious answer.
Sure, Johnny. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, we've allocated $33 billion for the procurement of new ships that will be built in Halifax and Vancouver. And the member also knows that those cost estimates come from military planners. In fact, I believe that the member posed that question to those very experts on this issue at committee, and he was satisfied at that time with their answer. But I will reiterate that, again, those cost estimates do come from military planners. They involve the oversight of auditors and cost estimators at the Department of National Defence, and of course the oversight by Treasury Board Secretariat.
Member for Chambly-Bordua. On February 8, when I raised the issue of the chronic under-evaluation of historic sites by the government, I was told that I'd get an answer within a week. It's been 2 weeks. On June 15, 2012, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the City of Halifax. The government must compensate municipalities for the loss of tax revenue. In my riding for Chambly, the city is deprived of $500,000 a year. When will the Conservative respect these rulings, and what are they going to do to comply? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we're reviewing that, but as the Honourable Member knows, we've made significant investments in arts and culture across this country. We've been working very hard, of course, with the Minister of Environment to make sure our national historic sites are preserved. Through all of our economic action plan, we've made sure that historic sites, arts and culture lead to the positive outcomes for our Canadians. We know that it creates jobs and economic opportunity across this country. Unfortunately, the NDP have always voted against that.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that veterans' mental health can be either a gateway or a barrier to transitioning back to civilian life. Those Canadians that have served our country and are dealing with mental health issues need our support if those issues arise as a result of their service. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs please inform this House about a new tool that will soon be available to help our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank the member of Durham, Mr. Speaker, for the great question. A man who's serving in this House and who has proudly served our Canadian armed forces. Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was pleased to announce a new tool that is being piloted with veterans to help identify and treat post-traumatic stress disorder. This new self-assessment tool builds on our partnership with the University of British Columbia and is soldier-to-soldier, veterans-to-veterans approach. It's happening here now in Ottawa, and PTSD Coach Canada is one more step forward for our Veterans Transition Action Plan that continues to deliver concrete results for our great Canadian veterans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada's latest report shows that consumer costs in the North have risen twice as fast as elsewhere in the country. The report shows that the major factor increasing the price of food is the Conservatives' own Nutrition North program. This flawed program has stuck Northerners with overpriced, overpackaged, poor quality food. Clearly, this government has to take action to reduce the high cost of living in the North. The NDP has long called for a 50% increase to the Northern residents' tax deduction. Will the government include such a measure in its upcoming budget?
And the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that there is no government in the history of this country that has, the whole world, that has never done as much for Northern Canadians. And instead, let's just look at the example of the Northern Jobs and Growth Act, which is geared especially to try and improve the situation of people living in Northern Canada. So instead of opposing that legislation, the opposition should support us.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, recently tabled numbers put before this House by Environment Canada make it clear that by 2020, Canada will totally miss the Copenhagen target adopted by this Prime Minister, it won't even be close. Here are the numbers. 17% below 2005 levels by 2020 is 126 megatons. Environment Canada is now projecting it will have achieved only 20 megatons, which amazingly is more than current emissions. Will this government accept that the so-called sector-by-sector, piecemeal, smoke and mirrors approach is not working and we need real climate action?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, this is the first government in Canadian history to actually reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Minister of the Environment, Minister of Transport, and my colleagues have taken a number of important actions, including the announcement on truck harmonization standards just recently, and we will continue to look at ways to move forward on this important file.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Elaine Taylor, Deputy Premier, Minister of Community Services, and Minister responsible for the Public Service Commission, the Women's Directorate, and the French Language Services Directorate for the Yukon. The Chair has notice of a point of order from the Honourable Member for King's Hands.
During question period, the President of the Treasury Board overstated the advertising spending of the last Liberal government during its last year in office by 125%. He's done that repeatedly, and in fact, it was 41.
Order. Sorry, all that I heard there was a continuation of debate. Perhaps the honourable member can wait till a future question period to make that point. But question period's over for today. Okay. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion for a federal infrastructure plan.
Yes. Okay. We'll resume debate then. Very pleased to debate. Resuming debate. The honourable. Yes, sorry. It's not the parliamentary. The honourable Minister of Transport. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Lantpinière, Chute de la Chaudière. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the House of the unprecedented commitment of our government in supporting infrastructure across the country. Never before in the history of Canada has a federal government invested so much in infrastructure than ours. The provinces, territories, and municipalities have never had a better partner than in our government. And unfortunately, I can't say as much as the opposition. So much of the opposition for the past 7 years, the NDP has been voting against all the measures put forward by our government to support our partners. I'd like to remind the House that it's our government, despite the opposition of the NDP, that put in place the first long-term infrastructure plan in 2007, Building Canada Fund, with a funding envelope of $33 billion over a 7-year period. It was also our...
Order. If you want to have private conversations, take them outside the chamber. I can't hear the minister speak.
C'est aussi notre gouvernement conservateur qui a...
It was also our Conservative government that put in place the Canada's Economic Action Plan in 2009 in order to provide economic stimulus when the country needed it the most. We're talking about 28,500 projects that we supported. Each time, the NDP opposed the work of our government.
For themselves and are a testimony of our government's commitment to public infrastructure. As the member for Trinity-Spadina has specifically cited commute times, I would like to underline our government's continued support to public transit. We have been working in collaboration with all orders of government to support public transit across the country, keeping in mind that public transit systems are managed and operated by municipalities and provinces. The Government of Canada has acted as a funding partner, respecting the roles and responsibilities of all. Public transit systems support the prosperity of Canadian communities, and we are a supportive partner for helping to fund capital costs associated with the renewal of expansion of transit infrastructure. J'aimerais rappeler au NPD.
I would like to remind the NDP that it was our government that made record investments in public transit, and we've been doing this since 2006. If public transit is so important to them, they should have supported the work of our government. I would remind my colleagues, and many colleagues who were not with us before the previous election, of the long list of actions, because it's quite impressive.
Building Canada Fund, a key component of the Building Canada Plan, public transit was identified as one of the 5 national priorities. Infrastructure Canada has committed over 40% of that program spending to public transit projects. This includes $622 million for the Toronto-York Spadina subway extension, in addition to $75 million given under the Public Transit Capital Trust, a $108 million package of transit investment in Vancouver, including upgrades to the SkyTrain system, and a $100 million investment in public transit in Edmonton. Under Canada's Economic Action Plan, the government has invested over $240 million in public transit projects through the infrastructure stimulus, including $39 million for various projects in Calgary and $101 million for projects in the Greater Toronto area. Furthermore, under the Canada Strategic Infrastructure Fund, since 2006, more than $260 million were committed to public transit projects. Additional funding was also provided for public transit initiatives through various envelopes, such as $400 million public transit fund and a total of $1.4 billion under 2 public transit capital trusts. En faisant le tour des différents
Through these various programs, we're talking about $5 billion that our government has invested in public transit infrastructure across the country since 2006. It's unfortunate to see the NDP act this way. They always say that they defend public transit, and they always vote against the reasons initiatives of our government to help public transit develop. We will continue because the work of our government in the area of public transit doesn't stop there.
These investments, the $2 billion federal gas tax fund also provides a substantial source of funding for transit projects in a yearly basis. Some of Canada's largest cities, Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and Edmonton, have directed either all or most of their federal transfer under this fund to public transit projects. All in all, municipalities across Canada have used close of $1.7 billion of their federal gas tax fund allocations for transit investments since 2006. And we do more than provide infrastructure funding. Thanks to our public transit tax credit, Canadians can also claim costs of monthly public transit passes or passes of longer duration, such as an annual pass for travel within Canada on public transit. These public transit investments have been contributing to better the lives of Canadians residing in large urban centres or smaller communities alike. Important transit projects have been funded in all parts of the country thanks to federal support. For instance, in Eastern Canada, over $3 million was committed in a bus service in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The Government of Canada also worked with the province of New Brunswick to realize the Kodiak Transit Facility in Moncton, providing $12.5 million in funding. Our
government has also supported commuter rail improvement plans in Dorion-Rigaud, Del-Saint-Candiac, Blainville-Saint-Jean, and elsewhere.
And was committed to public transit initiatives in Ontario in the last 5 years. In Western Canada, federal commitment of close to $220 million in Alberta and $500 million in British Columbia have been made for public transit infrastructure initiatives like the South Light Rail Transit Platform Extension in Edmonton, the new Park and Ride Facility and New Transit Exchange in Langley, and the 7th Avenue rehabilitation of stations and track work in Calgary. The NDP always voted against all of the funding to support these projects. All these projects were made possible through our strong and successful partnerships. We have been working together to leverage investment from all levels of government and the private sector to ensure value for taxpayers' money and address the specific needs of each community.
In a country that is as big as ours, needs in terms of public transit are different from one region to the next. Unlike the opposition, we believe that the provinces, territories, and municipalities are in the best position to know what their needs in terms of public transit are and develop plans to meet those needs. That is why our government is giving our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners the flexibility they need in these programs to identify their needs. We will continue to respect provincial and municipal jurisdiction in our support for public transit. That is how we do things.
To promote a collaborative approach to work with provinces, territories, and municipalities to ensure that Canadian communities remain among the best in the world to live. Our record speaks by itself. Our government recognizes the importance of public infrastructure. It has made unprecedented and ongoing investments through its existing programs. The opposition record also speaks by itself. Every time this House has to vote one budget item to support transit system, the NDP always voted against it. We will continue to build on the success of the Economic Action Plan and the Building of Canada Plan while we remain focused on creating the right conditions for long-term economic prosperity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, we will always vote against budget that cut Canadian jobs. Having said that, the estimate that has been tabled in front of this House yesterday cut over $1 billion in infrastructure funds and also cut over $270 million to the Via Rail, which is more than half of their current funding. This will lead to increased commute times, more crumbling infrastructure. It will mean that the water system will continue to age and that there will be even more boil water advisories. Can the minister explain why this steep cut in infrastructure and whether he plans to have a long-term infrastructure program in the upcoming budget? Let him answer this question directly rather than resorting to the blame game and the old talking points, because Canadians deserve a clear answer.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
This MP knows exactly that the affirmation is wrong. That's cash management, and we repay bills to many provinces when they send us the bills. And we can't pay the bills before we receive them. She already knows that. That's completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. We have invested more than any government in the past. Some weren't there in before 2011. They asked for a long-term plan. I think to have the gas tax fund permanent, I think something permanent is very for long-term, Mr. Speaker. And they voted against that. We have delivered more than ever for this country, and will continue to do that in respect of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. That's very important. They want to decide on behalf of municipalities. I'm a former mayor. Maybe somebody wants to become mayor too. But us, we will respect jurisdiction, all municipalities and provinces.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question is not what the government did. We voted on it, and now the reality is to see what's going to happen tomorrow. In 2014, there will be a renewal of the infrastructure plan, and there is also a reality, a deficit, $131 billion in infrastructure. Of course, the Canadian government is going to tell us that this is provincial jurisdiction, but because he was a mayor, and even when I was a minister at the time, I made announcements in his riding for the Robertville Airport. I know that the federal government has a role to play in this. So yes or no, is he prepared to move forward with a long-term plan? Gas tax is one element, but it's not enough. Will he make sure that we can look forward and ensure sustainable infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I like the reference to my past as a mayor, and perhaps others hope to do this too. That is my past. Mr. Speaker, we doubled the gas tax, going from $1 billion to $2 billion per year. The mayors across the country want predictability and to be able to predict what is coming. Of course, Mr. Speaker, last summer, we traveled across the country. There were 13 round tables to get comments from the provinces and municipalities.
But no decision has been taken at this point, Mr. Speaker. That said, it's clear we are in a fragile, globalized economy, and any decision taken will be taken based on the ability of Canadian taxpayers to pay, the world economy, and we are attentive to what the honourable member said. We will act in the best interest of the country and municipalities. Questions and comments? The Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, I would like to thank the work done by the Minister for Transport and Infrastructure and Economic Development Canada for the Quebec region. A great thank you to the Minister who has done so much for his region, for Quebec, and for all of Canada. Can my colleague, the Minister, tell me whether this motion is really useful today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, if I've just said, never in the history of this country have municipalities and provinces have a partner as involved as this government when it comes to infrastructure. We've said so, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be a partner, and we will support municipalities to the extent that Canadian taxpayers can. We want to balance the budget, whereas the opposition wants to impose a $21 billion carbon tax. But for us, it is more important that Canadians keep their money into their pockets. We have reduced taxes over 140 times since we came into power. We want to continue along those lines. So I think the motion we're debating is useless. We are continuing to work, but in the last 7 years, the NDP has voted against every one of our measures. So we believe that they should walk the talk. So we will vote against their motion. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The opposition motion gives me the opportunity to show this, to talk to the House about all the achievements made by the Canada Economic Development Agency for the Quebec regions in the area of infrastructure. Since 2006, our Conservative government has made infrastructure one of its priorities. I am thinking of the Advantage Canada Economic Action Plan, which showed our intent to give Canada a modern infrastructure system. We delivered the goods. As is seen by the programs and initiatives we have implemented to bolster our infrastructure, to help communities, and to stimulate our economy. Beginning with the most recent initiative, which is ongoing and which is giving definite results, the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund, which was created in the last budget, but which the NDP had opposed. It had received an envelope of $132 million in Quebec, and it will be in effect until March of 2014. It will help renovate, upgrade, and widen existing community infrastructure projects. So for our government, improving the quality of life of our communities is a priority. People who live in many communities can already take advantage of the benefits of this program. The first call for bids ended in the fall of 2012, and 542 projects were submitted in Quebec. These projects would never have seen the light of day if it had been left up to the NDP. So the first phase of this program was very successful, and so it shows that it is a good program. The program will build upon existing infrastructure, which is managed by municipalities or regional municipality counties. We're talking about playgrounds, recreational facilities, community centers, and other such infrastructures. Last week I was in Drummondville to announce a renovation of the community center. This is an important, the community center is an important part of community life in Drummondville. It offers a wide range of services and activities. the contribution of our government will help to renovate space within the community center and some common areas. And this really is the embodiment of the program, that is to improve the quality of life of people by bringing them together and by contributing to job growth, and prosperity. Recently, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, and the Minister responsible for economic development in Quebec was in Quebec City to announce funding for the Patro, which is the community center welcoming thousands of children and youth and seniors from everywhere. Patro is an organization which is in many communities and brings people together. The program also funds other organizations, a program the NDP had rejected. Looking elsewhere, other large infrastructure projects were brought about since 2006, including Building Infrastructure Quebec, which counted as its partners towns, villages, municipalities, the private sector, and nonprofit organizations. The fund was created under the Building Canada Fund. It has an envelope of $8.8 billion, and it funds, and it will fund projects from 2007 to 2014. These projects are local, regional, and provincial priorities. Economic Development Canada applies two aspects of the Quebec program: cities and communities. The cities program applies to towns with over 100,000 citizens. In Quebec, $157 million were invested out of a total budget of $500 million. Some of the projects included the future sports complex of Ville-Saint-Laurent, the multi-service center in Saguenay, and a center in Sherbrooke and Quebec City as well. As for the community part of the program, we invested over $200 million in it, and thanks to this help, 125 projects were achieved. These projects generated a total investment of $665 million, something the NDP opposed. In fact, it opposed all of these projects. In 2009, the government adopted the Economic Action Plan to counter the effects of the world economic slowdown. Under the plan, $11.8 billion went to infrastructure projects from coast to coast. But again, to the NDP, this was $11 billion too many. In Quebec, the communities part of the program helped improve many projects. $105 million went into completing 104 additional projects. We're talking about modernizing public infrastructure in communities with less than 100,000 inhabitants. We modernized water treatment systems. We modernized cultural centers and sporting centers as well. These are many examples. Others include a project in Stansted where a new arena was put up in 2011. This arena serves students of the Stansted College and people who live in neighboring communities. In total, $471 million were invested by our government in 247 infrastructure projects. These 247 projects received a total investment of $1.4 billion, 247 projects which the NDP did not even want to see come about. Under the 2009 Economic Action Plan, we created the recreation program, which went to improving existing recreational facilities. Over $68 million were invested in Quebec alone under this program. 208 projects recreational facilities, which, again, the NDP did not want to see come about. We're talking about the renovation of sporting and recreational facilities, hockey rinks, playgrounds, the Matagami pool, cycling paths, a soccer field at the Montmorency College in Laval. These were all important projects which contributed to the economic health of communities and brought people together. We also brought about the Rural Infrastructure Fund. Since 2007, the government helped bring about 207 projects by injecting over $213 million, whether it's the construction of a home for youth in Capshaw or another project in Masson-Angers. This rural development project has helped improve the quality of life and the economic health of smaller communities. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our infrastructure record is fantastic. We helped bring about 682 projects, and I've just mentioned a few of them. Financial participation stood at $647 million for a total benefit of over $2 billion. We will keep on working on these infrastructure projects for all of our constituents and for the well-being of Canada's economy, despite the opposition opposing all of these achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened with interest to my honourable colleague's speech. I was also present in the House in the fall of 2008 when this government produced an economic update in November of 2008 that projected a surplus for 2009 and failed to see completely what they now refer to as the Great Recession from even coming, and had to be pressed into making investments to help save the Canadian economy by the New Democrats and this side of the House. So it's interesting to see this retelling of history. But I want to ask him a question about the RINC program that he is boasting about, where the Conservative government created a program that would give money to municipalities under 100,000 to refurbish arenas and curling rinks and such. Because I tried to access those funds for my riding in Vancouver, and I was told that you had to have a population under 100,000, which of course excluded all the major cities in this country. We also saw the Conservatives with their big checks given out in communities with the Conservative logo on it, proving that they were regarding this program as a way to shovel pork off the back of trucks and couldn't understand the difference between the Conservative Party and taxpayers' money. So I'm asking, what was the reason for having a 100,000 person population limit on those funds? Why didn't they make those funds available to all communities in this country that needed help with their community centres and rinks and curling facilities, not just the ones in rural Canada? Why was that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if my colleague had read the program, he would have seen that money was available for communities with less than 100,000 people. But how can my colleague not recognize that our government has made unprecedented investment to improve infrastructure in Canada over the last 7 years? Why did the NDP vote against every single investment in Canadian infrastructure over the last 7 years? I hope one day he will answer that question. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, this motion is useless. There is no reason why we should be debating it today, because the government has done an outstanding job over the last 7 years by improving the infrastructure in our communities from coast to coast in partnership with provinces and municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, in all of the years I've been here, I hope that one day my colleague will stop sounding like a broken record and that he'll answer with his own words. I will put a very simple question slowly so that he understands, and I hope to get a yes or no answer. Can the Parliament, or rather, is the Parliamentary Secretary in agreement with allocating money for infrastructure? We're for that. But is he for or against dedicated funding? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague from Bourassa that the government had created the Building Canada Quebec Fund, which helped fund major infrastructure projects in cooperation with the province and municipalities. And I invite my colleague from Bourassa, if he aspires to his dreams, perhaps that we can work together one day in the interest of Montreal.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that this government did do was to make the gas tax funding permanent in our budget. And so municipalities across Canada can now count on that money and know exactly how they can plan for their capital expenditures. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could speak to how this is creating jobs and long-term planning opportunities for our municipalities.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, you have less than a minute remaining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her interesting question. Municipalities are very pleased with the Government of Canada's initiatives to make permanent the gas tax, which represents $2 billion. It's very important because municipalities want stable long-term funding so that they can plan their long-term infrastructure needs. So they will receive appropriate funding. This will create jobs, long-term jobs for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Western Arctic. I am incredibly pleased to stand up and proud to speak on what I think is one of the most excellent motions that have been presented in this House this session. And this is the Opposition Day motion drafted by my colleague from Trinity Spadina. And for all the Canadians watching right now, I'm going to read this motion, and I'd like them to consider whether they think this is something they'd like their federal government to vote for and agree with. That this House call on the government to commit in Budget 2013 to a long-term, predictable, and accountable federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government, as recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, in order to A, improve Canada's lagging productivity, B, shorten commute times, and C, fix Canada's crumbling infrastructure. Now, I would venture to guess, Mr. Speaker, that from coast to coast to coast, when Canadians hear that motion, they would be hard-pressed to see how anybody could disagree with a single word in there. Yet the Conservative government, their federal government, has indicated that it's going to vote against this motion. And you've heard a variety of reasons for that, none of which make sense, and I'll leave it up to the Canadian public to pass judgment on whether or not they think that this motion is worthy of support or not. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing an unprecedented infrastructure deficit. This is an assessment that has been confirmed by numerous studies and various sources from a variety of perspectives: business leaders, academics, experts, media reports, and municipal leaders of all types across this country. They point to the realities of traffic gridlock, failing water systems, potholed roads. It makes it clear that a concerted effort by all three levels of government is needed to tackle the growing infrastructure crisis in earnest. When we talk infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned a couple of the real-life services that Canadians get and expect when we use that term. Let's itemize what we're talking about. We're talking about roads that Canadians drive on and that businesses use to transport their products. Bridges, public transit of all types, buses, SkyTrains, metros, rail service, water and sewer systems. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the very guts of the Canadian economy, the very fabric of our cities, municipalities, towns, and highways across this country that make life, business, and employment and growth possible in this country. Now, population growth and increasing urbanization are outpacing investment in infrastructure. The persistent funding shortfalls prevent municipalities from performing crucial maintenance tasks needed to fix this crumbling infrastructure. Now, the ad hoc budget-to-budget funding model favoured by this government is better suited to photo ops and pork barrel politics than it is to building strong, dynamic communities, which is what the New Democrat official opposition is committed to, building strong, dynamic communities in partnership with provincial and municipal and rural governments across this country so that we can make life better for our citizens and we can make commerce easier for our businesses. Now, the reality is that much of post-war infrastructure in Canada is reaching the end of its lifespan. Canada's infrastructure deficit, calculated as the total amount of investments needed to maintain and replace decaying municipal infrastructure that currently exists, is estimated, Mr. Speaker, at an astounding $171 billion. Now, this government, prodded by the New Democrats in previous parliaments, finally has made permanent a certain portion of the gas tax that amounts to funding of $2 billion a year. Now, again, we have a deficit just to fix existing infrastructure that's decaying now of $171 billion. So I think Canadians watching get an idea for the magnitude of the problem and the insignificance of the Conservative solution. We need more, Mr. Speaker. For 5 years, the New Democrats have been calling for a permanent infrastructure program to deal with this current deficit as responsible legislators, as responsible parliamentarians, rather than downloading responsibility to local governments, as I must say the previous Liberal government did in the 90s. I'm going to pause and just say that the Liberals repeatedly stand themselves and say, let's not talk about the past, let's look to the future. Well, if I had the record that the Liberals have of downloading infrastructure costs onto the provinces, of slashing budgets and dumping the problems of federal financing onto the backs of provincial and municipal governments, I wouldn't want to look at that record either. But it's a reality, Mr. Speaker, and it should be noted by Canadians, because if you don't know where you've come from, you won't know where you're going. Now, Mr. Speaker, a long-term, predictable and accountable federal infrastructure plan, in partnership with other levels of government, will help our cities adapt to the 21st century economy, sustain economic growth, reduce commuting times, and improve Canadian standard of living. Now, again, business leaders, I've already referred to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, municipal leaders, talked about the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which is the preeminent body in this country that represents cities and towns across Canada. Academics and economists are joining the NDP in calling for long-term, sustained and predictable investments in public infrastructure to improve economic productivity, quality of life and the competitiveness of our towns and cities. Mr. Speaker, anybody opposed to this motion would have to be opposed to a wide variety of Canadian sources calling for what is obviously an intelligent and thoughtful economic plan. But I want to talk about a few of my constituents because, Mr. Speaker, frankly, I think the Canadian population is ahead of politicians quite often. And here's what some of them have said to me. Here's a letter from November 2012 from Josh in Dulai. He says, Canada needs a cohesive plan and comprehensive investment in our public transit infrastructure. The federal government has an important role to play in making this happen. A national strategy would help make public transit more accessible and affordable. Our current public transit systems are chronically underfunded patchwork and would greatly benefit from a more coordinated approach. As a Member of Parliament, you have the ability to make important changes that would increase the quality of life for millions of Canadians, reduce traffic congestion in major urban centres, and upgrade public transit in both urban and rural areas. These steps would improve air quality and cut greenhouse gases that cause climate change. That sounds pretty intelligent to me, Mr. Speaker. Here's a letter from Debbie Longley from March 2009. Another thing that I think would have a huge impact on the amount of carbon emissions in Vancouver is to make the buses more affordable to ride. I believe investments should be covered by tax dollars to encourage people to take public transit. I think it would even encourage many people to choose not to have a car. Others would use their cars less. I am a single mother, and it can be expensive to take the bus with children. This could also help unemployed people to be mobile to find work. Again, I think pretty devastating logic. From Chardon Labrie, I am fed up with the transit system since the snow started. The amount of money I've had to fork over for cabs to get me home at 11:30 p.m. from work is obscene. The buses just can't do the job. There's an endless stream of buses for other areas, but none for my area. I have paid for a yearly transit pass and feel as if I'm not getting my money's worth. We should be able to expect the buses in Canada to run in all weather. Someone should step up to the plate and fix this problem. Again, I think a pretty accurate assessment. These people are calling on this federal Conservative government to step up to that plate. I want to talk for a moment about the Mayor of Vancouver and City Council that's doing an excellent job in Vancouver. That's Mayor Gregor Robertson, joined by City Councillors Tim Stevenson, Raymond Louie, Jeff Meigs, Andrea Reimer, and Heather Deal, who all came to this Hill at various times over the past several years to beg this government to devote more money from the gas tax, to give them a little bit more money to be able to invest the capital funding that they know is needed. We know that cities and towns have the bulk of responsibility for delivering public services in Canada. We also know that they receive only 8 cents out of every dollar of taxes collected. So it only stands to reason, Mr. Speaker, onerous responsibility, light revenues, we have to change this mismatch. Now, what's being called for by my honourable colleague is nothing more than common sense. Long-term, predictable, stable funding. And that's something that we need to do to fix our roads and highways, improve our sewer systems and water supply, get our wastewater and drinking water treatment facilities up to snuff, fix our bridges. Mr. Speaker, I'm the critic for international trade. I can't tell you how many witnesses have come to our committee and said that Canada needs a 21st century infrastructure if we are truly to take advantage of greater trade opportunities. We need to be able to have ports, rail and roads that can move our imports and exports across this country. We need to have facilities that attract businesses here. If this government really is serious about attracting investment to Canada, then we better have the facilities that make that investment profitable for those companies. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude just by saying I call on the Conservative government to put ideology aside, do the right thing, listen to Canadian taxpayers, listen to the bodies across this country, listen to common sense, and support a motion that is intelligent, needed, and well-drafted.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last September in Northern Ontario, the provincial Liberal government decided to kill passenger train service on the Ontario Northlander, a passenger train service that was essential for the communities of our region. The provincial Liberal government's idea of infrastructure is to sell it off, to get fire sales, to just walk away from it and leave people without the basic methods of communication and travel that is essential to have a growing economy. Now we see with the federal Conservative government, they're refusing to work with the New Democrats on a national infrastructure plan to ensure that we have proper public transit, the proper trains, that we have the proper municipal infrastructure, because they would prefer to keep downloading it into our communities. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks of the short-sighted view of what infrastructure is, that this government seems to think that it's something that you can download to the municipalities, download onto the taxpayers at their municipal level, rather than having a national strategy for ensuring transit and proper housing.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an intelligent and thoughtful question. You know, it gives me an opportunity to point out the other forms of infrastructure that are important to Canadians: broadband internet, hospitals, schools, airports, power lines, dams, wind farms, energy plants. Those also make up a wide array of the public infrastructure throughout Canada. And I think Canadians want to invest in their country. And I think my honourable colleague hits the nail on the head when he talks about the Conservatives who ideologically believe in small government, and they don't believe in building up public enterprise and public facilities in this country. They believe in reducing, shrinking them, and selling them off. In fact, right in my hometown of Vancouver, we see the decision of this government to close the Kitts Coast Guard station, and we're starting to find paperwork that suggests that this federal government's really interested in selling off the land on which that Kitts Coast Guard station sits. We know this government has sold foreign embassies and residences, so they're selling the farm to pay the mortgage. And that's why Conservatives are among the worst financial managers in the history of this country. The largest deficits in the history of Canada, the one by the Minister of Finance last year, eclipsing only the one by Michael Wilson in the Mulroney government. That's a fact. Yeah. And they hear snickering on the other side. Go check the numbers. Largest deficits, and adding $100 billion of debt to Canada's debt is a legacy of the last 5 years. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, they don't know how to run the economy.
Yes.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I thought it was interesting in listening to the previous question, the member made reference to the Liberal government in the province of Ontario. And the first thought that came across my mind, of course, is the NDP government in Manitoba and its many failings. But I want to say, in terms of, if we take a look at the infrastructure period, Mr. Speaker, that what we need to do is we need to see provincial governments working with federal governments in cooperation with our cities and our municipalities, which have their feet on the ground in terms of much of that infrastructure that has to get done. Many would argue they could potentially play that lead role in terms of ensuring that the tendering and contracts and so forth are done. And we're talking about streets, sewers, infrastructure such as back lanes, that sort of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And that because the cities do not have the financial capability in order to do the work that's necessary, they rely not only on the provincial governments, but the federal government. And this is where Ottawa needs to step up and to provide the leadership to bring the three stakeholders together and ensure that we have a proper infrastructure dollars going to these needs.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, you have less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the New Democrats believe that a long-term effective infrastructure plan should be included in the 2013 budget that is developed through continuous consultation with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Aboriginal communities that would span a period of 20 years to allow for better long-term planning and support of long-term projects, that sets clear funding criteria and program targets, uses transparent, accountable, and non-political allocation mechanisms to facilitate this process, something the Conservative government could learn from. It encourages the use of innovative technologies to get better efficiency, to provide dedicated funds for replacing and expanding rural, remote, and northern infrastructure, to provide dedicated transit funds to reduce commute times, and to provide regular, frequent, and transparent progress reports to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, those are the priorities of the NDP. Those are the priorities of the cities, the business groups, and Canadians across this country, and that's exactly what they're going to see in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this tremendous resolution that's been brought forward by our member from Trinity Spadina. When we talk about infrastructure, most Canadians, of course, where they live, they think of the needs of big cities. However, Canada's rural and remote municipalities have infrastructure needs just as great or greater than those faced by cities like Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. And quite clearly, not even the same political leverage or resources to accomplish those things. As a member of one of the most remote parts of Canada and a former long-term mayor, president of the NWT Association of Communities, I know just how great the infrastructure challenge is to northern communities. And it's composed of a number of different things. Appearing before the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs in 2009, David Austin, representing the Association of Yukon Communities, said, "We need to recognize that it is not possible to construct infrastructure in the Yukon at costs approximating those of southern centres. The shortness of the season, the lack of skilled tradespeople in some specific trades are factors. The distance from major markets, transportation costs for materials, and economies of scale are difficult to achieve in the Yukon's relatively small economy." His comments can be applied to the rest of the North, the Northern Territories, to the northern Aboriginal communities across the country, to northern parts of all the provinces. Probably 300 communities across Canada could be called rural and remote. The Northwest Territories capital, Yellowknife, currently has, and this is well documented, an infrastructure deficit of approximately $67 million, meaning that there's this much infrastructure that it's in dire need of replacement. And we live in a very difficult environment where the costs are high and where replacement becomes necessary because of climate change, because of the nature of where we're living. Yellowknife Mayor Mark Hike recently said, "I believe we need to invest more in maintaining our municipal infrastructure than we have in the past, and we need to carefully prioritize our capital projects to put more emphasis on critical infrastructure." So we're not talking about things that are just for the sake of aesthetics or for other simple things like that, but the things that are absolutely required to run a city, small city. We also need to be active in territorial and national lobbying efforts through the NWT. He went on to say we also need to be active in territorial and national lobbying efforts through the NWT Association of Communities and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to ensure that the territorial and federal governments are adequately assisting municipalities with the cost of addressing our infrastructure deficit. Just as Yellowknife probably helps out the rest of the country with its great mining industry located there, with the value per capita of the gross domestic product so high that right across northern Canada we're expected to be shouldering the burden of the GDP in this country to a greater extent than any other part of the country, and we need to have proper infrastructure to accomplish that. The 2008-2012 business plan of the Northwest Territories Department of Public Works and Services is even more direct about the infrastructure need in the territory, saying, the fiscal realities that GNWT's infrastructure needs exceed by a wide margin its financial ability to address them. Therefore, the GNW is challenged to explore broad and innovative approaches to infrastructure planning, acquisition, usage, and maintenance. The only trouble is innovation can only go so far, and that is really you simply need to invest. To meet the NWT's infrastructure need, the territorial government has had to borrow. Because of the borrowing limitations imposed by Ottawa, they've run into serious difficulties. The NWT Minister of Finance said in this year's territorial budget address a week or so ago, every dollar spent on infrastructure is borrowed money, bringing us closer to our borrowing limit and leaving no flexibility to respond to a potential economic downturn or make strategic investments to support economic development and grow our economy. So we're in the NWT's in a robbing Peter to pay Paul situation, and the future is not well taken care of. In Nunavut, the infrastructure deficit is just as great. The Nunavut government estimates that it will require $6 billion over the next 20 years to meet its existing infrastructure needs. It has a need for 3,600 more housing units. It needs a deep water port at Iqaluit and other communities. And we had a tremendous presentation at the Foreign Affairs Committee this morning on the incredible lack of transportation infrastructure in Nunavut. Nunavut needs to find alternate sources of energy. It's currently using 33.4 million litres of diesel for electrical generation. That's unaffordable to that area and will continue to be unaffordable for the future. So Iqaluit, a city of 7,000 people, has a $160 million infrastructure deficit. They may be able to scrape together, as the mayor says, the $20 million they need for badly needed upgrades, but they can't even come close to addressing the issues that are in front of them. Earlier this month, the Premier of Nunavut was here in Ottawa lobbying for $500 million over 5 years for only 2 projects, and that didn't go very far. But those are the kinds of situations that we find our communities and our governments across northern Canada in. We are expected to be the economic generators of the future, but the investment has to be made now. You know, it's unfortunate that politics comes into infrastructure investment. We need a clear strategy to move Canadian infrastructure into the 21st century. I served for 5 years on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Investment, and there was an opportunity across the country to identify good investment that made sense for the environment and made sense for the long-term cost to a community. That information is still available with this great organization, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We can make a difference with our infrastructure, but we have to take the proper steps. Improving infrastructure is more than just roads. It's more than ditches and dumps. It's more than those things. It's setting our communities up so that they can move to a green future. That's really important. When you invest in something that is not sustainable, you've got that investment hanging around for 40 years, making trouble for you. So we do need to be smart, we need to be clever, we need to invest in the proper things. And our municipalities across this country have taken the effort to understand how those investments are made and are likely to be the best ones to lead us forward in the future in making investments. So it's incredibly important that the federal government recognize the partnership that should be with the municipalities when it comes to investment in infrastructure. I just want to speak a bit about a quote that the former mayor of the city of Yellowknife, Gord Van Tegema, who spent many years in the position, he said, in towns that have good water, affordable housing, power and jobs, people can live healthy lifestyles. Healthy lifestyles should be the goal for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this government could take real action on meeting Canada's infrastructure deficit if it only would take a strategic approach rather than politically funding projects that would gain them the most political advantage. We really have to move away from that. We really have to move to a system that allows municipalities to make logical, rational choices about the future according to the best possible practices that have been identified for accomplishing their goals. Sustainability is so important. We can't leave our grandchildren with this infrastructure deficit. We can't accept that our grandchildren will be still trying to go to work in situations that are not cleverly thought out by this generation. This generation has a responsibility to leave something better than what we have to date. Mr. Speaker, that should be our goal here. I hope that the Conservatives across the way will support this resolution, that we can work unanimously to build a better Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Western Arctic for his presentation. I agree with every word, and I'm looking forward to voting for this motion. Sometimes I think art imitates life, and I think a lot of us have enjoyed Terry Fallis's books, The Best Laid Plans, and the sequel, which was The High Road, which was premised on the collapse of a bridge, and with good policy background suggested that governments, for quite a number of successive governments, had transferred a fiscal deficit to an infrastructure deficit. I raise that because I think we're in this debate today, there's this really big elephant in the room, which is that we have ignored our infrastructure in ways that leave it crippled and crumbling, and the generations of our past used to invest in the future and think long term. If we don't pass this resolution and put new funds in place for infrastructure and take it seriously, we are condemning future generations to a crumbling third world status for Canadian municipalities. And I wonder if my friends have any further comments on that theme.
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who on this particular question, because of course, when you think of it, the infrastructure of the country is like the clothes we wear. It's what the shoes on our feet. If we wear the wrong shoes, they wear cheap shoes, they wear out quickly, and we end up with foot problems in later life. If we don't dress properly, if we don't conserve energy, then we might find ourselves with sick more often. So everything about what we do with our lives is important, and we're facing challenges now that go beyond the borders of Canada to the whole world. So we have a responsibility not only to Canada to fix our infrastructure and to do a good job on it, but we need to set examples and join with the rest of the world that is working very hard to try to come to grips with what is proper infrastructure, how can we live our lives in a better fashion so that we will leave something for our grandchildren to work with.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I look to the member and ask him to recognize the degree in which we have this huge infrastructure deficit. And it doesn't matter what region of the country you go into, whether it's the Atlantic region, the northern region, Pacific region, out in our prairies, Ontario, Quebec, all municipalities, and big and small, have a need to invest more in things such as roads and sewer lines and so forth. And I would ultimately conclude that unless the federal government is prepared to get serious, and to a certain degree the provinces also have to play a role in this, that there's no way possible that our municipalities and cities will have the resources necessary in order to address the real need that is out there. Would you not agree with that assessment?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, we're in this House of Commons. We're not shopkeepers. We're not counting our pennies and handing them out to people one by one. We are here to think for Canadians. We are here to provide a basis of an integrated plan for this country. We're not here to simply be concerned about whether we took $2 from here and put it over here. We have to think about what the future is here. If this Parliament can't live up to that, we should go home. We shouldn't be here unless we care deeply about what the future means to this country. It's not a question of this year making sure that we get the jobs on the road. That's important. There's no doubt about it. But we have to have an idea where this country needs to go for the future so it works for Canadians. Without that, we're lost.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise to address this motion, the NDP motion today, believing that it is a motion that is worthy of supporting. In fact, our previous speaker from representing the Liberal Party has indicated that we will be voting in favour of the motion, and it shouldn't come as any surprise. It's nothing new. At the end of the day, we've had Liberal Prime Ministers such as Pierre Trudeau, Jean Chrétien, who have really emphasized the importance of infrastructure. If you go back to the 70s, you will see that there was a lot of the seed money and the ideas that led to many successful projects that we have in the city of Winnipeg, just as an example, Mr. Speaker. And it takes a government that has the interest, it takes strong leadership from ministers of the Crown to say that, look, we believe in infrastructure and we want to be engaged with our municipalities and our cities. And I believe if you take a look in terms of some of the things that we have done in the past, I think right offhand of individuals like Lloyd Axworthy. Lloyd Axworthy was a champion in terms of just fighting for infrastructure dollars, looking at ways in which the federal government could look at supporting municipalities, in particular the city of Winnipeg, to develop things. I look at the Forks project as an example. Today, it's Manitoba's #1 tourist attraction. If it was not for federal dollars, it wouldn't be there, Mr. Speaker. You can talk about North Portage and the development of North Portage. Again, if it wasn't for federal dollars, it wouldn't have occurred. And the impact that has had on the city of Winnipeg is phenomenal. If you take a look at what the city of Winnipeg, that north of Portage, used to look like prior to that investment, and that meant Ottawa coming to the table, you'd be surprised to the degree in which now North Portage brings people downtown, especially now with the Winnipeg Jets. And again, you have different levels of government that made that happen, Mr. Speaker. The beautiful MTS Centre that we have today. When I make reference to the Forks, when we had those federal dollars coming in, Mr. Speaker, well, today it's the most visited travel destination for the province of Manitoba. More visitors go to the Forks. It wouldn't have been possible had it not been for the recognition that the federal government does have a role to play, Mr. Speaker. I could talk about, Reg Alcock in the Jean Chrétien or Paul Martin government. Reg fought for the Kenaston underpass. And it was not an easy fight, I must say. I know that the Ottawa and the province and the municipality said we need to have a pool of money. It was agreed. They had consultations that had taken place. The city says, well, here's where we think some of our priorities are. And the province said, here's where we believe our priorities are. And Reg, representing Ottawa, said, here's where I think some of the priorities of the federal government would be.
And out of that, for example, the Kenniston Underpass was built. Today, if you canvass Manitobans, or in particular those that live in Winnipeg, you will find that that underpass has been a godsend for many of our constituents, Mr. Speaker. In fact, now we have IKEA that's just located into Winnipeg, and everyone says, you know, Winnipeg's doing so much better. Well, if it wasn't for the role of the federal government in investing in that infrastructure, I would suggest to you that we wouldn't have, I shouldn't say I would suggest, that we would not have the Kenniston Underpass. Because the city definitely was not going to go alone. It was too big of a job. They didn't have the tax base in order to sustain it. And today you'll hear that you have that development of that whole southern corridor that's being developed, Mr. Speaker, that is being developed in good part because now there's at least a better traffic flow. It's one of the reasons why IKEA actually moved into that particular location, just south of that underpass. There's a great deal of construction that takes place. You know, in the north end, the twinning of Inkster Boulevard or Centerport, and the role that Ottawa has to play, Mr. Speaker. If Ottawa does not play a role, it's not going to be developed in the way in which it needs to be developed. And if you deny that development from taking place, then what you're doing is you're preventing other economic opportunities that is going to generate the wealth for our community, Mr. Speaker, for the city of Winnipeg in particular, but the province, and through that all Canada by doing that, Mr. Speaker. But with the investment and the participation of the federal government, we will recognize that we will have the idea or the dream of a Centerport. We can see the eventual twinning of Inkster Boulevard all the way to the perimeter. These are the types of infrastructure programs that make a difference. You know, you drive down streets. You know, I remember it was, I believe, the 2007 provincial election where I'm sitting on a street with my then leader, John Gerard, and we said, well, here's the potholes. And I believe it was on Toronto Street, and we talked about the potholes. And we said that, you know what, the city cannot do it alone. The city of Winnipeg does not have the resources in order to improve the infrastructure, that the province needed to come on board in order to provide some of those necessary funds. The same argument, Mr. Speaker, can be articulated as to why it is that Ottawa has that important role also to fill. And if they're not doing that, then what's happening is we're seeing more and more of our streets and our back lanes starting to crumble. Now, everything that I've just said, Mr. Speaker, you could apply to every province and territory in Canada. That all of these investments that we're prepared to make provide the opportunities for economies throughout our country, from coast to coast to coast, to be able to prosper. But it takes political will, it takes courage, it takes leadership for the government to be able to say, you know, we are going to recognize how important the issue of infrastructure is and start investing not only resources, but time. The Government of Canada needs to sit down with the provinces and sit down with the municipalities and come up with some strategy. You know, the Liberal Party has been calling for a transit strategy for years. You know, whether I hear from my colleagues from the 905 area talking about, you know, the train transportation or subway development and the need for Ottawa to pony up and get engaged on the issue, or it's in the rural communities, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need for a transit strategy. And that is something, again, that we have been articulating on and calling for a good time now, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've talked about a housing strategy because housing is a part of infrastructure. The Government of Canada has virtually thrown its hands up and saying, well, we don't necessarily have any role in this. I haven't seen any real sign of the national government wanting to play a role in a national housing strategy. Well, that's all a part of it, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at our housing stock. That is our infrastructure. Infrastructure is more than just the big brand new buildings that you stand in front of and you cut a ribbon and you have that ideal photo op, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it's the pothole on the street, it's the sewer systems, it's providing good quality water. Last year we introduced an opposition motion for Opposition Day saying that we want to see clean water for all of our communities across Canada. How many communities do we have that do not have access to clean running water? Well, I would suggest to you that this is, in fact, the core infrastructure that needs to be invested in. We have water advisories like you wouldn't believe in the province of Manitoba, and I don't think Manitoba is unique to that, Mr. Speaker. Out in Atlantic Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador, there's other communities that have these water advisories. What role does Ottawa have to play? Again, municipalities cannot afford this. You take a look at the overall costs for a city or for a municipality. Look at where their revenue base actually is. We're talking about property tax and a few other taxes here and there, but none that really amount to the types of dollars that are necessary. So if you take a look, and we hear a lot about infrastructures and dollars and, how much is really necessary. And I would suggest to you that there's likely two numbers that one could actually take into consideration. There's this one big dollar, well into the billions of dollars. In the ideal world, this is what we would want to spend. But then there is the absolute need that is there. And it's the hundreds of millions of dollars, well into the billions, that we need to invest in infrastructure. And if we don't, and we're not prepared to invest in that infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, what we're really saying is that there are going to be individuals that are not going to be able to drink water. They're going to have to, out of their taps, they're going to have to purchase their water through bottled waters. Individuals that aren't even able to bathe properly because of water advisory notices. It means that there are going to be cities and municipalities throughout our great nation that are not going to be able to invest the type of money that's necessary in their roads in order to be able to sustain, in many ways, basic economics in terms of the potential for growth, Mr. Speaker. So that's the reason why it's so critically important. When you think of infrastructure, and I made a bit of a note, roads, highways, sewer lines, hydro, and I should go back to hydro, Mr. Speaker, but public transit, housing stock, environment, the water, these are some of those basic infrastructures that we really need to look at and think long-term. It's not just good enough to say, well, in budget 2013, this is what we're going to do, and in 2014, well, we'll kind of think about it, and then we'll let you know as we get closer to 2014, 2015 budget year. For years now, we've been saying that at the end of the day, what we want is sustainable funding for many years. That's the way in which you can actually implement plans, Mr. Speaker. Cities across this country will say, well, here is a 5-year capital plan in terms of their infrastructure. They don't have any real sense in terms of what they can absolutely count on coming from the federal government or the provincial government. There needs to be more certainty, because with that certainty allows for better planning. I heard one member stand up today where she made the statement that Edmonton spent millions of dollars in digging a hole for transit, and then they spent more money filling the hole, and now they got some more money to be able to hopefully do the project, so they're redigging the hole. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that we could find that there are stories all over Canada in which we could see infrastructure projects that kind of got started, and then they were put on hold, and then they might have been canceled outright, not to mention the ones that would have been imagined and put out to potential tenders or requested to have draftings or proposals. Imagine the tens of millions of dollars that have actually gone to waste because we don't have that long-term strategy. And that is something in which we believe is absolutely necessary. And that's the reason why when I started off, I said, no one should be surprised in terms of what the Liberal Party is doing on this issue. We have consistently, Mr. Speaker, whether we were under governing this country or we were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, we have consistently advocated that we believe in infrastructure and we're prepared to invest in infrastructure. The government crows a lot about some of the investments that they have brought in. Well, I should remind the government that they had a minority situation, and many of the investments that they brought in because it was the opposition that was forcing them to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Good point.
That is the reality. Well, they might not necessarily like that, Mr. Speaker, but that is the reality. Proof is in the pudding. At the end of the day, you needed opposition support in order to sustain yourselves. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, I believe that led to more infrastructure. You're not going to tell me my time's run out, Mr. Speaker, I hope.
I'm going to remind the member that he's to address his comments to the chair, not to the other side of the room or other members of the House.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will try to keep my eyes focused on you and just kind of have that listening ear, because I know, Mr. Speaker, that at times the Conservatives will be a little sensitive because of all the generosity of ideas that when the Liberals were in opposition that we provided the government. And it's only because, as I say, we are the only political party that has been in government that has consistently argued that the investment in infrastructure in Canada is the way to go. And it's because we believe in it, Mr. Speaker. And now we're trying to challenge the government to take it to the next level. And that means recognizing that you have to have a strategy and you have to be prepared to look at long-term investment. And that means they have to start meeting and talking with the stakeholders. And I know they've been challenged on that particular issue. I think this is the only Prime Minister that has not had a Premier's conference where he's actually sat down with all the Premiers. At least I don't think he's actually met with all the Premiers around one table, Mr. Speaker. He prefers the one-on-one. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's something to be said about meeting with all of the Premiers and saying that infrastructure is important to our nation, and by having that group meeting, Mr. Speaker, they bring in their supports and their staff for the Premier's offices, and we should be incorporating, I must say, our First Nations in this discussion and our territories. There's phenomenal infrastructure that needs to be dealt with in regards to our First Nation reserves and so forth, Mr. Speaker. But to bring them to the table and actually come up with a larger plan. One could say, like the Kelowna Accord was a larger plan. Well, we need to develop a larger plan. We need to see the Prime Minister demonstrate that he is prepared to pony up in terms of money and resources, but he's also prepared to commit the time that's necessary and work with other levels of government and work with our First Nations and other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, and see what we can do in terms of addressing this infrastructure. Because as I've indicated, that if Ottawa does not come to the table, if Ottawa is not prepared to play that leadership role that is so badly needed today, that we will never be able to deal with the infrastructure deficit that we have. And that's why, I was encouraging to see the opposition day motion and why it is that we believe it's worthy of supporting. Mr. Speaker, I have talked about some of the other projects that we've done and we've seen in the past, but there is so much more. You know, over the weekend, I had someone bring up the need for a Keniston underpass. And I can recall individuals like Reg Alcock and many others, individuals not only in Winnipeg, but outside of Winnipeg, that have talked about Keniston underpass. And what is the future for Keniston underpass? That right now, there is no such thing, but there's a huge demand for it. Well, without the federal government coming to the table, Mr. Speaker, the likelihood of it taking place is greatly diminished. We are talking about significant dollars, and if the government was to actually canvass the many different municipalities that are out there and canvass the needs of our First Nations, you would find that it gets well into the billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And I would conclude my remarks by saying to the government, or by appealing to the Prime Minister, and suggesting to him that he needs to take the issue of strategic planning more seriously. He needs to start working and consulting with the different stakeholders that are out there. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are denying economic and social activity that is all very positive by not investing in our infrastructure. And I would highly recommend to the government that they should, in fact, support this particular motion, and I look forward to having the opportunity to actually put it to a vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kaministkasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague here from the Liberals talked about strategy and he talked about long-term investment. But that's really strange because let's not forget that it's under the Liberal government that the cycle of investment in infrastructure declined during the 1990s, which has created an infrastructure gap, and the Conservatives have continued that infrastructure gap. So the importance is that we need long-term funding for infrastructure, especially for smaller communities and the rural communities who don't have the luxury of having an engineer at the ready because it takes them a little bit longer. So we have to look at a plan not only for up until the next election, it has to be longer. So when we look at that, we consider places like Chapleau, whose pipes for water are deteriorating so bad that there is colored water and there is sediment in their water that they're actually, when they open their taps. Or we can look at Little Current, where because of this government's inaction with respect to the low water levels on the Great Lakes, we're seeing the water level drop so much that people are having trouble with their pipes that are into the lake, so they can't get any water, or their lines are freezing, or they have to put another 100 feet out. So at least with Little Current, the township could probably take some of that money and start providing the much-needed water to those communities. Unfortunately, they don't have the money. So again, Mr. Speaker, maybe my colleague can speak about small rural communities and the importance, especially of those in Northern Ontario, maybe.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not too sure if the member caught my opening remarks when I talked about the consistency. And actually, there's only one party in the House of Commons that has consistently supported infrastructure investment, and it's not the New Democrats. I can assure you of that, Mr. Speaker. Even during the 90s, when the Paul Martin and John Chrétien team balanced the books and were able to guarantee health care funding and built ultimately sustainable long-term health care, we still invested in infrastructure. You can take a look at the Wellness Institute. You can talk about the Leela. There's many different infrastructure projects that went ahead, Mr. Speaker. But to answer the specific question that the member is referring to, we need to recognize that many of the municipalities do not have the tax base nowhere close to what it's going to take in order to bring up their infrastructure to the degree in which they're going to be able to perform at peak. Now, remember, you could ultimately say, Mr. Speaker, here's an infrastructure project that needs to take place in a small rural community, but in order to get to another community, you have to go through that community. So it's not just the immediate community that benefits. The whole community, the broader community benefits, even if you have a smaller investment in a smaller community. It's about economic development. And the Liberal Party has consistently looked at infrastructure investment as a way in which we can not only see economic improvement, but it also facilitates social improvement and many other improvements as a direct response to investing in infrastructure.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague from across the way for his dissertation. I don't agree with much of what he said, and just a little bit of an interesting point that he made was that the Liberal Party took credit for things we're doing on this side of the House. All I want to point out to begin with is that in 2011, the Canadian voter decided that we were doing the right thing, and they believed what we were doing. And what they put the Liberal Party in the third party status in the House, believing in what they were saying. So I think clearly the voter has decided on who was moving the country in the right direction. But my question is simple as this, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party, the Speaker was talking about an infrastructure plan that's long-term. Infrastructure plans are billions of dollars, not millions, billions and billions of dollars. Three ways, in my view, you can either raise taxes, raise debt, or reduce services in other areas to pay for the infrastructure piece. The Liberal, I'm asking the person that was the member who was speaking, which approach would the Liberals take, or what would they be increasing taxes, increasing debt, or reducing services? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, that's the problem with the Conservatives. They have this blinder going on, and they think it has to be one of the three. They don't realize that there is other benefits. If you, in fact, have an infrastructure investment, that by making that investment, you're creating other economic opportunities. Your overall economy will perform that much better, which will generate additional revenues. But you see, if you keep the blinders on, you don't see the benefits on the side. And what you need to do is you've got to recognize at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, if you invest in infrastructure in a wise fashion, what you'll do is you will see a more productive economy. You will see benefits for social benefits. And when I say social benefits, it could be, for example, like the Wellness Institute that's attached to the Seven Oaks Hospital wouldn't be there if it wasn't for infrastructure dollars, Mr. Speaker. So you have to take it a little bit more in terms of just, well, increase debt, increase taxes, or reduce services, because that's not necessarily the only options that are available.
Questions? Order. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member. Oh, I've lost the member. Saint-Lambert. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, I'm disappointed to see that the Conservatives are still rejecting the motion. Canada, in fact, is lagging in the area of infrastructure, even though the Liberals are partly responsible for this lag. I would nevertheless like to thank my colleague for his support for the motion. I have a question for my colleague with regard to a long-term infrastructure plan. It seems to us in the NDP obvious that we would be investing in the economy rather than it being an investment rather than an expense.
And let me pick up on that point. One of the things that I tried to emphasize is the importance of being able to see the different levels of government participate in developing a long-term strategy, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at in the province of Manitoba, for example, we have one of our greatest resources is water, hydro development. It becomes that much more difficult for the province of Manitoba to develop our grid line unless, of course, we can get more support coming from Ottawa. Today, it is marginal if any real support is going towards the grid line. The role that Ottawa can play, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, is to come to the table and say and work with the province of Manitoba in developing that grid line, and by doing that, it will, in fact, have a very positive economic impact for the province of Manitoba and the greater community of Canada. Because if we can manage our hydro properly, Manitoba will be in a better position to become a have province, which means we would then be able to contribute to other provinces' well-being. Now, having said that, by working with the province of Manitoba, we also need to recognize that they might be making a $1 billion mistake by building the hydro pipeline, or not the pipeline, the hydro bipole line on the wrong side of Lake Winnipeg, which could be a $1 billion mistake. And hopefully, if Ottawa took the interest in helping build the line, that what they would say is, let's build the line either on the east side or under Lake Winnipeg. Either option would be a whole lot better. And the taxpayer would benefit. There would be a lot more economic activity, and it's a good infrastructure development.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm quite proud.
À l'ordre.
Order, please. In accordance with Section 38 of the Standing Orders, I must inform the House of the issues to be addressed this evening.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant on Canadian heritage.
Member may resume. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that I'm very pleased to speak in this chamber to this motion, in support of the motion, with regard to a long-term infrastructure plan which is essential to the development of our communities and to the well-being of Canadians.
So I'd like to take a few seconds to read the motion. The motion is as follows: that this House call on the government to commit in Budget 2013 to a long-term, predictable and accountable federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government as recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce in order to improve Canada's lagging productivity, shorten commute times, and fix Canada's crumbling infrastructure. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to draw a picture of the current infrastructure situation in Canada. I think everyone in every riding can identify these problems. It's true that the reality may be different according to the riding, but we all have a problem with infrastructure in some way. Canada has an infrastructure deficit right now that is estimated at $171 billion. That's a huge deficit. Congestion on our roads, the poor drinking water supply systems. We even have potholes on our roads. It's disgraceful for a country like this that is a G8, G20 country, a highly developed country. We shouldn't have such a huge infrastructure problem. We simply don't have a plan. It's all very nice to see the Prime Minister and his minister cutting ribbons and presenting big checks, but these are just announcements here and there, probably more often in Conservative ridings than others. That's not a plan. They don't sit down with the community, with the provinces, all together to decide what do we need. And that is the federal government's duty. It's the duty of each person who has to consider infrastructure investment. I'd like to explain the situation that we are experiencing on the North Shore of Montreal. There was an increase in the population in the past 10 years, which means that in Montreal alone, to go to Montreal, it usually takes 30 minutes when there's not too traffic. But the problem is at rush hours, morning and night, we wait 2 more hours in traffic. If you add all that up, that's 4 hours a day, 20 hours a week, that an individual, a mother, a father, is doing nothing but commuting. That's a loss of productivity. We have trucks that contain products that are waiting delivery. That's a loss in revenue for business, and it has an influence on the standard of living of an individual. When a mother perhaps is a single mother and has to sit around 4 hours a day in traffic, that has an impact on her lifestyle and what she can do for her children. So it's a very serious situation. There are many projects that are pending that have been promised by the provincial government, and unfortunately they never come to fruition. People in Saint-Anne-des-Plaines who have to come to Montreal have just 2 lanes. There are huge bottlenecks. People are frustrated. Why can't authorities sit down and come up with a plan that'll work for everybody? We could perhaps improve public transit, improve bridges, improve highways, and make sure there's more funding available. Because quite often that's the problem. The communities and the provinces don't have huge budgets. And for the city of Saint-Anne-des-Plaines, a small community of 14,000 people, they don't have enough money to do everything themselves. They have to have the support of their governments. And that's exactly what this motion is focusing on. So, Mr. Speaker, I talked a bit about the advantages of an infrastructure plan for the welfare of the economy and the quality of life of people, the quality of the environment. I'd like to emphasize the latter a little more. Sometimes there aren't many options for public transit. There is a train from Blainville to Montreal, but sometimes you have to get to that train. We're still waiting for a train in Terrebonne. There are buses, but they're very expensive. You have to get your car to get to the bus. But it's not lack of will. Everyone in my community would agree that it's important to invest in public transit. It's good for the environment. It's good for everyone. But money doesn't grow on trees. We know that. We need everyone to come together and decide what is the plan here. Without that, we're on the wrong track. I'd also like to talk about the importance of infrastructure other than traditional infrastructure. Often we think about sewage treatment, drinking water, and so forth, on roads, of course, and bridges. But I'd like to talk about another type of infrastructure that's extremely important and more important in our modern life. That's high-speed internet access. This is something that, despite efforts, yes, there have been efforts deployed, but there are still Canadians who have no access to internet that's affordable. This is more and more important. They are excluded from the digital economy, sometimes because we're more and more present on social media like Twitter and Facebook. People are losing this ability to communicate directly with their members of parliament through these tools that are available. or with their government in general, to apply for employment insurance, for instance. This has become an essential tool. People absolutely have to have high-speed internet, but we have no plan for this. We promised a lot. Yes, there will be a digital strategy. That's been 3 years in the works now. We've seen nothing yet. Everyone's angry and frustrated. Everyone expects more from this digital strategy, which is simply absent. And especially isolated in rural communities in the north of the country, the north of Quebec, they are feeling that absence of a plan for infrastructure, especially with regard to internet access. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, and all concerned ministers are saying that they're doing pre-budget consultations. Well, that's fine. Can they consult with the right people, though, for once? I know that's not standard operating procedure for this government, but listen to what people want. We have the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the main voice of municipalities in this country. It's constantly defending the interests of municipalities and has made these requests. And that's what we're asking for. Listen to the communities. This government should sit down with all stakeholders in the provinces, including municipalities, to see what can be done, what kind of leadership can be brought forth so that Canada can have a permanent infrastructure plan that involves all levels of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
And comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for an excellent presentation. Total arrogance from the government. Yes, of course, we acknowledge that we need $100. In the past, they gave $1, now they give $2, and they have nothing more to do. We've stabilized the situation with municipalities. We give 8 cents on the dollar. Well, wow, we're great. How arrogant. In the meantime, people have no drinking water. The sewage system is in ruins. You only have to walk around large cities. You just walk one block and see buildings crumbling and bad highways and roads. I love my colleague's speech. She talked not only about old infrastructure, but new ones as well. Internet. We're not even talking about ecology. We're talking about the economy, the future. I wonder if my honourable colleague can put greater emphasis on that side of things. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, who is my neighbour, his riding is right next to mine, so I'm sure he understands the reality of our region and the difficulties we face and that are expressed by our constituents. Now, with regard to new technologies, we have to think forward. We have to include the development of infrastructure when it comes to high-speed internet. This has to be in a plan. All these things have to be taken into account. If we only look at one plan, one project, one aspect of the economy, okay, they announce a project in a region, but that's not a plan. We have to think of the internet and water and highways and roads and bridges. Everything that includes infrastructure has to be developed. We have to think to the future in a modern way, to include new technology because they are increasingly present in our lives. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to my colleague. We hear the government saying it promotes jobs, jobs, jobs. Well, we see an opportunity here, a golden opportunity for high-quality jobs, not MAC jobs at minimum wage in fast food. What the government should think about is working with other levels of governments, provincial and municipal, to be a real engine for job growth, high-quality jobs, to improve the quality of life of citizens and make this a better country for future generations. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true. We mustn't think of this plan as just spending. In the long term, it's investment in improving our infrastructure, but also an economic investment. It will create direct jobs. You need people to build this infrastructure, and these people can get good jobs, good wages. So there are lots of advantages. I only see advantages to this plan. I don't understand why the government is not taking action, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuca. We don't have much time, so a short one, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it sounds like you have the same situation in many parts of Canada here as we do in my riding, where we have extreme traffic congestion building up. And over the last, I guess, 15 years as a community association president, as a city councillor, we worked on two alternative projects, one the INN Rail Trail and the other is commuter rail on the INN. And in each of those cases, the municipalities had to spend a lot of time applying for funds again and again and again. And under the Liberals, we got nothing. And finally, under the Conservatives, we got some funding for these projects, but they were broken into various parts, and you had to keep reapplying and redoing the project and redoing the applications. And so it's been a real burden on local municipalities who've had some very good ideas on how to address the infrastructure deficit.
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville, 30 seconds, please. That's an excellent point, Mr. Speaker. We saw some fragmented projects. It takes so much energy to develop a project, and then finally you have to redo your application. It's very complex. We're asking for a permanent program so that communities can have long-term forecasts and say, okay, I have a project here, I'll start my planning and hope that will be approved, but at least they can see things in the long term. They can start long-term projects. That's what's important.
Reprise du débat, resuming
debate.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every summer in my riding of Scarborough Southwest, there are some very familiar sights. Many are beautiful, images of the Scarborough Bluffs, beautiful gardens like Rosetta McLean, parks like Warden Woods, and the wonderful murals along Kingston Road, just to name a few. These sites are traditional and enduring. But in Scarborough Southwest, we now have a new familiar site we associate with the summer, the dumpster out in front of the house. These dumpsters are not there because people are doing renovations to their homes. No, they're there because residents are cleaning up their flooded basements after rainstorms. And the reason they're having to clean up is because of faulty and decaying infrastructure in Scarborough. Mr. Speaker, every summer in Scarborough, far too many people experience flooding due to inadequate and decaying infrastructure. For many, this means raw sewage and stormwater spurting out through their toilets, their sinks, their shower heads, and floor drains. In the past 2 years, over 1,000 homeowners in Scarborough Southwest have been victims of basement flooding due to inadequate infrastructure. And the impact isn't limited to homeowners either. In June 2011, less than 2 months after my election, the basement of my constituency office flooded. Cleanup costed the city thousands of dollars in order to remediate the damages done. More importantly, though, Mr. Speaker, and talking about infrastructure today, Variety Village, which is an exceptional facility in my riding that serves people of diverse needs. Many of Canada's Paralympians train there. People from all across the city make use of the facilities of Variety Village. They're largely funded through private donors, through memberships, and through the generosity of citizens and volunteer labor. But Variety Village made an application to receive some infrastructure funds. Sadly, they were turned down. And then this past summer, during the rainstorms, their roof collapsed. And that cost them $250,000 that they then had to go and raise and make insurance claims and go through all of that hassle rather than focus on servicing the needs of their members. People with disabilities, people from all over Scarborough and all over the city. But instead, they had to focus and dedicate their efforts towards fundraising to actually raise the money to repair the roof after the flooding that happened. And that's why the current infrastructure funding and plans just don't add up. There's not enough there. It's not stable. It's not long-term. And, of course, the Build Canada Fund is going to be expiring in 2014. In my area, after saying all that, my area of Toronto is not even designated as a chronic basement flooding area like many other parts of Toronto. Most of those homeowners that I spoke about must trash their belongings, make insurance claims, spend thousands of dollars fixing their basements. And many ask, how did this happen? Why us? The answer for those being affected is that much of our infrastructure is reaching the end of its lifespan. Some sewers in Toronto are 100 years old. In fact, the investment needed to maintain and replace our decaying infrastructure nationwide has ballooned to a stunning $171 billion. And that has only grown in the last 7 years under the leadership, or lack thereof, of this government. Now, current federal infrastructure funding is too little and too beholden to partisan interests and backroom deals. The ad hoc budget-to-budget funding model favored by this Conservative government is much better suited to photo ops than it is to resolving this serious national crisis. For 5 years now, the NDP has been calling for a permanent infrastructure program. Federal government needs to get serious and step up to the plate, dedicating significant resources to tackle Canada's serious infrastructure program. People in Scarborough Southwest and indeed across Canada are counting on the federal government to act on this issue and to act now. There is simply no more time to waste. Our cities face debilitating gridlock, our water and sewer systems are failing at an alarming rate, our roads continue to deteriorate, and our bridges are literally falling apart around us. Canadians are counting on this government to act, and to act quickly. And the time to act, as I said, is now. Now, the NDP is simply asking the federal government to commit in their budget of 2013 to a long-term, predictable, and accountable federal infrastructure plan. We ask this plan be in partnership with other levels of government as recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Speaker, developing a plan that would start to relieve the enormous infrastructure crisis facing all Canadians requires a government with political will. Playing politics with the fate of our infrastructure and ultimately the fate of Canadians' quality of life is offensive, objectionable, and dangerous. What we need in Budget 2013 is a long-term infrastructure plan. This plan needs to be developed through continuous consultation with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and First Nations communities. It should span a period of at least 20 years, allowing for better long-term planning and support for long-term projects. The plan should set clear funding criteria and program targets, as well as use transparent, accountable, and non-political allocation mechanisms to facilitate the submission process. The NDP would like to see a plan that encourages the use of innovative technologies that allow better efficiency and sustainability. The plan should also provide dedicated transit funds in order to reduce commuter times. And of course, Mr. Speaker, just in the GTA and around the City of Toronto, we are facing a loss of productivity that adds up to over $6 billion per year because of the gridlock caused by inadequate transportation infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, such a plan should contain provisions for regular, frequent, and transparent progress reports to Parliament. It's interesting to note that business groups like Canada West Foundation and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce agree that public infrastructure investment is the missing link to correct Canada's sluggish productivity, and that those investments must be strategic, not political. These groups also highlight the fact that gridlock is a major threat to economic prosperity in metropolitan regions, and this is why reducing commute times is a critical component of any long-term infrastructure plan. Instead of one-off funding through an application process that is beholden to partisan interests, clear-cut funding formulas like per capita allocations will ensure reliable, predictable funding for provinces, territories, and municipalities. The federal government must commit to an infrastructure funding plan with a long-term horizon. A budget-to-budget approach is structured so that longer-term funding projects like transit don't qualify for funding, regular reviews are needed to ensure targets are being met, and investment volumes adjusted. Now, during times of economic hardship, a dedicated infrastructure bank can be used to make strategic investments that will stimulate our economy, lower unemployment levels, and make use of lower interest rates. A federal long-term infrastructure bank can give municipalities access to federal low interest rates, keeping costs low and saving taxpayers money. That's right, Mr. Speaker. It's us on this side of the House that want to see taxpayers' money spent wisely and not wasted on things like the Senate. Now, the time for the federal government to act, as I said, is now. With the Build in Canada Fund set to expire in 2014, Canada's municipalities need immediate funding support to avoid missing a vital construction season. With 11,000 jobs being created for every $1 billion in infrastructure investments, job growth and economic productivity hinge on federal infrastructure funding. It is a crucial opportunity that Canada cannot afford to waste. Now, Mr. Speaker, going back to my riding in Scarborough Southwest, we have been around for well over 100 years now, where Scarborough was built up over time. Much of our infrastructure was built around the centennial of Canada, so around 1967, with many projects that happened during that time. And one such project was a large water tower that was built at Warden and Eglinton. A few years ago, that tower was in disrepair, was having all kinds of problems, and local residents' water quality was put at risk. The City of Toronto came up and they made the remediation. They went and put well over $1 million in scaffolding around this water tower in order to make the corrections and to fix the problems. And now that that investment was made and that money was spent and those jobs created, now the water supply for residents in Scarborough Southwest is secure for another 50 years. This is the kind of investment that we need to see in areas like Scarborough and indeed all across the country in order to make sure that we maintain a safe and prosperous society for the future. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville was talking about, we need to look forward into the future with new technologies and new forms of investment, but also, and perhaps one of my colleagues will give me a chance to answer this later on, we also have to look at new areas that are being developed and what their needs will be down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. I found myself agreeing with the member on a number of points. Certainly, the member suggested perhaps the creation of an infrastructure bank in Canada might be a way to move forward. I actually agree with him on that. I think there's a role for large public and private pension funds and so forth to participate in the investment long-term infrastructure. We've seen that in other places. What I'm disappointed with, and I suppose there needs to be an acknowledgement that the federal government is simply a partner in these things. When we were making record investments in infrastructure over the last number of years, we've been a partner, certainly with GO Transit in his region. We've made many upgrades. We've partnered on many upgrades and over $1 billion going into Union Station. I'm just curious, if we put this on the table, is this member suggesting that he's going to vote in favour of infrastructure investments because they didn't vote for it in the past, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like any other piece of legislation or proposal that's made, I'm going to read it before deciding whether I'm going to vote for it or against it. And of course, if the government decides to wrap it up in a whole bunch of things in the budget, like cuts to EI and cuts to frontline services and cuts to food safety and other programs, I would find it very hard to vote for it. If they were to split something off and have it as an independent bill, that might make it far more easy to do. But, Mr. Speaker, and I mean, the member raised the issue of GO Transit. Yes, there have been lots of upgrades. However, unfortunately, those don't really help the residents of Scarborough Southwest because the trains during rush hour all bypass all the stations in Scarborough. They're not actually servicing Scarborough. So, in fact, if the member wants to see more improvements there, then that would be one that I would like to see.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a question on an infrastructure need that's near and dear to my province. In 2005, the Liberal government announced the construction or announced the plan to place a third subsea cable from Prince Edward Island to New Brunswick in order to be able to replace the 2 existing cables that are there, which are at the end of their useful life and at capacity. This project was immediately cancelled when the Conservatives came to power in 2006, so we still wait. And we have a problem. As I said, the cables are at capacity and at the end of their useful life. It's important for 3 reasons. First of all, if we were ever to succeed in attracting an industry to Prince Edward Island that was heavily dependent on electricity, we don't have the capacity for them to be able to do that. Prince Edward Island produces 20% of its electricity from wind. If we're going to be able to feed into the grid, we need this 3rd cable. And also, in terms of energy security, we are looking at brownouts and blackouts as a result of the aging capacity of these cables. It's a big project. It's a $90 million project. Our province can't do it alone, and we've been waiting for 6 years for some sort of a partnership with the feds to get this done. So my question for the member is this. He has talked a lot about the benefits of an infrastructure plan. I want to flip it around and ask the member to comment on what's the downside of not doing it.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I illustrated some of the downfalls if we don't do it when I talked about gridlock and other issues. I mean, subsea cables, whether we're talking about electrical cables, whether we're talking about fibre optic cables, as well as an important part of our long-term infrastructure program. And I had the opportunity several years ago to actually visit the wind turbine test sites out at North Cape. And that was just a phenomenal sight to see all the different types of wind turbines that were being tested out there as part of the future of sustainable energy and development that we need. And certainly the fact that that program was cut when the Conservatives came to power was a sad day. And it's not the only program that this government cut. Of course, there was the National Child Care Program, which that is a different form of investment in our future. And certainly the cancellation of that program had a wide impact all across the country in affecting parents' ability to provide for themselves and also to get adequate child care so that they can go out and work and contribute to our economy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this motion today before the House. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of rhetoric from the other side, but there's some facts that have been missing in many of the speeches I've heard from my colleagues across the way. You know, I don't know how Canadians view it, but I think that they would find it difficult to not find it hypocritical, the position that the NDP finds it in their position today, in that the NDP has a record when it comes to investments and infrastructure across this country. And unfortunately, it's an embarrassing record for the NDP. In the last 7 years, we've seen significant investment across this country in important and vital infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. This government has dedicated itself to seeing investments go into all kinds of infrastructure, leading to growth and productivity, hope and prosperity for communities across this country. But just looking back, if we just look briefly back at the record, we do know that the NDP has opposed every single investment that this government has made in infrastructure across this country. It started in 2007 when the NDP voted against a $33 billion infrastructure plan to begin with. In 2009, they voted again against the Economic Action Plan for infrastructure investments across Canada. In 2011, they voted against in making the gas tax transfer permanent. They didn't just vote against that once, they voted against that twice. Mr. Speaker, they continued time and time again to vote against infrastructure investments. You know, in the case of the Economic Action Plan, this led to over 7,500 different investments across the provinces and territories, and you know, over 4,000 additional infrastructure stimulus fund projects, and over 1,900 recreational infrastructure Canada projects. So we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that while the NDP might talk a good talk, they have left Canadians wanting, and Canadians recognize that and see it as somewhat hypocritical today for the NDP to finally have seen the light. We're glad they've finally seen the light, and maybe I'm hopeful, maybe I'm just a eternal optimist that they'll change their ways and vote in favor of investments that will lead to productivity, hope and prosperity for all Canadians moving forward. They have an opportunity when the next budget comes forward. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that over the last 7 years, what I've learned is that the NDP has a different plan than what our government has. As a matter of fact, I believe the NDP plan is one to raise taxes. We see that, of course, in their constant advocacy for a $21 billion carbon tax. We see that in their opposition to investments that will lead to growth and hope and prosperity in investment projects in municipalities across this country. We also see their increased desire for additional red tape in building infrastructure and moving infrastructure projects forward. We've had completely the opposite plan, Mr. Speaker. Our government has dedicated itself to reducing taxes, to reducing the burden on job creators and on local families to ensure that there's more prosperity and more development in our communities across this country. We've also increased investments in infrastructure across the country to build sewers, to build roads, to build tunnels, bridges, and all the other vital infrastructure that is necessary for more growth, jobs, hope, and prosperity. We also have moved to reduce red tape to ensure that municipalities can build the necessary infrastructure without additional and unnecessary costs. And of course, like I say, the NDP have voted against all of those. But what has our plan led to, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives' plan of investing in infrastructure and investing in Canadians and setting Canadians free to do what they do best, which is move forward and build this country. We have seen since the bottom of the recession, Canada has led all other countries in terms of job growth, in terms of investment, in terms of all the things that Canada is now known for as being a shining light when we are compared to any other jurisdiction in the world. That included 900,000 net new jobs, 90%, Mr. Speaker, which are full-time, 90% which are in the private sector. And I hear my colleague from across the way laugh. And it shocks me and it horrifies Canadians that the NDP would laugh at job growth, that they would laugh at the development and the growth and prosperity of our country when every other country is looking at Canada with envy. Every other country, you look at every other jurisdiction, they're looking to Canada as to how, during a time of international economic devastation, we see Canada leading in terms of job growth, while Canada continues to drop taxes and continues to see prosperity and is highlighted in every country as a jurisdiction to emulate. Now, the NDP, of course, like I say, Mr. Speaker, has a different plan, and that's why they laugh at our plan, but Canadians aren't fooled. But we do believe that building together with municipalities and the provinces is an important thing. Our country has dedicated itself over the last 7 years to doing that, and we're going to continue to do that over the budgets to come. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going to do that in a prudent way to ensure that we move towards balanced budgets, that we move towards continuing to see this country move in the direction of prosperity, hope, and opportunity for every Canadian. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this.
We only have time for one question.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have heard a lot today, and there is a lack of intellectual honesty. The party in power is tabling a budget, and the opposition often votes against because sometimes there isn't enough initiatives, for example, in terms of infrastructure. We just have to say this clearly. We feel that this strategy, yes, is criticized by all the constituents I meet with. Can somebody on the opposite side, can my honourable colleague say that he's aware of the fact that this is something that they often use and that shows a lack of intellectual integrity?
East River, only about 30 seconds to respond.
Well, I think the record speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker, and what is frightening is that the honourable member across the way thinks that he can convince Canadians that history doesn't matter. But we're going to have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, in the coming months to see if the NDP will stand with their past practices of desiring increased taxes, increased red tape, and no investment in community municipalities. I call on the members opposite to change their ways and finally side with Canadians.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put immediately the question. Any question necessary for the business of supply. The question is as follows.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Monsieur Aubin, moved that this House call on the government to commit in Budget 2013 to a long-term, predictable and accountable federal infrastructure plan in partnership with other levels of government, as recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, in order to A, improve Canada's lagging productivity, B, shorten commute times, and C, fix Canada's crumbling infrastructure.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to defer this vote to the end of the time provided for government business.
Accordingly, the vote on the motion by Ms. Chow will be deferred until tomorrow evening. The Honourable Whip for the Government.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:15.
So ordered. We'll be seeing it at 5:30. Could I ask the Honourable Whip if he meant 5:30 as opposed to 5:17?
No, I mean 5:20 now if we want 20, but I...
5:15 would be better.
5:30. 5:30.
Yeah?
5:30. 5:30. And then you can start ringing the bells.
Okay, all right.
Therefore, we'll see the time as being 5:30, and pursuant to order made on Thursday, February the 14th, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Bennett relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. Valeria, move that the House recognize that a disproportionate number of Indigenous women and girls have suffered violence, gone missing, or been murdered over the past 3 decades. That the government has a responsibility to provide justice for the victims, healing for the families, and to work with partners to put an end to the violence. Et qu'un comité spécial soit chargé.
And that a special committee be appointed with the mandate to conduct hearings on the critical matter of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada and to propose solutions to address the root causes of violence against Indigenous women across the country, that the committee can consist of 12 members.
Members from the official opposition and 1 member from the Liberal Party, provided that the chairs from the government party, that in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from each of the opposition parties, that the committee have all of the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel, accompanied by the necessary staff, inside and outside of Canada, subject to the usual authorization from the House. That the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than March 28, 2013. Could a quorum de comité spécial soit...
That the quorum of the special committee be 7 members for any proceedings, provided that at least a member of the opposition and of the government party be present, that membership substitutions be permitted to be made from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2.
Issues to the House no later than February 14, 2014. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karygiannis.
Mr. Karygiannis.
Mr. Cockler.
Mr. Cockler.
Ms. Scrope.
Ms. Scrope.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panache.
Mr. Panache.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Rake.
Ms. Rake.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Zaglukat.
Mrs. Zaglukat.
Mr. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Valacott.
Mr. Valacott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Comarnicky.
Mr. Comarnicky.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen, the big Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kerr?
No.
Just Mr. Lobb. Okay.
Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr.
Mr.
Hayes.
Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Toast.
Mr. Toast.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Allen Whelan.
Mr. Allen
Mr.
Whelan.
Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Charles.
Ms. Charles.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Beddington.
Mr. Beddington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Miss Charlton.
Miss Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Monsieur Ravigna.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Stella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame
Monsieur
Michaud.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane
Mr.
Labelle,
Cleary.
Mr. Cleary,
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord,
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre,
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg,
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine,
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle,
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry,
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon,
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud,
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet,
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols,
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance,
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin,
Mr. Hire.
Mr. Hire,
Ms. May.
Ms. May,
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 278, 278. Nays contre, none, aucun.
I declare the motion adopted. It being 6 o'clock, the House now proceeds with consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources is rising on a point of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in response to another NDP member's question respecting employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased.
Order. Order. I'll just ask all honourable colleagues who wish to carry on conversations to do so outside the chamber. The Minister of Human Resources wishes to make an intervention on the question of privilege that the chair is quite keen to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising in response to the NDP member's question of privilege respecting...
Order. Order. I still see several members standing around in the main aisle and scattered throughout the seats, and There are two very large, conveniently located lobbies on either side of the chamber. I've made use of them myself from time to time, and I'd encourage any member who wishes to carry on a conversation with a colleague, perhaps the member for Oakville, the member for Newmarket Aurora. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond to the question of privilege raised yesterday by the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I've been clear over the past 2 days, just as I was on February 1st, Service Canada does not have individual quotas for staff. As I've also said before, there are performance targets to help protect the benefits of the unemployed from fraud. Now, there's a clear difference between a quota and a target, and that is simply that there are no negative consequences for staff who fail to meet targets. As with any business organizations, managers work with their staff to set out general expectations or indicators over the course of a year. Within the federal public administration, career progression is clearly set out by the Public Service Employment Act and is established through a merit-based process. The documents referenced by Le Devoir, which are cited by the official opposition House Leader, are not used as part of the merit process. As I have said before in this place, Service Canada was able to stop almost $500 million in ineligible payments last year. However, the employment insurance program still lost hundreds of millions more due to fraud. This is why we continue to work on behalf of Canadians and employers who pay premiums to ensure that their money is used properly. This is no contradiction. Service Canada and I have been clear. Service Canada does not have quotas for staff. The House Leader for the official opposition cited your ruling on May 7, 2012, where the chair set out a three-part test for establishing a contempt for deliberately misleading the House. The first part of that test is that it must be established that a statement was misleading. In this case, the statements are not misleading because they're not contradictory. Therefore, the analysis must stop here. I respectfully submit. Before concluding, let me quote page 510 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states that, and I quote, "In most instances, when a point of order or a question of privilege has been raised in regard to a response to an oral question, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is a disagreement among members over the facts surrounding the issue," end quote. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this approach seems to have guided your immediate ruling on February 4th, 2013, when the Chair addressed a point of order from the Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst on one of my February 1 question period responses. You said at page 13,629 of the debates, and I quote, "I think what we have here is a question as to an interpretation of what was said or how it was said. It is not for the Chair to rule on," end quote. One final authority that I would cite is the ruling of Mr. Speaker Milliken from January 30th, 2008. Your immediate predecessor said at page 2434 of the debates, and I quote, "As I have mentioned before on various occasions in this House, any dispute regarding the accuracy or appropriateness of a minister's response to an oral question is a matter of debate. It is not a matter for the Speaker to judge," end quote. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit that this dispute about my response to an oral question is, likewise, a point of debate and certainly not a prima facie case of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley on the same point.
Thank you very much, and I thank my colleague for her comments. We'll look carefully because she cited a number of references and reserve the right to comment further if it feels appropriate, that there's something in her argument that changes the nature of our point of privilege and that this is a prima facie case. A couple of initial reactions, though, that the minister is trying to make some distinction between performance objectives and quotas, and that performance objectives, if included in the way that the employees are measured or their acceleration within the public service, is then monitored and measured by their superiors, seems to me that the quotas actually have some bearing, that the performance objectives have some bearing on the employees' advancement in a way that their managers consider whether they're effective or not. The second point, and then I'll end here, Mr. Speaker, is that she, in her comments today, said as much as $500 million was recouped from fraudulent employment insurance claims, which we in the official opposition would encourage, because those that fraudulently claim EI that they're not entitled to, that money should be recouped. She then goes on to say that there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of more of fraudulent claims that are out there that they just simply can't get. That seems to be what the quota program is about. If she has these facts in front of the House, then she clearly can make a case that there is a need for this quota system, but she is trying to have it both ways, suggesting that there are many hundreds of millions of dollars more in fraudulent claims out there, hence the quota system, which she then later denies. And the door-to-door efforts of her ministry have since been, we apparently have now heard, suspended. We don't know. The fact remains that under your ruling, that the three-part test, the first part is, was there an intention to mislead? We asked the minister very clearly, is there a quota system in place for employees of Service Canada? She said flatly, no, and then wants to somehow change the definition of the word from quota to performance objectives and the like. Well, an objective and a quota are the same thing if the effect is the same. She's entitled to her own opinions, but not her own facts. And we will look at her submission here today, see if there's anything further that we need to add on the substance of what the rules that guide the House. But initially, we can't suggest that we are moved by further interpretation and opinion when, in fact, her intention was always clear, which was to essentially mislead Canadians as to the existence of a quota program that is obviously well in place in her department. Thank you very much.
I thank both the Minister and the Opposition House Leader for their further interventions on this point. It being 6:10, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, private members' bill in the name of Ms. Latendresse, C419, Language Skills Act at second reading stage.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to stand in this place today to speak to the government's response to Bill C419, an act respecting language skills. The Government of Canada believes that occupants of the 10 positions listed in the bill, persons whose appointment requires parliamentary approval, should be proficient in both official languages. We therefore support the intent of the core provision of Bill C419. There are, however, a number of technical issues in the bill that need to be addressed before it can be implemented. Our recognition that going forward, occupants of the 10 positions listed in the bill should be proficient in both official languages is a major step forward in our continuing support for Canada's linguistic duality. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that our government reaffirmed in the 2010 speech from the throne that Canada's 2 official languages are an integral part of our history and give us a unique advantage in the world. Les langues officielles sont
Official languages are at the heart of our identity and contribute to our historical and cultural richness. Canada's linguistic duality permeates all fields of our society and undoubtedly represents a social, cultural, and economic asset for Canadians at home and abroad. Indeed, progress that has been made in official languages over the past 40 years has made Canada's promise of equality a reality for many of our citizens today and has strengthened our ability to have access to markets abroad. This also ensures the employability of Canadians. And as I said, the progress that has been achieved in this area over the past 40 years has made Canada's promise of equality a reality for many Canadians today. Yes, it has already been over 40 years since the Official Languages Act was adopted by Parliament in 1969. If we look back to those days, we'll recall that most communities across the country had to communicate with federal institutions in the language of the majority. there were only limited government services provided in French. Today, over 90% of official language minority population has access to federal services in its official language of choice. In short, we can certainly be proud of how far we've come. And we do so knowing there's an excellent foundation to build on.
On this strong foundation through our roadmap for Canada's linguistic duality, which we adopted in 2008. We recognize that official language minority communities contribute to our country's cultural and economic vitality, and our government is proud to support their development. The roadmap reflects our strong commitment to promoting Canada's linguistic duality and the development of official language minority communities across Canada. It represents an unprecedented investment of $1.1 billion in the preservation and promotion of Canada's official languages. Mr. Speaker, the roadmap builds on the solid foundation laid with the Constitution and the Official Languages Act. It also builds on more recent federal efforts to encourage the use of English and French across the country and to improve the conditions that will enable official language minority communities to flourish for the benefit of all Canadians. It complements federal official languages policies, programs, and investments aimed at ensuring, for example, that Canadians can access federal information and services in the official language of their choice. The roadmap charts a course for more vibrant official language minority communities across the country. And most importantly, it is built upon the suggestions and ideas put forward by Canadians right across the country, notably official language minority community members expressed throughout the public consultations held in 2007 and in 2008. Monsieur le Président, sur cette...
Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to mention that our public consultations on Canada's linguistic duality took place last year. Last summer, the government met with nearly 400 Canadians in small groups across the country to hear the opinions on the challenges associated with linguistic duality in Canada. More than 20 consultation meetings were held with community stakeholders, representatives of the different communities and working in different areas such as healthcare, education, immigration, and arts. Canadians also expressed the opinion with regard to online consultations. The progress achieved to date ensures that the objectives of the roadmap are helping to increase the vitality of official languages, communities living in minority situations, and the participation of Canadians in linguistic duality of our country. The communities benefit from initiatives for youth in education, economic development, justice and immigration services, healthcare, that Canadians already have access to in the official language of their choice. Investments have reinforced the ability of Canadians to work and prosper in the official language of their choice.
Training, networks, and access to health services initiative is improving access to health services for official language minority communities. It is also improving the availability of bilingual health professionals who can meet the needs of all Canadians. And it is providing specialized tools required to measure and improve the health of official language minority communities. A total of 155 health access projects will have been launched during 2010 to 2013 under the Health Canada Roadmap Initiative. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight a few. One is a project designed to coordinate recruiting efforts of regional stakeholders in order to fill the need for bilingual workers in the Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine region. Another concerns the English translation of health information documents in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. A 3-year project from 2010 to 2013 is facilitating the delivery of healthcare services in French in retirement homes and providing support to family caregivers in 3 French-speaking communities of Newfoundland and Labrador. Another 3-year project from 2010 to 2013 is creating and distributing public health education and awareness tools for French-speaking and Acadian preschool children in Nova Scotia. The strength of this momentum has not gone unnoticed. Health Canada's initiatives were recognized in the 2009-2010 annual report of the Commissioner of Official Languages for its commitment to community consultation. This is just one area where the government is doing excellent work. The
annual report on official languages that we recently tabled highlights other progress that we achieved with regard to communications and services provided to the public in the official language of their choice. It also gives details on important work, which is to maintain workplaces that favor and foster the use of both English and French. Also, I want to conclude by underlining once again that our government has shown leadership, as demonstrated by our commitments and the measures in the roadmap, and that we have taken to meet those commitments. Mr. Speaker, we are building on the many achievements of the past 40 years. We have certainly come a long way in those 40 years. A long way from the days when federal services were offered only in English, even in many cases in Quebec. The task before us is to maintain and build on the many advances of the past 4 decades, because our 2 official languages contribute to our national identity. They are a part of our history and help us to strengthen our economy, as well as improve Canada's ability to compete nationally and internationally.
Canada evolving into an open society able to attract people from different cultures around the world. In fact, our official languages enable Canadians who come to our country to participate more fully in our society in every way. In short, Mr. Speaker, our official languages allow us to build a united, prosperous Canada together. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today, not only to speak about the Bill C-419, but also to reiterate the support of the Liberal caucus and to congratulate the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, as I am pleased that her riding will continue this work.
Persons whose appointment requires the approval by resolution of the Senate, the House of Commons, or both Houses of Parliament must understand English and French without the aid of an interpreter and be able to express themselves clearly in both official languages. Of course, the Liberal caucus supports this bill. For some time now, all officers of Parliament have been bilingual, and rightly so. The successful applicant must not only demonstrate a grasp of the complexities and nuances of national issues, but she or he must also have the ability to study matters in both official languages. This is the only way to ensure fair and credible investigations and decisions. De plus,
further, these parliamentary officers must be able to communicate with parliamentarians who are often unilingual. And, of course, they cannot serve Parliament if they cannot do so directly in Parliament's languages. As well, these officers must communicate with all Canadians. Not only must they speak to Canadians, but they must be able to listen to them and to follow debates. The role of parliamentary officers is not just to be competent bureaucrats. They must also be communicators who are competent. They must communicate the conclusions of their research in a very precise and nuanced way in both languages. Ideally, these officers should also be able to decide on mistakes that even the best interpreters, like the ones working now, might miss. And sometimes these mistakes completely twist the message from one language into the other. Another consideration must be taken into account, Mr. Speaker. we're talking about the head. If the head is not bilingual, well, then the body is probably not bilingual either. If the Auditor General does not understand French, let's not harbor any illusions, because everything will happen in English in the Office of the Auditor General. And this would be sending the wrong message to young Canadians. On the contrary, we have to tell young Canadians that there are some positions which carry a national responsibility in Canada which require a mastery of both official languages. And these, in fact, are international languages which open a wonderful window onto the world. Canada, in fact, is very lucky to have two official languages which are international windows which open the window to a cultural universe. So let's do everything we can to promote this fantastic asset instead of trying to weaken it. The reason we are seized of this bill today is because the government made the mistake of appointing an Auditor General who is unilingual. The media have reported that the Prime Minister recognized that it had been a mistake, and yes, it certainly was.
The Liberal Party publicly opposed to the appointment of a unilingual Auditor General because it did not meet the job description of the Auditor General regarding proficiency in both official languages. When the Prime Minister wrote a letter to opposition parties on August 31st, 2011, making his decision known that he was appointing a unilingual as Auditor General, the Liberal Party put a request in for further study in committee. However, this request was not acknowledged by the government. I hear some of our Conservative colleagues express a concern that the requirement for bilingualism may trump that of competence. But the point is that bilingualism is indeed one of the essential competences for the job. I ask the following question to my colleagues that are hesitating. Can you imagine one of these officers unable to understand English? Which ones? The Auditor General of Canada, the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada, the Commissioner of Official Languages, it would be nice for Anglo-Quebecers, by the way, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, the Information Commissioner of Canada, the Senate Ethics Officer, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Commissioner of Lobbying of Canada, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner of Canada, or the President of the Public Service Commission of Canada? Which one would you be okay with if she or he would not understand English? Would you be satisfied if this unilingual adult, or let's say 40, 50, 60 years old, would tell you, don't worry, I will learn it over the next months, or over a couple of years? Or would you take that as an insult and a complete nonsense? Imagine all these hours spent every day to learn English when, as top parliamentary officer, you have on your shoulders the pressing and heavy responsibility to run an office, to prepare the next elections, to assess the last estimates, to understand the needs of the Anglophone minority in Quebec, to protect privacy rights in Canada, rights to information in Canada, and to protect ethics and good governance in general. These are tremendous responsibilities. We want these competent people on the job right away, full-time. Le gouvernement a déclaré qu'il soutient l'objectif.
The government said that it supports the first pillar of the bill, and we hope that this support will translate into tangible, concrete action. The honourable member talked about technical issues that need to be addressed. Yet it's a simple bill. Fine, we'll keep an open mind. If there are good arguments to be made, we'll listen to them. However, we have to make sure that the government is seriously dealing with this issue. It is in the interest of the government to support this bill. Otherwise, the government risks ending up before the courts again. Appointing a unilingual officer of parliament led to a flood of complaints to the Official Languages Commissioner. The Honourable Jean-Jacques Blais launched a legal action arguing that the Official Language Act, which is a quasi-constitutional act, must be respected. rather than referring this matter to the courts, why not do the right thing here in Parliament amongst representatives of the people and honor the bilingual character of Parliament and of our country by supporting Bill C-419. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-419, which is sponsored by my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you for all the work you've done on this bill. And it is quite an honor for me, Mr. Speaker, for me to speak this evening. Bill C-419 is a bill which refers to officers of the House of Commons. When you look at officers of the House of Commons, these officers of Parliament, they include the Auditor General of Canada, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Commissioner of Official Languages, the Privacy Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Senate Ethics Officer, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Commissioner of Lobbying, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, and the President of the Public Service Commission. These are officers of Parliament who report to Parliament, to parliamentarians, to all political parties. These are the people who are referred to in the bill. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the event which triggered this, people might remember that I had tabled a bill on the languages of Supreme Court justices, and I think it is important that for a bilingual country, it's been 40 years that we've claimed that Supreme Court judges must be bilingual because they decide the fate of Canadians. So we have to set the example from the top, not from the bottom. So tonight we're not going to talk about Supreme Court judges, though. We're going to talk about the officers of Parliament. And if you look at the Gazette of Canada dated October 2nd, when they were looking to replace the Auditor General, when the position was posted in the Canada Gazette, it said that a mastery of both official languages is essential. So how is it that the mastery of both official languages is essential, but suddenly it seems that we ended up with someone who is not bilingual? I just want to make sure that Canadians understand that I'm not saying that it has to be an Anglophone or a Francophone in that position. I'm just saying that the person needs to be bilingual. I really couldn't care less who is in that position, and pardon the way I've expressed that. I simply want the person to be bilingual. Antonine Maillet had once said, we don't want Anglophones to become Francophones, and we don't want Francophones to become Anglophones. We simply want services in both official languages out of respect. I was listening to my Conservative colleague a little earlier talk about all the good things they did with regard to the roadmap, with the fact that they crisscrossed the country, but what he didn't say is that it took a complaint to the Official Languages Commissioner for them to realize that we were right. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here. The Official Languages Committee was trying to do its job under Part 7, Section 41 of the Official Languages Act. Well, the section is very clear. It says that the government must consult communities before making changes. But suddenly, it seemed that the government was crisscrossing the country after a complaint was made by the NDP to the Official Languages Commissioner. How is it that they respect the Act? In October of last year, they made a statement in the House. Well, the job description for Auditor General was made on October 2nd, 2010. And afterwards, they claimed that they respect the Official Languages Act, and yet they appointed a unilingual Anglophone. Mr. Speaker, every time the government does something like this, rather than bringing the country together and uniting the country, it triggers the adverse effect. There's an uproar. Does it mean that a Francophone cannot get the job? In fact, it triggered a debate which should not take place in a country like ours, an officially bilingual country, Mr. Speaker. We recognize both languages. We respect them both. Before the 2011 election, Mr. Speaker, we traveled across the country, or rather they traveled across the country. It cost taxpayers $100,000. They traveled to the north, to Yellowknife, to Whitehorse. Then there was another election. After that election, they said, well, we had researchers with us. We had the clerk with us, and the committee was going to write a report and was going to include testimony heard, but the government said no, they couldn't do that, precisely because an election was called. It happened again in 2006. Then they became a majority government. They did not want to study the matter in committee, although this issue has been debated since 2006. Well, now we have another bill. They don't want to study it in committee. But the first study cost $100,000, but the government did not want to table a report in the House. On the other hand, a study was made on immigration to study how immigrants integrate into various parts of the country. In Acadie, for instance, people said that they needed immigrants to make sure that people would still live there, that the language would still survive. We did a really good study, Mr. Speaker. Even the Conservative MPs said it was a good study. However, they refused to table a study on official languages. We proposed all kinds of motions in committee. They rejected them all. And then this Wednesday, they claim that they respect both official languages? And yet they started appointing unilingual judges to the Supreme Court. They appointed a unilingual Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what they did. But today, the Prime Minister has recognized his mistake. And I recognize that, and I don't recognize this type of thing very often, but I do acknowledge that the Prime Minister recognized that he had made a mistake. And now the Prime Minister is saying that all officers of Parliament must be bilingual. And it wasn't enough that they appointed a unilingual Anglophone Parliament. This was back in 2010. It was a minority government. But most parliamentarians felt that agents of Parliament had voted to reject the appointment of Mr. Ferguson. I have nothing against him personally. This is not personal. I'm talking about the principle of bilingualism in an officer of Parliament. And in fact, it's not the Auditor General who sits at his calculator and tabulates the numbers. The Auditor General is a spokesperson. He has a team working for him. The Auditor General is the one who speaks to the Canadian public. Now, imagine if a unilingual Francophone had been appointed to the position, and when he presented his report to the nation only in French, and the English media could not report on that. Just imagine. Just think of that. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government must respect both official languages. It has to stop making those mistakes. And yes, we know that a mistake was made. It's been acknowledged. If the government could only do the same thing with First Nations, we could have one of the best countries in the world. In some countries, Mr. Speaker, people speak 5 or 6 languages, and here we're fighting over 2? That is pretty sad. It's quite sad, actually. Everybody who comes here, who works on Parliament, is a nation builder. Everybody who's here wants to build this country. And it's the only thing I'm asking from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Speaker. I'm simply asking that the government recognize both peoples, not blindly, that it respects both official languages. I would not want a Francophone to be appointed to a position and that Francophone not speak English. I would be against that, and I would state so publicly, because Anglophones have the right to the same services as do Francophones. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the government is supporting this bill. I'm very proud of my colleague for having tabled this bill, and I certainly hope that we can move to third reading and that this matter be settled once and for all, and that the respect of both official languages be established in Canada once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
For this opportunity to provide the government's response to Bill C-419, an act respecting language skills.
As you know, this bill was introduced 9 months ago by the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, whom I congratulate and acknowledge. Mr. Speaker, I support the intent and the core objective of this bill, and the government that I support in this place will support it also.
That need to be addressed to strengthen it as a legislative foundation for linguistic duality among the 10 positions listed in the bill. Notre approche en est une qui est pratique.
Our approach is a practical one that demonstrates both our agreement with the spirit of the legislation and our desire to make it an effective legal foundation for something we all believe in. Mr. Speaker, linguistic duality is one of the pillars of Canadian history, culture, and democracy. And this government is determined to strengthen it in our public institutions. We believe that the individuals occupying the 10 positions listed in the bill should be proficient in both of Canada's official languages.
There are a number of technical issues with this bill that need to be examined more closely in committee before it can be implemented. If passed as currently drafted, the bill would require that persons whose appointment requires the approval of the Commons or the other place or both chambers must, at the time of their appointment, understand English and French without the aid of an interpreter and be able to express themselves clearly in both languages. Qui plus est, le projet de loi donne...
In addition, the bill provides the Governor and Council with the ability to add officers to this list.
In the case of an incumbent's absence or incapacity, the person appointed in the interim would also have to meet these requirements. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we would rather give the language skills requirement a stronger legal foundation.
Objections to the bill as it stands. First, the preamble indicates that the bill is grounded on the principle that the 10 officers of Parliament identified herein need to communicate directly with parliamentarians in both official languages. We believe this does not take into account the constitutional right of all Canadians, including the officers listed in this bill, to speak in the official languages of their choice in Parliament. Notre deuxième objection est que le...
Our second objection is that the bill, to be meaningful, should also specify the type of language skills required, which it does not do now with sufficient clarity. This requirement, as it is currently proposed in the bill, does not distinguish between written and oral expression. Mr. Speaker, without specifying the type of language skills required, it would be difficult to evaluate whether or not a candidate meets this requirement.
Due to the constraints the bill imposes on the selection process of senior officials, the ability to add to the list of offices should lie with Parliament rather than the Governor and Council. Enfin, nous nous opposons à ce que...
Our fourth concern is that the language skills requirements would also apply to interim employees.
Ability to make timely and effective interim appointments to ensure the continuity of an institution's operations. In addition, this requirement could create a de facto language skills requirement for those people occupying other senior positions within the 10 organizations listed in the bill. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, when this bill goes to the Standing Committee on Official Languages, the committee will need to examine how to mitigate the risks associated with these issues. We believe that the bill needs a stronger basis for the introduction of these requirements for the 10 positions listed in the bill. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to promoting linguistic duality in Canada and strengthening the use of our 2 official languages. We understand that linguistic duality is at the heart of our identity as a nation, and it contributes to our historical and cultural wealth. It empowers official language minority communities across the country and contributes to Canada's economic vitality.
Our Federation, through the provision of services in both official languages. En effet, la dualité...
Indeed, linguistic duality permeates all fields of our society and is a social, cultural, and economic asset for Canadians, not only at home, but also abroad. Bilingualism, for example, opens Canada to la francophonie.
This international organization, Canada promotes fundamental Canadian values, such as freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Par la même occasion,
at the same time, we benefit from the political, cultural, scientific, and other contributions made by other members of the francophonie. In fact, this government's long-standing commitment to bilingualism was shown in 2008 by the Roadmap for Canada's Linguistic Duality, 2008-2013, Acting for the Future.
To build on Canada's linguistic duality for the future, with an unprecedented government-wide investment of $1.1 billion over 5 years.
This investment represents a 40% increase over the previous roadmap and is proof of our government's commitment to Canada's official languages.
Affirmed in the 2010 speech from the throne, Canada's two official languages are an integral part of our history and give us a unique advantage in the world. Mr. Speaker, the government has not wavered from that.
By recognizing that the individuals occupying the 10 positions listed in the bill should be proficient in both official languages, we are acting on our beliefs and strengthening Canada's linguistic duality for the future. Our position is consistent with the spirit of the bill, and we want to ensure that the introduction of these language requirements has a solid basis in law.
10 positions listed in the bill, there are many relevant considerations in addition to language skills to be taken into account. These include formal education, practical experience, abilities, personal suitability, knowledge, and expertise. And we will continue to consider all the criteria that allow us to appoint the most suitable candidate.
We look forward to working with the members of this House of all political stripes to pass this landmark legislation, which will be good for Canada and all Canadians. Thank you for your kind attention, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are some days where it's nice to get up in this House, and today is one of those days. It's rare, but we see some kind of fresh wind here that helps us get closer to broad consensus and which will allow us to go forward on something that should have been settled a long, long time ago. But better late than never, as they say. Mr. Speaker, it's such a pleasure to rise on a bill that I would say is based on common sense. Indeed, in a Canada that recognizes two official languages, one can only wonder why we're still discussing such a bill. However, given the possibility that we'll see many members of the government benches and other opposition members get behind this proposal and adopt it, allow me to speak about what brings us together rather than what divides us. Allow me to recognize my colleague for Acadie-Bathurst, who, well before I came to this place, had been fighting to have this House treat the Francophones and Anglophones of this country equally. I also want to offer heartfelt thanks to my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent, who through her bill is strengthening the rights of Francophones of all provinces and territories, because it has to be said, Mr. Speaker, it is Francophone minority communities that will be strengthened by the implementation of this bill. So what does this bill say? Since it is basically comprised of a few lines, allow me to read it for all those who are listening to us through CPAC. So, the short title is Language Skills Act. That's a bit clearer to my mind. It simply says, open quotes, any person appointed to any of the following offices must, at the time of his appointment, be able to understand English and French without the aid of an interpreter and to express himself or herself clearly in both official languages. And I will spare you the list of positions of officers of Parliament who have to have that skill, because many other speakers have referred to them. Once we've stated that there are 2 official languages in Canada, the rest should follow naturally. First of all, different levels of service should not be offered to those who belong to one or the other language communities, because the Constitution protects this right in a way. Secondly, persons appointed by resolution of the Senate, the House of Commons, or both houses must be able to communicate with parliamentarians in both official languages. Thirdly, French and English must enjoy equal status in their use in the institutions of Parliament. As a matter of fact, this equal usage gives meaning to this other issue in the original wording, which states that linguistic ability must be a condition for the appointment of a person to the position of Officer of Parliament. It's easy to understand that a unilingual person, be they Francophone or Anglophone, even with the best intentions, cannot offer equal service in both languages before having learned the second language. And I'm sure you'll understand, Mr. Speaker, that this often takes years. In such cases, there's obvious inconsistency between the service offered to one community compared to the other. Historically, as I was saying, the Francophone community has lost out when the principle of equality of 2 official languages was distorted. The reason I'm talking about principles since the beginning of my speech is because prejudice in daily life tends to become very significant. So how would you qualify the service given to a Canadian who made an inquiry, let's say at the Access to Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, the Auditor General, the Chief Electoral Officer, if that person was unable to respond in that person's language? One can understand that despite the goodwill of both interlocutors, this would become a dialogue of the deaf. Giving this example demonstrates the need to vote in favor of Bill C-14 as proposed by my colleague. The eyes of all Francophones in this country are turned to the parliamentarians of all political stripes so that we solve this problem once and for all and not hide behind excuses and half measures. The Official Languages Commissioner, who fortunately is bilingual, in his preliminary investigative report following the complaint filed by my colleague from Acadie-Bathurst, concluded that the Privy Council Office had failed in its obligations under the Official Languages Act when it appointed Mr. Ferguson as Auditor General. As I said before, this legislation is essential for all Francophone communities in this country, but I cannot fail to mention that C-419 on the bilingualism of officers of Parliament, in addition to C-315 on the recognition of language rights of Quebec workers in a corporation of federal jurisdiction, not to mention another bill recognizing Quebec's place in the Federation. Each of these bills was a tangible recognition of Quebec's place in Canada, but there were no rights to go along with that recognition. Unanimity is a very rare thing in this place. I admit that, but I would ask the few MPs who may not be convinced of this bill's merits to try to experience a week or even a day in the shoes of a Canadian in a minority language situation. If you don't have the opportunity to be bilingual, ask that you be answered in the official language that you don't understand, and you'll quickly discover why this bill came into being. The question is not to make all Canadians bilingual, although that dream might be a nice one and would be a plus in this very globalized world. But the goal here is to make sure no one is left behind because of the communication problem linked to lack of knowledge of one of the two official languages by an officer of Parliament. This is about the skills and requirements related to the position. So I insist, Mr. Speaker, don't tell us that it is impossible to find a bilingual, qualified Canadian among 34 million people. As a matter of fact, bilingualism is an integral part of the qualifications that this person should have. Our language is far more than a working tool. It's also a matter of identity. If Canada made a choice to recognize two official languages for perfectly valid historical reason, today it must be consistent and have the tools needed to meet that ambition. The NDP has always been an ardent defender of official languages in government and the public arena, and this is a probing example. We will fight so that every Canadian can receive services and interact with officers of Parliament in the official language of their choice. Very soon, we will have an opportunity to send a clear message to all our fellow citizens by voting in favor of Bill C-419. Please, parliamentarians of all parties in this House, let us not miss this historic occasion. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close by thanking all my colleagues in this House who, in spirit and as a matter of conscience, will support this bill. And I would humbly ask those who still hesitate to drop by the Standing Committee on Official Languages. There is no doubt it will give you pause and make you think, and you will find partners to discuss the relevance of this measure.
Recognize the honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik Ewe. I'll just let him know that we don't have quite the full 10 minutes because we'll need to keep 5 minutes remaining for the sponsor, the member who moved the bill, her 5 minutes at the end. So, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Bay James Nunavik Ewe.
So, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have exactly? 9 minutes. Approximately 9 minutes for your speech. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was just to remind you that neither French nor English are my first or second languages. My first language is Cree, and I would have liked to rise in this House and debate the possibility of having Cree, my mother tongue, as an official language in this country. But that's another debate, another day, I hope. But I'm delighted to rise. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent for having tabled this bill and all the work she has done for some time on this file. Given that I don't have that much time, I won't go over the objective of the bill. I think it's important to recognize that we have two official languages recognized in this place. I was speaking Cree earlier because I think I have a constitutional right to speak Cree in this House, but that's for another day, as I said. Unfortunately, we have to debate this bill because French and English have legal status in this country. We shouldn't have to debate that here. Some are opposed to this idea, saying that it's not necessary to understand or speak both official languages to do one's job, that a bill like this may disqualify many highly qualified candidates. I don't agree with those arguments, but they should be discussed. I do believe that they are missing the mark here, because the question is not who's offering the service, but who receives the service. It's people who receive service, and they have priority. So that means that for these positions, we need people who can serve Canadians in both official languages.
It was useful to remind the people that we're not talking about the entire public service here being bilingual. We're not talking about requiring every postal worker in Red Deer to be fluent in French or English, nor are we talking about requiring every frontline EI worker in Lac-Saint-Jean to be completely bilingual either. We're only talking about 10 of the highest positions in the Canadian public service. To put that in perspective, there's an estimated 300,000 people who work in the Canadian public service, and we are talking about legislating that 10 of them be required to be fully bilingual. Je vous parle en ce moment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm giving a speech, as I said, in both official languages. I think it's important to note that neither of which is my maternal or mother tongue. I was in a good position because I spoke French and English fluently and Cree, and I speak Cree fluently to represent the interests of my people here in Canada and Quebec and around the world. This has allowed me to work at the UN to represent my people, such as with regard to the Universal Declaration on Aboriginal Peoples. I think this is a reality that is accepted across Canada, that is bilingualism, and I think that increasing numbers of parents recognize that it's essential for their kids to be able to speak in both official languages, and this reality has even reached Aboriginal communities. I could give the example of my community, of the Bay James Cree, Northern Quebec. Most of the young people in my community are able to speak English, French, and their mother tongue, that is Cree. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are not alone in saying this. The Edmonton Journal, the Calgary Herald, the Ottawa Citizen are unanimous in considering that the Auditor General of Canada should be bilingual. The Acadian Federation of Canada supports the bill. The National Society of Acadia also supports the bill. The Honourable Member for La Beauce does too. For those reasons, I will support the bill. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
En conséquence,
Therefore, I would now invite the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent for her right of reply. The honourable member will have 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who believes in the bill and who have expressed their support. I'm very pleased to be able to count on the support of so many of my colleagues from all parties, and I wanted to reiterate particularly now to my colleagues in the government side that we are open to amendments that might be proposed in committee because we think it's really important for this bill to be passed, and we're open to cooperating with them on any technicalities that they might like to improve.
Language is a fundamental part of identity. Our language is the structure upon which our thoughts are built. Language is an essence of the self. It is intimate because it lies hidden in all corners of the conscious mind. In a way, we are the language that we speak. It has programmed us. We spend our lives trying to defeat its mastery over us. I love language. It is a field that I studied, and one day I will go back to it. Language has political consequences. Our understanding of nationhood is mostly based on linguistic differences. Where the language changes, often with time, a border has appeared. But then, there are the wonders of the world, bilingual countries, just like Finland, Belgium, Switzerland, Tunisia, Lebanon, Morocco, or Canada. All these countries came to adopt official bilingualism because of different historical and political realities. Arab countries on the shores of the Mediterranean have French from France's former colonial empire. The Kingdom of Belgium is a country with borders defined by ancient wars of succession. Switzerland is a patchwork of little and gorgeous cantons that each enjoy a great amount of political independence. Canada is a huge chunk of land, a leftover from British imperial might that has succeeded in becoming one political entity. History quite literally shapes countries. And it shapes our lives, however detached from it we may feel. So let's talk about history a little bit. In Canada, over the last 40 years, we have come to terms with many aspects of language issues. Great amount of energy have been invested by extraordinary people to make sure that both English and French are respected in Parliament. We have come a very long way from when we were practically a uniquely English-speaking environment. A strong prejudice was one felt by French-speaking minorities scattered across the provinces that saw English as a language ruthlessly imposed by a majority. Political sensibilities in the 19th century were very different from what they are now. Canada was an imperial colonial experiment from the get-go, so naturally it carried in its very structure the will to impose. You don't need to try and imagine what this was like. Aboriginal people are still being imposed upon and treated like they are colonized. This is one thing we still have to fix. The Parliament of Canada is a bilingual institution. I am often amazed at the quality of the work done by the translators, who make sure that every single line of legislation, every last sentence jotted down is made available in both languages. The task is huge, and it is carried effortlessly, like it was nothing more demanding than a stroll through a park. But translation takes time, a lot of time. Parliamentary translators actually work around the clock to make sure everything is translated. I am lucky. Even though I still have an accent, I am bilingual. When I sit here in a house, I don't have to listen to translations. I listen to each person directly. I read papers as they come to me in whichever official language. Officers of Parliament need to access all kinds of information quickly, and that means without delay. Their job is very important as they make sure that Parliament does its job properly. They are the eyes of Canadians in the core of the institutions. They make sure everybody is accountable. They are the safeguard of the system. As such, they need to understand exactly what is going on. We cannot possibly tolerate an officer who needs to deal with French-speaking Canadians through a translator. I would like to remember the members and the public at home that my bill is only consecrating in the law something that is already an established habit. Officers of Parliament need to be bilingual. Institutional bilingualism is something that Canada cannot go back on. The only way is forward, and this bill is a decided step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Madame Latin.
Ms. Tendresse, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves that Bill C-419, an act respecting language skills, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à la
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, 27th of February 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. Order. It's okay, we're just about done. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased tonight to have a chance to follow up on a question I asked a little while ago concerning, actually it was before Christmas, concerning the takeover of Nexen by the Chinese company CNOOC. And of course, that actually happened officially. CNOOC officially took over Nexen on Monday. As we know, it was a $15.1 billion deal, very controversial in Canada, lots of interest in that deal, and it was finally completed on Monday. And in fact, it's actually China's largest acquisition, foreign acquisition, ever. We know, of course, the deal generated a great deal of discussion and debate over how much foreign state-owned control there ought to be of industries in Canada, like, for example, the oil and gas sector, which is what Nexen is in, and particularly how much foreign state-owned control of our resources in Canada is acceptable, because a lot of people felt very strongly about that issue, and of course still do. Although the deal, of course, is done now, it doesn't mean the debate is over. The debate certainly continues, and many Canadians are still concerned about the lack of clarity from this government in terms of how it's going to decide in the future on proposals to take over Canadian companies. There really is a need for greater clarity for investment issues like this that impact billions of dollars in investments. They affect our economy. They affect jobs, thousands of Canadian jobs, as we've seen in the Nexen case, and in others. So the Conservative government's make-up-as-you-go approach is really not acceptable to most Canadians. Because while Canada must remain open for business, we should not be for sale, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want to have clarity about what our foreign investment policy is. They don't want a minister who makes decisions late on a Friday night, having some sort of a seance or using a Ouija board or whatever it is. I mean, we had a decision on Petronas that came in almost midnight, Mr. Speaker. It was early. They don't want decisions made by a Prime Minister who decides on a whim. And the Conservatives have promised for years to bring greater clarity and transparency to this process of reviewing foreign investments. But like so many other issues, they have failed to deliver. And I think Canadians are disappointed by their performance on issues like this. And that's why the Liberal Party continues to call for more clarity in what constitutes the net benefit test, which is, of course, a test that any proposed transition has to meet under the Investment Canada Act. Greater transparency regarding the issues that are being discussed between the companies and the government. At least, I mean, the government could tell us a little bit about that, you would think. There should be disclosure of any conditions that are attached to a proposed deal. We don't have any idea, in fact, because the government hasn't told us what conditions they imposed on CNOOC. I mean, what kind of transparency is that for a government that's been promising it for years? It doesn't make much sense. We need stronger enforcement mechanisms to make sure that conditions that are imposed are lived up to. We need a clear role for effective provincial governments. We need specific ways in which the public can actually have a chance to express their views. We don't have those things. I think this shows how confused the Conservatives are when it comes to this foreign investment file. We had the Minister of Industry today, in fact, in Spain, speaking of foreign investment, asking people to come and invest in our wireless sector, because he's basically admitting what a mess he's made of that sector and what a mess he's made with the spectrum auction rules, and we've seen no interest in anyone, and any small companies, becoming the kind of big companies that can compete and create a better, more competitive system in Canada for wireless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my honourable colleague from the Liberal Party, and I welcome him to the file and his interest in international trade and in particular foreign investment in Canada, something very important for the future of our country. And in particular, the CNOX-Nexen deal, which certainly did raise a lot of interest, and I think the government handled it as well as any government could. Of course, we look at foreign investment with a different opinion, quite frankly, than the former Liberal government had during this honourable member's time in government and the government that he belonged to. Not one single foreign investment deal was turned down by the Liberal government. That's certainly not the record of the Conservative government. It's also important to note, and mentioning, because I know my honourable colleague does follow politics, but he got a little mixed up on the Ouija board, because that was actually Mackenzie King. When he wasn't using the Ouija board, he was talking to his dog, which was another Liberal Prime Minister. But, you know, in all seriousness, you know, foreign investment in Canada is important. It's important to the future of the country. It's important that we do it correctly. I disagree with the honourable member's opinion on whether we're doing it correctly or not. But, Mr. Speaker, I would talk a little bit about Canadian opportunities for growth, Canadian opportunities for expansion, Canadian opportunities for foreign investment. Much of it, Mr. Speaker, will come from China or from the Asia-Pacific Rim. And certainly would be the wrong signal to send to turn that investment away with the first big deal that China was willing to make. The other issue that the honourable member wants to ignore is the fact that we've managed to sign a FIPA with China, one of 24 FIPAs that we signed, something his government was not able to do in their time in office, something we were able to do to protect Canadian investment in China, to give them the same rules, to give our companies the same rules and the same protections that Chinese investors automatically have in Canada. So we have a clear set of rules for investment in both directions. And that's just with China, Mr. Speaker, but we have 24 or 23 other FIPAs with other countries to make sure Canadian investment abroad is protected and to encourage a clear set of ground rules for investment in Canada. And to back that up, we have the Investment Canada Act. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, the rules are clear, but we need to take a look at the opportunity not only in China, not only for China investing in Canada, but for Canadians investing in China. Canadian goods and exports rose 15% last year to $19 billion. Not only that, our exports to China have nearly doubled under our Conservative government. You know, 15% increase in exports to any one country is tremendous. It's a huge asset to our workers, our manufacturers, and the tax dollars that's generated by that. So, you know, look, we're looking at dynamic, high-growth markets, not just in China, but in other countries, in India, all the BRIC nations, you know, and the Pacific Rim countries, you know, the mature economies like Japan and the growing economies like Vietnam, you know, other mature economies like South Korea and other growing economies like Indonesia and those countries that are going to continue to grow and to continue to offer opportunity for Canadian businesses.
Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I guess for his welcome to the file, although I'm sure he recognizes that this file of CNOC-Nexen was not handled by the Minister for International Trade, but of course was in the hands of the Minister of Industry. And I presume that this evening, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Trade, He's here because his colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Industry, is perhaps not available, and that happens sometimes. I've had that experience myself, as a matter of fact, and so I'm not surprised that he had quite a bit to say about trade, and that's fine. But I noticed that he didn't really respond to the concerns about things, the net benefit test, for example, and the government's commitment, its promise repeatedly to, in fact, reform or change the Investment Canada Act, to revise that test, to clarify it, and provide greater transparency to all this. And he talks about a different approach than the Liberal government took. Well, I don't, maybe he can tell me in his minute that he has to respond to my comment, which of any of the deals that were approved during the Liberal government time of Mr. Gretchen or Mr. Martin had half of the public interest or comment as the potash deal or the CNOOC deal, and which of them the Conservative Party or the Reform Party opposed?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, my honourable member is correct in that at least one of us is responding to the wrong question, but the question that was on the order paper was on the FIPA, not on the CNOOC-Nexen deal. So I answered part of his question on CNOOC-Nexen just to set the record right, but the order paper question is on the FIPA. So the FIPA with China is important for the future of the country. It tremendously important for our relationship with China. This, huge emerging economy that is, going to be a marketplace for Canadian exports, for manufactured goods, for raw materials, for resources. This is a tremendous opportunity. And I at least appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member is not suggesting that we shouldn't trade with China, because the NDP suggests that very thing. They look at China with a huge population, with a tremendous demand for resources, with some of the largest reserves of foreign currency in the world, and say we shouldn't trade with them, which is just absolutely wrong. So at least my honourable member from the Liberal Party understands that trade is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak this evening to come back to an issue which I had put earlier to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. I asked him whether the Expo Rail Museum, that is the Expo Rail Railway Museum in my riding, would be certified, would receive accreditation as a national Canadian museum. So I put the question to the Minister, and the Parliamentary Secretary gave a vague reply. The Secretary said that the Canadian government supports museums and so on and so forth. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the government again, will Expo Rail receive the status it deserves? That is it going to be accredited as a national Canadian museum? There are several reasons why the museum should receive the status, and this subject, or this issue, was the subject of a motion a few years ago. Now, accrediting this museum would add to Canada's heritage and would help preserve its collection. In fact, the Canadian Railway History Association believes that the Expo Rail Museum deserves to be officially recognized, and based on many experts, it is one of the best railway museums in the world, if not the best one. On July 21st, 2011, the Expo Rail Museum celebrated its 50th anniversary. And in 2011 as well, and rather 2011 as well, was the 175th anniversary of the building of the first public railway in Canada. Now, in order to allow the museum to preserve its collection forever, and in order for it to participate in the 150th anniversary of Confederation in 2017, this museum should, as quickly as possible, receive official accreditation, and if it does, it will contribute to the festivities in 2017. If it is accredited, it would show that Canada is recognizing officially the historical role the railway played in Canada. I'd like to remind the government, Mr. Speaker, that several provinces agreed to join Confederation on the condition that a railway link them with the rest of the country. So there are historical reasons to support my request. And as I said, it's not the first time this issue has been raised in the House. In February 2007, the House supported a motion calling on the government to recognize Expo Rail as a national government. Unfortunately, the government did not follow up on that motion. And in the following months, the government spoke with Expo Rail's management. It said it didn't have enough money and it didn't want to create a precedent by recognizing a museum outside of the national capital. However, a few months later, 2 other museums in Winnipeg and Halifax were accredited. One was the Human Rights Museum and one was the Immigration Museum. So these 2 museums received official accreditation. So, as parliamentarians, we should also recognize Expo Rail as a national museum. Thank you. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Heritage.
Can't tell you how excited I am actually to hear my colleague talk about celebrating Canada's 150th anniversary in his remarks. We've known that since the government has decided that we were going to make 150 a turning point, one of those times where we can celebrate all the people, places, and the things that have helped make this country spectacular. The NDP have, of course, been against almost everything that we've said on that vein. Mr. Speaker, we talked about celebrating events such as the War of 1812. The NDP have said that it was something that we shouldn't be celebrating. Now, when you talk about Expo Rail, Mr. Speaker, here's the good news, and I'm even more excited to hear that this member wants to make Expo Rail part of the National Museum, a national museum, because we recently announced the new Museum of Canadian History, Mr. Speaker. This was a $25 million investment that we were making in helping Canadians better understand their history. It was going to help repurpose the Canadian Museum of Civilization. And part of that, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity for museums across this country, including the Expo Rail, to become part of Canada's National Museum, part of that structure, Mr. Speaker. So we heard, unfortunately, that the NDP have already said that they weren't going to be supporting the new Museum of Canadian History, that was something that they thought was a waste of time, Mr. Speaker. I hope that this honourable member will do what he says he wants to do, work with us, work with his colleagues to help them understand how important it is to create a national Canadian Museum of History network across this country, which could include Expo Rail, should they choose to come on board to this very, very important initiative. Now, Mr. Speaker, he also mentioned some of the other things we've done. He's quite correct. We've actually brought in 2 new national museums, a Museum of Immigration, Pier 21 in Halifax, which is a spectacular new museum. It was a great investment. We're very proud of that. And the Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, another great museum. We increased funding for our national museums, and through our economic action plan, we've actually stabilized and made sure that funding is guaranteed going forward. And it's not just in our museums. It's across heritage. The Minister of Canadian Heritage has done some spectacular work in helping promote arts and culture across this country. We've made very, very important investments because we understand on this side how important it is to invest in arts and culture. It is an important economic driver in this country. It's responsible for thousands of jobs and a lot of economic activity. So I'm really excited to hear how important this member thinks Expo Rail is to his community. It is. It's very important that we work to help people understand Canadian history. We can work also through the Museum of Science and Technology, which also has a responsibility in helping preserve our rail history. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I hope he'll work with us, support the new Museum of Canadian History, support that $25 million investment, and make sure that Expo Rail becomes part of the National Museum network, because that's what he's saying he thinks would be important for Expo Rail. I think it would be a good idea, and I would encourage Expo Rail and this member to work with us to make sure that it becomes part of that network, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to a few observations made by my colleague across, by the parliamentary secretary. I have to smile every time a Conservative member or a member of the government mentions that the NDP does not support the government's measures, when in fact the government stuffs so many measures in an omnibus bill. Certainly the NDP is against some individual measures, but I'd like to remind the parliamentary secretary that we do not object to everything proposed by the Conservatives. So I'm a little disappointed to hear that repeated over and over again. That being said, certainly the government spent $55 million to celebrate the War of 1812, when in fact several historians in my riding, and in fact in Châteauguay was the theater of a major event during the 1812 war, and the historians in my riding said that it wasn't such a significant event, and it seems that the government is promoting the event for its own advantage. And, in fact, that is quite deplorable, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to repeat to my colleague that the House of Commons supported a motion recognizing Expo Rail. So we're asking the government to follow up on that motion and that Expo Rail receive the status of a national museum. That's all I'm asking for. The museum deserves the status, and it's important to my community. The Parliamentary Secretary.
It's clear to me that the honourable member is troubled by the fact that he has to vote against so many great initiatives that this government brings forward in our budgets, in our economic action plans, and I can get that. There's been so many good things in the economic action plans when it comes to arts and culture, when it comes to creating jobs, when it comes to investing in communities. I can understand why he would be troubled and so upset that he's forced by his whip and his leader to vote against those things. But here is a different initiative. If the member doesn't like the budgets, Mr. Speaker, here is a new Museum of Canadian History with a $25 million investment that will encourage museums across this country to become part of the National Museum Network celebrating Canadian history. A standalone bill, a $25 million investment that will obviously do good things for Expo Rail in this community. If he really supports that, Mr. Speaker, I hope he will do what his leader, what the critic has said, and vote with us and not against us like they've already said that they would do. So I understand how upset that member has been. Here's his opportunity to do what the rest of his party won't do, support arts and culture, support his local museum, vote in favor of this bill, vote in favor of that $25 million investment, and let all Canadians share in Expo Rail, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.